This time, Kaylee, would you lead us in the pledge, please? Please rise, take your hat off, put your hand over your heart.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Kaylee. At this time, we'll observe a moment of silence. Madam Secretary, call the roll, please.
Shivi. Here. Breckus. Here. Sadra. Here. Delgado. George. Jordan. Here. Cashel.
Here. Public comment cards? Thank you very much. Ken Crater.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. My name is Ken Crater, and I'm here today to request Council to initiate a text amendment. I have come before you today to request staff to initiate a text amendment to the section of code regulating open lot parking in the downtown Reno Regional Center Plan as found in RMC section 18.08.202, additional regulations for principal uses. My partners and I developed a State Street Plaza building that includes La Familia and Fuego restaurants, soon to open La Crepe Cafe, and also Interwest Advertising and Unwired Planet. I am proud that we have been able to obtain 100% occupancy of this building during the Great Recession. However, this project also made me painfully aware of how important parking is for commercial and office tenants in the downtown area. Because of our project, I have spent the last 2 years working with Washoe County and the City of Reno on parking issues, and in particular with the county's parking lot on Court Street. When the county originally requested approval for the open lot parking, times were still good and everyone thought it would be just a matter of time before money was available to develop the property. However, the recession has ended that idea, likely for many years to come. Under current code, the county must request a one-year time extension annually, requiring both City of Reno and Washoe County staff time. In addition, and very important, this creates uncertainty for nearby businesses that rely on this parking, as it provides public parking nights, weekends, and holidays. We all know that this parking lot is not going anywhere soon, and also when money does become available in the future, this property is most certainly developed quickly, as surface lot parking is certainly not the highest and best use of the property. Thus, I propose to amend the code to allow for a 5-year time frame on extensions to provide certainty for businesses that still struggle to stay open and eliminate unnecessary staff time spent each year on time extensions. My company is working with the county to improve access to the parking lot to provide a single means of entry on Court Street with exits only on Court, South Virginia, and Sierra Street. This will improve traffic safety by eliminating the northbound left turn from Virginia Street into the parking lot. However, this is unlikely to occur unless a longer time extension can be granted under a change to the text. I have worked closely with city staff on this issue, and I am confident that they support this request. Thus, I respectfully request that Council direct staff to initiate a text amendment to modify the requirements for open lot parking in the downtown Reno Regional Center area. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Margaret Fish.
afternoon, Mayor, Council, people. I'm just requesting that maybe you could have the Parks Department pay a little attention to the space between a walkway and the river along from where Foster Drive hits Idlewild Park to the end. There is a beach there, which a lot of people, residents, love to come and throw something in the water and the dog go bring it back. 2 big trees have fallen down, and now it's hardly ever used. The people who do pull in there are ones who are kayaking and tubing on the river, and they have a problem. Then they pull in. I've picked up several of them and brought them back to their cars. There is a fire danger there, definitely. Nothing has been done at least for 3 years. I bet I kicked 1,000 small pine cones off the walkway. And along with all the pine needles and the pine cones, it's really a fire danger. We have homeless people who have built fireplaces down there. I think I brought you all in last year one of the pictures of the real neat fireplace that somebody had built. And there were burned embers there, and it's barely maybe 100 yards from the nearest places of the condominiums, which have, of course, a lot of wooden outdoors that would burn very quickly. So I did mention it to the Parks Department, who it's their responsibility, and they said that the council at one time had ordered it should be stay as natural. They were not really supposed to do anything down there. It's to be natural. Well, now over in Foxbow Park, where we had a fire across the river, there are about 7 trees that just stand there as skeletons, and it really is distracting from what a park is supposed to look like. But they can't do anything about it because it's supposed to stay natural. Thank you for letting me call it to your attention. I hope maybe parks are so up to date, and the city parks are so beautiful. They just need a little further to go to try to help along the river.
We appreciate it, and
Thank
we'll
you.
look into it. Thank you. Bishop Wynn.
We give honor to our mayor and respect to the council members. On behalf of the YES program, we want to thank you for your support that you have given us to help us enhance our development, to better train, empower, and inspire students to go to post-secondary education or to be involved in a career training program. We are in the process of looking for 20 to 30 at-risk youth who desire to come to our facility to be trained in our 16-week program that we want to improve their lives, education, and community. We believe that we don't need another idea to change the students. We want to train them to think differently about themselves and future, and then success will automatically take place in their lives. So we just want to thank you again for giving us the ability to enhance our program. The NABs, we went to the NABs. We were able to create the books and the training manual for teachers, and we just want to thank you again for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Katie Calling.
Hello, I'm Katie Calling. I was hoping you could pull agenda item E13 and E16 from the consent agenda. I believe those items should be discussed by the task force that you'll be discussing in L9. So I would really appreciate it.
Okay.
Do you-
Thank you. 13 and 16, she wants to think about pulling those for discussion. Patricia Kank.
Good afternoon, Mayor and everybody else here.
Identify yourself for the record, because I probably butchered your name, and I'm sorry.
You did. It's okay. Everybody does. It's Carr, K-A-H-R.
Carr, well, it looked like an N, I'm sorry.
It's okay. I'm new here. I'm new to Reno. And thank you for this wonderful city. I really love it. I really was attracted here primarily by the beautiful river walk that my friend Margaret Fish just spoke about. So I'm going to be a bit redundant, but in a nutshell, I'm really concerned about the fire hazard down there. It's a very, very beautiful walk. Most of you probably know it, and it's littered with brush, just waiting to happen. And having just been here through all that smoke from California, with my eyes burning every day, I want to avoid that happening, and I want to keep the place beautiful. I'm from the East Coast, and I have to tell you that I think Reno is the best kept secret in the whole world. It's an absolutely fabulous place, and I intend to put in whatever kind of work I can do to help keep it that way.
Be sure and tell them it's a fun place to visit, but don't move here.
That's right. I don't
Oh,
want
I'm
to move
sorry.
here.
Okay, thank you.
I got out of
thank
the
you.
East. I don't want them coming here.
No, the traffic and everything, you know.
I know. That's the
Okay.
problem you pay.
Thank you very
The price you
much.
pay for
Thank you.
getting a
Can
bigger
I
population.
ask a question? Can we get clarity again? What's the location again? That's
It's
of
on
concern?
Idlewild Drive, near Foster Avenue, Troy, Riverfront.
The
Yeah.
Parks Department's got it.
Okay, thank
Now,
you.
I'm only renting, but I have to tell you, I love this place so much that I certainly do intend to buy, particularly if we can get that River Walk area cleaned up so I don't have to worry about it burning down.
We'll work on it, and thank you.
Thank you so much.
Eddie Lorton?
Mr. Mayor, City Council, for the record, my name's Eddie Lorton. I just wanted to see if they could maybe consider, since we're having transparency in government, if I've seen it on a few council meetings on the tapes that a few times there has been a 3-month agenda mentioned, and when I've tried to get it before, they act like there is no 3-month agenda. So if there is a 3-month agenda, which has been on the council tapes, I would like also to have the same opportunity to do my research on up-and-coming events, just like those that are on the council. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
It's right here.
She'll give you a copy later. Scott Huben? Sorry, I couldn't read it. Sorry, didn't mean to butcher it.
For the record, Scott Huber. I think the clerk handed out to each of you a copy September 25th to the City Council. If you'd follow along a little bit, I'm going to paraphrase most of this, but I do want to read the first paragraph, and then I'll paraphrase the middle of it. And obviously, you can take it back to your chambers and read it. We, the undersigned members of the Reno neighborhood, wish to express to the City Council our grave concerns about how group and transitional homes are being placed and managed within our community. At least from our experience, there was absolutely no inquiry, discussion, or opinion solicited by anyone or municipal entity prior to the placement of 2 such homes in our neighborhood. Our experiences of these 2 homes to date include the following, and I will paraphrase that, but I have to tell you, these 2 group homes were put in our neighborhood without any discussion with us at all for emotionally or psychologically disadvantaged individuals. We have no quarrel at all with the clients. Actually, the people involved in the homes, the group homes, were very good and very nice, very sweet people. But I have to tell you, it seems to us that the regulatory and licensing vehicle is badly skewed. 2 homes were put in our neighborhood without any dialogue at all with the neighbors, at all. One such client in this home apparently was either misdiagnosed or was off medication and tried to break into our neighbor's home. Other clients within the same home not being supervised, not being diagnosed or medicated properly were confused, disoriented, walking the streets, not really knowing where they are. At some point, they moved these individuals out. We were not notified of any of this. These individuals were moved out, and somehow one of the group homes morphed into a fraternity / flop house for Project Uplift. It was now called Project Uplift Academy. And suddenly, 11 people moved in, 11 young guys moved in, nice guys, from around the country. The house is now morphed into a flop house.
Where's your neighborhood?
It's on Aspen View Drive, about a mile down the road from McQueen High School.
Okay.
11 young guys in a residential house. Big party in the middle of the night, 20, 30 guys. Young kids that I know were underage. The police had to come twice to deal with the situation. Again, the neighborhood is not involved in this process at all. Actually, the young guys are pretty nice. The people trying to supervise this are enabling this. garbage in the streets. Young guys have pizza parties, so their pizza boxes end up in the garbage across the street and the neighbors. The lawn has not been kept up for 2 years. The trees are dying. These two residents are owned by an individual, a businesswoman here in town, and she has been completely non-committal about reaching our concerns. So this neighborhood would like to convey to you, we've got a serious problem here, not with the clients, but with the regulatory, the licensing, the oversight. It seems to be broken, and I think it needs to be addressed because I think you've got all sorts of legal issues here. I think you got moral issues.
We will look into it, I promise you.
Thank you.
We will get people into it, and some people might be doing some things they never were zoned for, so we'll have staff look into it, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I mean, I know we had this discussion several years ago with regards to another one over off of Hunter Lake, I
Right.
think. And I don't think we can regulate. Is that, can,
Tracy Chase, Reno City Attorney's Office. A lot of this regulation, you're correct, is at the state level. However, that being said, there may be code and other issues
They-
occurring at the specific
yeah, it sounds like there
property.
could be some
that the
code
s-
enforcement
Yeah,
issues.
that the city would have
but
authority over.
as far as us being able to prohibit them from moving into a single-family residential neighborhood, we were told back then that we can't restrict that, correct?
Well, we need to find
That's
out
my
if they're
memory,
doing it
but we can
legally.
pull all that information, Councilmember.
Okay.
We'll check into it, I promise you.
We had pretty extensive discussion about this a few years ago with the same issues, and I think so we've got a lot of the research done on it, so.
I think your comments are correct. I think the licensing is with the state. However, there's something broken down here.
Yes.
I don't
And
disagree with you.
We will look into it. Thank
And
you.
in the interim, code has been called and involved?
No,
Thank you for bringing that up. Code enforcement has been involved, and they've done a great job.
okay,
Okay.
And when they move on something, they really have moved on it and been very responsive.
okay,
However, once the momentum has started in these residences, it's extremely hard
right.
to get the thing turned around. And
Okay.
the issue is how it started originally.
In fact, if Alex is here, or get in touch with the city manager, and he will have somebody get in touch with you and give him your phone number and stuff. Okay? Ronald McGee?
Well, good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. My name is Ron McGee, and I am recovering a little bit from missed medication at the VA 6 months ago. I missed my funeral by 1 day, so I'm kind of coming back. My voice is a little off. But I am officially not running for Sparks mayor. I plan on winning. I'm going to run against Ron Smith. I guess his son is with Reno PD, is what I heard. But anyway, my background is U.S. Army Military Police, CWA member, union leader for 30 years, been retired 20 years, and I've spoke before many times. The mayor knows me. I'm kind of like the new city council. A couple of this gal and this gal, I can understand her, and she seems to know what she's talking about. Good, very good. But I'm going to cover a couple things real quick. I will change a couple things. The 3-minute thing, I think we should at least have 5 minutes in public. I heard other people talk about mailboxes for 15. So anyway, this little thing right here, here's AT&T, something you guys probably should do. It says no text aboard. Pretty cool. This thing right here, I don't know why you guys don't have something Easy Router does. It has all your numbers, police department, fire department, animal control. Why can't you get some out for the people? Okay. 2, I really, really would like Pitts to run for mayor, the next mayor, Chief Pitts, against Safari. I think Azzy wants to run. But I think he would be a real good, I don't know if he might not have the commitment, he might have other priorities. But I think he would interface good with you. He already knows the police department, so you won't have no problem. Okay. 3, now I want to talk about this police action on this retirement situation. I am a retired union leader. One time I won 3 weeks back pay. One time I won 3 months for somebody. I thought I was really doing something. This assistant chief has already been paid for 15 months. Now you guys want to give him $330,000 buyout? I don't think you should do that. I think you should give him $10,000 a month for 20 years. Don't give him $330,000. Okay, now I want to do one last night. Friday, Friday night, I was the first witness for a pedestrian accident at Hug High. The first guy aboard did a very good job, was Officer Sabo from the school police. I thought he was Reno PD because 10 of them showed up. Within 15 minutes, I loaned my phone to the guy that hit the girl in the crosswalk. He called. Within 15 minutes, she was away in an ambulance. 3 Reno PD police, motorcycles, 7 cars, 1 fire truck, 1 ambulance. We hope she lived. She was pretty unconscious. She was waving her hand and speaking a little bit. But anyway, that happened 7:30 Friday. I'm a pretty quick speaker, but that's about it. But thank you for your time. I hope I didn't waste my 3 minutes. Oh, pretty close.
You got 10 seconds
Thank
to
you.
go. Mark McKell. You just used up a minute of your time, Mark. Go ahead.
Dude! Hi, my name is Mark Markel. I'm a Commissioner Reno resident. Hi, people, whoever you are, city council members, Mr. Mayor, and city manager. Hi, my name is Mark Markel, and my mission in life is to educate students in the community about what happens when someone gets in the car with a drunk driver. I'm reading from this because I suffer from a traumatic brain injury and get off track. Through Mark's path, People Against Drunk Driving, I hope to prevent others from making the same mistakes and suffering the same consequences I have. At age 24, I was drunk and I got in the car with a drunk driver. The driver crashed the car and it rolled 8 times and the car landed on my head. I was in a coma for a month, and once I regained consciousness, I had to learn to talk, walk, and eat all over again due to my traumatic brain injury. It's hard for people to understand me when I talk. I do the best I can, but due to my injury, it's very difficult. Anyways, people, don't get in the car with the drunk driver, and parents, don't drive drunk with their kids. And the Labor Day weekend, there were 8 drunk driver arrests in the city of Reno. No crashes and no fatalities. And I messed up and didn't get the statistics for last year, but I hope it is better. I hope. Bye. Thanks.
Thank you, Mark. That's a very good message.
Thank you,
Appreciate
sir.
it. Thank you, sir. Mr. Dene.
Sam Dene, the Encyclopedia of Reno Government. Sam is an Air Force Academy graduate. Sam spent many years flying fighters and bombers defending our nation against enemies inside of the border and outside of the border. By the way, I am Sam. And if I'd known there was such a big crowd for the Sam Dene show, heck, I would have brought my guitar along. And they always love it when I bring my guitar, because when I sing songs, I'm not so critical of them.
Thank
At
you for
any
not
rate,
telling him.
What's that? You like my guitar?
No, I was just thanking them for not telling them they were going to be here so you'd bring your guitar.
Would you give me about 8 more minutes?
No, sir, I'll give you 1 more second.
At any rate, I'm going to speak basically on 3 things. First of all, this gaslight doodad going on at 6 o'clock tonight, I'm opposed to giving those folks that special use permit. There should be neighborhood self-determination. Let them find another place to put their operation. The neighbors are totally against it. Second of all, I'm glad to see that the citizens' favorite event is coming to town for the week, Street Vibrations. Everybody makes a lot of money at that show, during that show. You know who makes the most money? The people who sell the earplugs. Also, as far as my $25 million worth relative to that policeman getting $330,000 plus all the money he's already piled up, it seems to be the reason that you're gonna capitulate and pay that money out is because it's gonna take too long to get it to the Supreme Court. 2, 3, 4, 5 years. I know Mr. Cashel right there has enough pull. He used to be lieutenant governor. He could get on the phone and tell the Supreme Court, put that on the docket next week, and it would be there. So I don't think that is a good excuse for canceling that operation out. Also, oh yeah, there's another thing coming up on this, whether or not you're going to allow people to do something that is legal, i.e. sell marijuana for medical purposes, which has already been approved by the state, and the federal government has already said they're going to keep their hands off of it mostly, so I don't think you should be denying those people the right to do something that is already a law, i.e. sell marijuana to people with medicinal problems. Also, I'm not going to say anything about the Reno's dysfunctional media and their insane fear and jealousy and fear of Sam Dene. That's me, Sam Dene. If they were not so jealous and afraid of Sam Dene, Sam would be on that side of the dais, and this city would be better off financially. Because I would make believe, when the money came in, I would make believe it was my own money. I wouldn't make believe it's all this money sitting in a pot over there, the bottomless pit of money. Last but not least, friends of mine, I asked my friends at coffee, what do you, both of them, what do you guys find to be the worst thing in our community? And right now, the hot button is career politicians. They despise this concept of these career politicians who've been down here making these big salaries, and then when their time is up, they move and put a different hat on and try to change their name, and they're all the same. Mayor is the same as city council.
Thank you very much. Any other public comment cards? Having no, I'll close the public comment section. We'll bring it back now. Item A5. Item A5, City Manager. Oh, no, I just...
Mayor and Council, good afternoon. Thank you. I actually have two announcements and then one presentation that I'd like to make. I'll go through the announcements first. The first is regarding our town halls, our upcoming town halls. We will be hosting town hall meetings on October 1st, October 7th, October 12th, October 15th, and October 22nd. These are informal meetings with our city council members, and these are great opportunities for citizens to ask questions, to learn more about the projects that are going on in the city, as well as sharing their great ideas with us. The second announcement that I have is that we are currently accepting applications for the Reno City Charter Committee. Applications for the Reno City Charter Committee are being accepted through September 30th. Applications are available online at reno.gov, or they can come into City Hall and get an application through the city clerk's office. Mr. Mayor and Council, I'd now like to move to the presentation. I would ask Julie Conway from the Parks and Rec Department, the Parks and Rec Director, to come up. I have two awards to present to Ms. Conway and her department. The City of Reno Parks and Recreation and Community Services Department was awarded two program excellence award from the Nevada Recreation and Parks Society. The first award is for the Shape Up Reno program. This award is the Shape Up Reno is a public-private partnership that offers free fitness classes to the citizens of Reno, and so I wanted to present this plaque to Julie and her department from the Nevada Recreation and Parks Society. The second plaque, also from the Nevada Recreation and Parks Society, is for the Fit But Not Forgotten program, which won Program of the Year for the state of Nevada. In partnership with the local VA, this program provides fitness mentoring to veterans and a membership at the Evelyn Mount Northeast Community Center for 1 year. So I'd like to also present this plaque to Julie. Thank you. Congratulations. Good job. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Ms. Conway, you have anything to say?
Yes, thank you. Julie Conway, Parks and Recreation Community Services Director. I'd like to accept these awards on behalf of the outstanding staff, Andy Bass, Recreation Manager, and April Wolf, who is our inclusion specialist, who helped to create and put this together, and the many volunteers, the business individuals who have helped both in the Shape Up Reno as a public-private partnership, and as you know, with our other program that has been Program of the Year, is a very coveted program for the state of Nevada. The Fit But Not Forgotten program is helping our veterans to regain their ability to return to society and to gain their confidence in themselves and their family. So thank you very much, City Manager Klinger, and I'm very, very excited that on behalf of the City of Reno, we won this for the whole state. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we'll go to approval of the agenda. There are items that have been pulled today as item D2, Economic Development Update. Item E14 has been pulled. Item J2 has been pulled. And item K2 has been pulled. Now, before we go to the consent agenda, because I'm going to have to go do something, I would like to move item J3, item J61, and item J62 to be heard before the consent agenda.
Okay. Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I have another item I would like to pull. I had asked for item L, excuse me, I'm sorry,
You want to do it after the consent?
No, I wanted it pulled, and it
Oh.
was, and I'm sorry, L10. I'd asked for that, and more information has come forth related to regional planning activities, and I think that would be maybe the appropriate area to focus on that. So I'm asking L10 to be included in the list that you mentioned of items.
Just pulled?
For proposal, yeah, and I'll make that motion then on, there's none
Okay.
others.
Motion and second for those pulled items? No, because I want to, let's get this, let's approve those. Then I want to move 3 up,
Yeah.
and then at that time, we'll approve the whole agenda.
Yeah,
So motion on pulled items, all in favor say aye.
aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. With your permission, I would like to discuss item J3 before I have to leave, item J61, and item J62, and I would like to hear item F2 before I leave. Is that okay with everybody?
Yes, sir.
So moved and accepted. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Item J3, excuse me, yes. Motion to approve the agenda. All in
Second.
favor say aye. Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Any approval of the minutes for August 28th and September 4th?
I motion.
Second.
I have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Item B1, cash disbursements.
Move to approve.
Have a motion, second. All in favor say aye. Those
Aye.
that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. We'll do the rest of the, well, economic development, Mr. Klinger's done his. We'll do item D3 and D4 after we pull these items and discuss them. Huh? He's already done D1.
No,
No.
that was,
Oh, Andrew Klinger, you got another one? You got
It's the
Well, why
retire,
don't you get up there?
I was waiting for you.
I thought it was the other thing you'd done. I'm sorry. Would you
That's
walk
all right.
away? You threw me off.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. Item D1 is recognition of some employees who are retiring, and I would ask, as I call their names, I would ask them to come up and join me at the podium. Mayor and Council, we have 6 employees who have recently retired from the City of Reno, and one whom is retiring next month. I would like to recognize these employees for their service to the City of Reno, and again, would ask them to come to the podium when I call their name. The first is Fernando Silverio, and I may have butchered the last name, hopefully not. Mr. Silverio began his career with the City of Reno in April of 1983 and worked his way up to Maintenance Worker 2 position for the Public Works Maintenance and Operations Sewer Division. He retired on September 13th with 30 years of service. Congratulations, and thank you for your service. Stay here and I'll have you. Next, I'd like to recognize and ask Nina Grati to come to the podium. Nina is an Office Assistant 2 in the Parks and Rec Division. She will be retiring on October 4th with 24 years of service. Nina worked in finance, the city clerk's office, and community development before finishing out her career in Parks and Rec. Nina was named Employee of the Year for Outstanding Customer Service in May of 1999 and is known by all for her exceptional customer service to external and internal customers as well. Thank you, Nina. Congratulations. Stay up here now. Yeah, okay. Next, I'd like to ask Sandy Munns to come to the podium. Sandy was a division chief in the fire department. He retired on July 12th with 13 years of service with the City of Reno. As a division chief, he served over 3 years as the city's emergency manager. During this time, he was chairman of the local emergency planning committee and appointed to the state Homeland Security Working Group, through which he obtained over $425,000 in Homeland Security grants for both Reno Fire and Reno Police Departments. His other duties as a division chief include dispatch liaison, statistics analyst, grants management, interlocal agreements, county liaison, volunteer coordinator, and other duties. Sandy earned the credential of Chief Fire Officer through the Center for Public Safety Excellence, and he also became a Certified Emergency Manager through the International Association of Emergency Managers. Congratulations, Sandy. Next, I'd like to recognize Darrell Ellis, who I understand is not able to join us today. Darrell was our streets manager in the Maintenance and Operation Division of Public Works. He retired on July 17th with 10 years of service. Darrell was responsible for street maintenance, snow and ice control, downtown maintenance, paint and sign, along with many other duties within Public Works. Congratulations to Darrell, and we thank him for his service as well. Next, I'd like to recognize Scott Jones, who I also understand was not able to join us today. Scott was our facilities manager in the Maintenance and Operation Division of Public Works. He retired on August 22nd, with 10 years of service. Scott was responsible for overseeing the maintenance of all of our city-owned facilities and was an integral part of the ESCO project, which was part of the Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy Initiative for the City of Reno. I'd like to thank Mr. Jones for his service and congratulate him on retirement. Next is Robert Lee. I'd ask Mr. Lee to come to the podium as well. Robert Lee was a senior civil engineer in Public Works. He retired on September 5th with 10 years of service. Robert was one of the lead project managers for the RETRAC project. which is the largest public works project ever undertaken in northern Nevada, and was also the recipient of the American Public Works Association Public Works Project of the Year in 2007. For the past 5 years, Robert has overseen the capital improvement program for the Truckee Meadows Water Reclamation Facility, developing, prioritizing, and coordinating the many needed capital projects at the facility, including the response to 2 emergencies over the past years. So I'd like to thank Mr. Lee for his service and congratulate him as well. If you made it. And last but not least, I'd like to recognize Todd Keckley. Todd was a battalion chief in the fire department. He retired on July 11th with 25 years of service with the city of Reno. Todd's accomplishments include helping to develop a fire equipment operator program. He also served as a training captain in which he was responsible for ensuring firefighters were continuously and adequately trained in areas such as safety, new firefighting techniques, and emergency medical response. I'd like to congratulate Mr. Keckley and thank him for his service as well. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
The mayor's going to put 15 minutes.
We're not going to the consent yet. We're going to do the consent after we do these others.
Thanks for letting me do that.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry I got screwed. No, we're going to, we'll do the consent agenda after we do the pulled items that I had.
Did you put F2 on your list?
Yes, I put F2. Let's do F2 first. Item F2, Madam Secretary, have all the notices been sent?
Yes, proper notice was given, no correspondence was received.
Okay. Greg Landris? Greg Landris? Angela Fuss? Fuse? I say Fuss because she starts a little trouble sometimes.
I get a little fussy. Thank you for the record. Angela Foos with CFA representing the applicant Whitney Peak. This is a special use permit to reestablish a non-conforming gaming use. This is the site of the old Prima Donna. This site was initially approved back in 1955 to operate as a casino. It operated between 1955 until about 2011 as a casino. It's been vacant for the last year and a half. So this request is to reopen this site as a casino. I wanted to just show you how the facade has changed over the years. Back in the 1970s, it was the dancing ballerinas. Back in 2012, it was white with maybe not so pretty of a facade. Recently, within the last 6 months, they did upgrade the facade. Once the new operation is up and running, there potentially will be some changes to the facade. That's not part of the special use permit. That will happen as part of a building permit. I'm available if you have any questions.
Thank you very much. Bill Thornton? You wish to speak, Bill? Oh, okay. Thank you. Having no others, I'll bring it back to the table for discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have any questions on this, having looked through all of the documentation and looking at the site. I just have to say thank you for the improvements you've already done to the facade of it. I think it looks great. And the fact that you're going to revitalize something that's been vacant and bring some life back to this building, I'm certainly in favor of that. So this is in my ward, and I don't have any questions or issues.
You'd like to give me a motion?
Move to uphold recommendation of the Planning Commission.
Second.
I have a motion and second. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I think that we should, along the same lines, they really stepped forward in a pretty quick order to change and improve that facade so that we had a better-looking image when we had all the cameras, the national cameras downtown for the bowling underneath the arch. They really stepped to and improved that.
Well, I got lucky today in the parking garage to see something that might be what the front of the place will look like. And I think you'll all love it when they finally make a final decision, if it's even close. Also, at this time, while we're doing this, I'm going to deviate. Bill, would you stand up 1 minute? I want to thank Bill Thornton and the Cal Neva Club for the clock, the Ginsburg clock that's across the street on our plaza at the same time. And thank you, Bill, very much for that. Thank you, Cal Neva. I have a motion and second on the floor. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. I didn't read the gun. Okay. Now we'll go to item J3, direction staff regarding the Truckee Meadows Shared Federal Framework Platform. I personally think this is something we should participate with. I think that the committee has to file down this pamphlet they gave us with 25, 30 pages, but from what I hear, they're going to do it. A lot of our congressional delegation is very supportive of this, and I think we should support it, and we should attend it and figure out how we want to do it. Yes, ma'am, you have something?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Megan Salcido, Government Affairs Coordinator for the record. Thank you for that introduction, Mr. Mayor. We are here today asking for council direction on two separate items related to the shared federal framework. The first would be this working draft document that you, I think, all received yesterday or Monday. I apologize for the late distribution. We didn't have the draft in our hands until after the packet, agenda packet went to print, so I apologize for that. But what you see here is a compilation of federal priorities from various agencies in the region. And if you look at the inside front cover, there's a list of the entities that have provided their federal priorities. There's another list of entities that might provide their priorities to this packet. You'll notice that there's several projects in here that are outside the city's purview and vary from the city's adopted federal priorities platform that you adopted in February. And so we wanted to bring the packet to you for your approval because these are projects that you may not have discussed before. Of course, the city's adopted platform does contain general, broad statements that support priorities from agencies in the region, such as the Flood Project and transportation. So we do have.
Yeah, this is just a draft. It's a working draft.
This is a working draft, and my understanding is that the technical working group that is meeting, they've been meeting consecutively in the weeks leading up to the trip in DC, which is another topic I'll discuss in a second. My understanding is the technical working group, which consists of staff from the entities that are contributing to the shared federal framework, will be paring this down and identifying the top priorities that entities in the region share. And I think what we'll see float to the top will be along lines of transportation, flood project, maybe the Marketplace Fairness Act, and those type of initiatives that everyone in the region can get behind and support. So the first item that we would seek your direction on is approval of the draft working document. The second item is RTC and Porter Gordon Silver have organized, or in the process of organizing, a trip to DC, a hill trip, October 28th to the 31st. I will note that a slight change from what it says in the staff report. At the beginning, we were under the understanding that it was going to be a full week trip. It has been reduced to about 2.5 days. So the cost per person would probably be reduced to somewhere between $1,200 and $1,500 for airfare, hotel, and per diem expenses. the RTC and Congressman Porter have formulated an agenda. I'm not sure if they are here. I saw Mr. Gibson earlier. I thought maybe they could share with you a little bit about what they envision the DC trip will look like. I think on the first day, they envision a summit of sorts, if you will, where our members of our delegation.
Do you want to put it up?
I think, yeah, I do have the agenda, the draft agenda. So on Tuesday morning, October 29th, there will be a breakfast with Senator Reid. From 10 to 12:30, there will be a Northern Nevada Local Government Summit, where the entities that are present will have the opportunity to make a presentation of their key priorities to invited members of Congress and their staff that would like to come listen. Following that, there will be lunch in the members-only private dining room at the U.S. Capitol. And in the afternoon, there will be meetings with our delegation members and their staff. That night, it looks like there's a get-together with the Nevada State Society. And then the following day, Wednesday morning, there's about 3 hours for meetings with members on key committees that will not be from our delegation, but be from other states that are on the key committees where issues that are important to the region are being considered. Following that will be lunch, and it looks like it's tentatively scheduled with Senator Heller. And then in the afternoon, more meetings with key committee staff and members. And that evening will be a reception at the Portrait Gallery with a guest speaker from congressional leadership or the administration. And then Thursday gives entities that are in DC an opportunity to meet with agencies around the area, staff from various agencies of the administration. So that is kind of the DC trip in a nutshell. And I know the mayor and council member Zadra have been participants at all of the meetings, and so they may have something to add. But we would be looking for direction on the DC trip. Currently, there are no budgeted funds for staff to attend, and so that would be something to take into consideration. As an alternative option, staff has recommended that we utilize our federal lobbying firm in DC, Capital Edge. They're very well versed in city issues. They've been a participant in the Shared Federal Framework. They've been on the phone for each meeting that we've had, and we've checked with them. They are available to participate in the Hill trip and activities that will be going on at that time.
Well, I would think that anybody that wants to go on it, we could take the money out of the discretionary funds to be able to use to buy tickets or rooms or whatever.
And
That's what
Mr.
we
Mayor,
did.
yeah,
Yes, ma'am.
each of the other elected bodies this week approved this project as well unanimously at Sparks on Monday and at the county yesterday. And at last week's meeting, there were 51 agencies and entities represented. There were 51 people in attendance at the meeting representing more than 20 entities and agencies in support of this. We have even a video from Congressman Amity, if anyone wanted to see it, in support of it. We could take a look at that. And you have the letters that we got from our two senators in support of this work that we're doing. It is something that's done very frequently in other cities, including down south. Clark County was just down there doing this very thing last week. So it's something that our community has never done before, but we have multiple regions from Lake Tahoe and our surrounding counties who are involved in this, and we'll narrow this down considerably to the regional issues that really do impact the region. We heard from Ms. Kerrigan that they've never before, our delegation has never before had anything like this in one place. They really appreciate the work that we're doing to help their staffs.
Okay. Before we, yes.
I have a question. So how many, Washoe County and Sparks approved this? How many people will be in this group?
Right now, there are 20-some. The last number I heard, there are about 21, 22 people, individuals who have committed. At the county, I think it's 4 of the 5 have committed. In Sparks, it's the mayor, Martini, and one or two council members, Ron Smith for sure, and another one's considering it.
Yeah, if I might add to that, Councilwoman Jordan, Councilwoman Zadra is correct that there's approximately 20 or so, give or take, that have indicated their interest in going. There's other entities that are currently doing the same thing and surveying their boards to see who's interested in going. And while Sparks and Washoe County both approved their support of the shared federal framework, I didn't see any action specific to approving trips, but I don't know that they have to go through that process. They might have the budgeted funds already, and so it's unclear as to exactly who's going, but I think that RTC has a list of people that have expressed interest, and it's upwards of 20 or so.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Ms. Bragas.
I was originally, as this started evolving, a little maybe even skeptical of this, because I had understood that we had a very solid legislative approach of our own, and that was explained to me when we had orientation, and I understood the scope of what they do for us. But in this last go-around, the staff report, in chronicling all the other agencies' priorities, it was becoming more clear and informative to me. For example, Washoe County had some priorities related to some federal programs that I didn't know they had interest in, and that to me is suggestive of some collaboration we could have long term on some areas. So I think it's good. I just in terms of approving this, which just hit our desk when I walked in here right before noon, maybe we could say acceptance, and maybe as they pare it down, as you say, prior to the trip, that's when we could approve it. Because I'm kind of trying to juggle, I understand DC's landscape has changed so much in terms of earmarks. So I'm trying to understand, what's earmarks and what's broad policy, and I'd like to see that come forward. And also, I'd like to be certain that our federal folks who are down there and know our priorities and how things work really tail whoever comes from our seat. And I don't even know, if staff's planning, it's up to the manager, I suppose, who he sends. But then give us kind of a side report on how they see this process and, in their scope, how is this process, maybe it's used all over the country. I don't know. So those are my thoughts.
Okay. Well, Chair would I've got somebody who wants to speak first. Mr. Dene.
Sam Dene, the Encyclopedia of Reno Government, and I don't want to get upside down with anybody's plans or dreams or schemes, but for the Reno High School students who are in attendance here for the Sam Dene Show, Truckee, it's called the Truckee Meadows Shared Federal Framework. Now, I'm going to quiz these students and see if any of them knows what that means. I'd venture to say all of them together don't know what it means. I don't know what it means, other than simply put, they want to get a group of people, taxpayer funded, to go to Washington to ask for some money. Now, what's new with that? So my simple solution is save these people all their times and all the trips and all the taxi rides and stuff in Washington, D.C., where it isn't exactly pleasant anyway, although Smithsonian's a nice thing to see and that sort of deal. But my suggestion is this. Now, we have Mr. Cashel here, who, if you don't know it, about 4 years ago, well, first of all, what I think Mr. Cashel should do is get on his speed dial with Senator Reid right now or later on today, because Mr. Cashel was instrumental in Senator Reid being reelected to the Senate. He was in dire straits, and Mr. Cashel went door to door for Senator Reid. So Senator Reid owes Mr. Cashel big time. And on the other hand, besides that, I used to come to the podium and talk about various large sums of money that Senator Reid sent to Reno, not out of his pocket, obviously, but out of the federal tax coffers, millions and millions of dollars. I won't go through all the money he sent here, but he has not sent any money here recently. So I would think, so their goal is to go to Washington to get some money. So why don't we just have Mr. Cashel call Senator Reid on his speed dial and say, Senator Reid, I'm going to save the taxpayers a lot of money, a lot of grief by not coming to, there he is. See, there you go. See, Who says Sam doesn't have pull in this community? Come on, he's already on the phone.
He's out of the office.
He's out of the office.
Wrap it up.
He's out collecting the money already. He's watching this on TV. At any rate, why don't you just do something like that? How simple could that be? At least as a start, and then you won't have to take all that money out of your huge salaries to pay your own way to go back. As I said at public comment, and does anybody remember? Make believe it's your own money. Now, would any of those people up there go into their own pocket for, I think that young lady said $1,500 altogether, each person go into their own pocket for this trip back to Washington? If you say yes, then go. If you say no, out of your own pocket, then I don't think you should do it. But anyway, this poor young lady has already put all this together, and I didn't want to get upside down with her, and the fact that I'm speaking a little bit against it probably means that it's bound to go straight on through.
Ted Levetter.
For the record, Ted Levatter, start by thanking Mr. Dene for providing us with a history lesson and informing the community about issues they might not be aware of. I would also like to join him in opposing the spending of public tax dollars on this trip. A lot of modern technology can be utilized to save money. If you need to join in on these conversations, might I suggest a teleconference, phone call, possibly Skype. I'm sure there are a lot of members of this community, well-to-do business owners who are going to benefit from our trip to Washington, D.C. If they would like to see those benefits, maybe they can reach into their own pocket. I really feel that there's a great deal of suffering in our community, and the fact that our fiscal ship is in such dire need of attention, I think even a small expenditure of $3,000, which I believe was the number I read in the staff report, per person, is inappropriate for you to spend at this point. I feel like our agenda, our issues here in the city of Reno can be easily communicated by the other 20 or so people who are going to be attending that meeting this week. And I'm like Mr. Dene said, Mr. Cashel, I know you got a direct line with Harry Reid, so if you need to let him know anything, that would be the easy way to go.
I really wished I had all this power everybody tells me I got.
So do I.
Sit down.
I do have one more question.
All right.
Megan, do we have commitments from our delegation of them? I know it said that staff meeting or a meeting with them. Do we have commitments? Do they have a save the date where they'll actually be there?
Yep.
I am not able to confirm that the actual congressional members, Senator Reid, Senator Heller, and Congressman Amodei, will be there or will be at these meetings. We have commitments from their staff. They've been at the Shared Federal Framework meetings, and they have committed to organizing meetings. I know Senator Reid's staff member emphasized the importance of meeting with staff because they are the lifeline to their member, but I am not aware of specific members that will be present.
Okay. You know, I think it's important to have a united message to take to D.C. I just am concerned about the volume of people that may attend, and are you going to reach that tipping point where you're going to get a speech versus some real substantive dialogue going back and forth? So I'm in favor of this, but again, if it doesn't get too big, the group doesn't get too large.
Well,
I
the
think
way
it's
they talked
important
about
to
is breaking it
recognize-
down with different legislators and
Right.
stuff, with
Right.
smaller groups also. Yeah.
There
Right.
probably won't be, I mean, there would be no reason for people who are there for transportation issues to sit in with the congressional members talking about flood or vice versa. So much smaller groups will be going and talking to the representatives that are responsible for the area that's of most concern to them.
Megan, if I could ask, so are we sending this group over to talk to our members of Congress and our senators and not reaching out to other folks? I mean,
Councilman
because
Delgado,
I'm hearing from.
the intent is to talk to our delegation members, but also to spread out and contact other members from other states that have key leadership positions on committees that are handling issues important to the region. So it would entail reaching out to other members as well.
If there's
Yes, ma'am.
no other comments, I'd be prepared to make a motion, Mayor.
Would you please?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to accept, for the time being, the Regional Transportation Commission's federal framework platform with the direction that when it's pared down a little bit more between now and the October 27th meeting, it comes back to us. Will we have time on the agenda to get it back to us, you think, by our October meeting?
Councilmember Breckus, if I might add that the urgency in this is that RTC has contracted with KPS3 Marketing to compile the document, make it pretty, if you will. And my understanding is that the deadline for that was a couple days ago, and so I'm not sure how much time is going to be available to bring it back.
The
If
committee
city manager has
the
anything.
working group is still working on the document. They discovered that they had at least 10 additional days from.
Okay, that's good to know.
Yeah.
Okay, that it's accepted for now and then brought back for approval at our next meeting prior to the October 27th trip, and that the city participate in the trip with self-identified council members utilizing their discretionary funds to attend the trip, and the manager utilizing his discretion whether or not to send a staff member. And also that, the collaboration go through with our groups, our group in
Absolutely.
DC, with a follow-up report to us on this from them.
I'd like to make an adjustment or amendment to yours that the city manager be allowed to go and a staff member be able to go.
And that was my intent.
Okay,
It's his
I'm sorry.
discretion.
Thank you.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to jump now to item J1 and J61 and J62. Madam Legal Counsel, can we discuss those both at the same time?
Tracy Chase, Reno City Attorney's Office. You definitely can discuss them at the same time. However, if a resolution needs to be read, you have to provide us the opportunity to do so.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Mr. City Manager. For the record, Cadence Matievich, Assistant City Manager. Mr. Mayor, if it's your desire, I can give a brief overview, or I can simply take questions from the council members as to issues that they may have come to their attention in the staff report. I'm not sure that he heard that request.
I think, I'd like to hear a brief overview.
A brief overview, Mr. Mayor? My pleasure. The topic before us, as you know, Mr. Mayor, relates to medical marijuana establishments. And a bit of history from the state perspective. In 1998 and 2000, Nevada voters approved and ratified a ballot question that amended the Nevada Constitution to require the Nevada legislature to enact legislation allowing the use of medical marijuana in our state. The legislature subsequently enacted NRS Chapter 453A, which exempts a person who holds a valid registry identification card from the state from state prosecution for the possession, delivery, production, or production of marijuana, and the aiding and abetting of another in the possession, delivery, or production of marijuana. The statutes enacted following the ballot measures did not expressly authorize retail medical marijuana dispensaries or other establishments for the commercial cultivation and or processing of marijuana. In this most recent legislative session, SB 374 was passed, and it establishes a procedure for a person to obtain a registration certificate from the state to operate a medical marijuana establishment. The bill directs the Health Division of the Department of Health and Human Services of the state to promulgate regulations it determines to be necessary or advisable to carry out the provisions of the bill, and to do so by April 1st of 2014. SB 374 specifies that medical marijuana establishments be located in commercial or industrial zones or overlays, and that they must comply with all local ordinances and regulations pertaining to zoning, land use, and signage. Staff has been monitoring the regulation setting process thus far. Invitations to participate in various committees related to these regulations were sent out by the state
Health Division within the last 2 weeks, and staff will be following these committees. Additionally, we learned today that some public meetings have been set in early October, and it is the intention of staff to participate. So that's an overview from the state. The other perspective or aspect that the council will need to consider when it considers this item today would be the federal aspects relating to medical marijuana, or any marijuana use for that matter. Federal law currently classifies marijuana as a Schedule I controlled substance deemed to have no acceptable medical use. Under the Controlled Substances Act, the manufacture, possession, sale, and/or distribution of marijuana is prohibited. Federal law currently provides no exceptions for the use of marijuana, medical or otherwise. That being said, the Justice Department has issued a number of memorandum advising U.S. attorneys regarding enforcement activities related to marijuana, including a memorandum which was issued on August 29th of this year. The recent memorandum specifically indicates that the guidance applies to all federal enforcement activity, including civil enforcement and criminal investigations and prosecutions concerning marijuana in all states. The memorandum provides guidance that prosecutors should continue to review marijuana cases on a case-by-case basis and weigh all available information and evidence, including whether the operation is demonstrably in compliance with a strong and effective state regulatory program. The memorandum also states, however, that neither the guidance contained in the recent memorandum nor any state or local law provides a legal defense to a violation of federal law, and that even in jurisdictions with strong and effective regulatory systems, evidence that particular conduct threatens federal priorities could subject that person or entity to federal enforcement action based on the circumstances at hand. Because of these sort of developing circumstances, in addition to the memorandum from the Department of Justice, the Senate Judiciary Committee in Congress held a hearing within the last few weeks to discuss essentially the conflict between the federal policy regarding marijuana and the fact that a number of states, including our own, have authorized medical use, and in fact, 2 states have authorized recreational use of marijuana. It's staff recommendation at this time that because the State Health Division is still in the process of determining their regulations, that we should take a step back, wait for that regulatory setting process to be completed, that perhaps we will find at the conclusion of that process that those regulations are comprehensive and that no additional regulation which may be duplicative or cause potential applicants to have to submit the same information to us that they've already submitted to the state, if in fact at some point it is the policy decision of this council to provide for medical marijuana establishments to operate in the city of Reno. So it is our recommendation to the council at this time that until such time as those regulations are in place and staff has had an opportunity to analyze the operational and legal implications of those regulations as they're established, that the council provide direction to staff to place a stay on the acceptance of any applications, be they business license or land use permit applications related to medical marijuana establishments, and that you direct us to make the necessary amendments to Title IV and Title 18 of our codes.
Okay, thank you very much. Before we go and bring it to the table, we have a couple of public comments. Ted Levetter. Ted Levetter. Sam Dene.
Sam Dene, the Encyclopedia of Reno Government, and I was generally going to come up and speak against this resolution. The young lady there made an excellent presentation, maybe swayed my thoughts a little bit. And by the way, I do not use or partake of marijuana, so I have to give that disclosure. Tequila is my drug of choice, always with a designated driver, though. At any rate, I actually do not like the way the resolution is worded because it's kind of putting words in your mouth. You're saying the resolution says, a resolution directing the city manager not to accept. Why don't you make the resolution for the city manager to accept, and then if you don't want him to accept it, then you can speak on it and make your own resolution. That's the way I would do it. And as the young lady pointed out, there is the conflict between some states' laws and the federal government. But most of the things that I've been reading, and I'm only the Encyclopedia of Reno government, not the Encyclopedia of American government, although I know a little bit about it. But the things that I'm hearing and reading tell me that the federal government is getting less and less upset or interested in sticking their nose into these states' laws that are allowing marijuana. Some states it's plain outright allowed. 2 states. In Nevada now, it's a legal law for a person to get a license and then to go and distribute or sell or give out marijuana for medicinal purposes. The fear is that if a person tries to do that, then the feds might come in and say, you're in trouble, take him to jail, and then it may even reflect back to you if you allow the licensing. I guess that's what this is all about. So maybe until there's more definite information from Washington, maybe you should accept this resolution, although I would add an addendum onto it to bring this resolution back, this issue back within 6 months at least, so you can find out what has transpired in the meantime, because there's a lot of people out there wanting to open these medical marijuana hospitals.
Thank you. Ted Levater.
Ted Levater for the record. I understand that this agenda item is made to look like it's a temporary step that we're taking till the state finishes up with their process of establishing the framework. But based on this council's history of opposing medical marijuana at the state level, I firmly believe that you will attempt to ban medical marijuana in the city of Reno. If that turns out to be incorrect, my apologies, but I've heard arguments that some members of this council are concerned that they might be held liable for approving the licensing that will be in place. And I'd be remiss if I didn't make a strong stance today. And definitely I want to support what Mr. Dene said. If you really want to take a close look at this issue once the state has finished, you will include on this resolution that the item will come back before you at a specific time. If you leave it open, what happens is myself and other proponents of medical marijuana will be forced to come back and fight just to get the issue back on the agenda. We all have a moral responsibility to protect the most vulnerable members of our community and alleviate their suffering whenever possible. As members of this council, you have an even greater responsibility because when you were elected, you took an oath to protect and defend the Constitution. All humans are endowed by their Creator with certain natural rights. The Constitution both recognizes these rights and establishes a system of government to protect them. While governments were established to protect the rights of everyone, the primary purpose is the protection of the rights of the weak from oppression by the strong. The strong maintain their rights by virtue of their superior strength. It is the more vulnerable members of a society that are deprived of their rights when a government becomes oppressive. If you outlaw medical marijuana operations in the city of Reno, it will not be the... What happened to my video? Oh yeah, go ahead, put it up there. If you outlaw medical marijuana operations in the city of Reno, it will not be the wealthy or the well-connected who suddenly find themselves without recourse or pain-relieving drugs of their choice. You must understand that if this resolution is passed, it is senior citizens, veterans, those with mental and emotional disorders, those suffering from PTSD, MS, Parkinson's, all kinds of cancers and autoimmune disorders, who will find themselves facing insurmountable barriers to access. The legal barriers you are approving today will deprive many Reno citizens of their rights. Those who find themselves facing unimaginable pain and suffering will be deprived of their right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. We all have a duty to protect and defend the rights of our neighbors, especially those who are unable to defend themselves, and I take that responsibility seriously, and that's why I'm here today. When you pass laws that willfully perpetuate the suffering in our community, when you pass laws that deprive the most vulnerable members of our community their rights, I feel an even greater sense of duty to use my life, my liberty, and my happiness in an attempt to overcome that suffering. And one last thing before I go. I'm really disappointed in a staff report that came with this issue. The staff report cited federal dogma, which which says that there is no no benefit to medical marijuana, without even the slightest mention of the vast amount of scientific evidence that's out there that medical marijuana has a large number of benefits. I just want to know, is it a goal of this city to produce staff reports that are balanced and informative?
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Kevin Gwynn?
Good afternoon, Mayor Cashel and members of Reno City Council. My name is Kevin Quint, and I serve as the Executive Director of Join Together Northern Nevada, which is a nonprofit substance abuse prevention coalition in Reno and Washoe County area. Our mission is to build partnerships for a healthy community. And I'm here to just provide comments on some of our work on medical marijuana establishments, some of our thoughts about that, so that may be coming. So first I want to thank the Mayor's office and for the City Council for actually taking this seriously and for giving it prudent thought. Also appreciate the work we've been able to do with Alex Woodley in relation to his updating us on some of the city's thoughts. So in response to the possibility of marijuana dispensaries and other establishments coming to our community, my organization has developed a subcommittee to study this a little bit and to make recommendations to the governing bodies in Reno, Sparks, and Washoe County. So as you continue to carefully review Senate Bill 374 and what it means to our community, we at JTN have just several suggestions we'd like you to consider. First, we recommend that if marijuana dispensaries are established, that they are revenue neutral or positive for the city, meaning that the cost of regulating them does not exceed the fees they are charged by the city. And then funding should be identified in a budget fashion to make sure that we don't have hidden costs as well. Second recommendation is that measures are taken to ensure the underage youth are not able to access marijuana from these dispensaries. This could include compliance checks similar to what the city of Reno already does with bars and clubs and retail stores for alcohol. Thirdly, we recommend that the experiences of other states that have had dispensaries are researched so that lessons learned by these states can be applied to Reno as applicable, dispensaries. And of course, we can help with that kind of information if you like that. Fourth, we recommend that dispensaries be held accountable for the highest standards of quality, particularly in the area of legitimate prescriptions. Fifth, we recommend that dispensaries are regulated in a way that will diminish the possibility of black market activities such as illegal selling, use of illegal products, and more. And finally, as you know, medical marijuana is still illegal federally. You've heard that twice now, 3 times, which may cause problems with revenue reporting, law enforcement, and the city's liability, as you've already heard. So we recommend that you consider these issues seriously and very carefully. We're still developing our thoughts, by the way, on the cultivation establishments, and we'll have more for you that on later. So anyway, as we continue to develop our thoughts about this, we'd like to share with the City Council, with the Mayor's office, and our main goal is to keep any dispensaries that may be possibly someday established from becoming the fiasco they have in some communities, not all communities, but in some communities, especially in California. If sick people need this drug and can obtain it lawfully, that's fine with us. We're not debating that. But we want to put the message out that underage use and recreational use of the drug are not legal at this point or acceptable in our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Katie Cullen does not wish to speak, but she says, please allow businesses to apply for a license. Do not increase the cost. This only discriminates against people with less capital. So I'll bring it back to the table for discussion and for action.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I'm just thinking, because the state hasn't come out with the guidelines and recommendation that we do postpone taking any action on this until we get back and we follow staff's recommendation.
My question is, has Sparks or Washoe County done anything on this yet?
Councilmember Jordan, at this time, neither Sparks nor Washoe County have had an item come before their governing bodies. I know that their staff, similar to our staff, have been monitoring the regulation process going on in the state, and we are in communication with our colleagues at those bodies, but I don't believe that anything has come before them. To my knowledge, the only governing body that has actually taken any action on this to date in the state is the City of Las Vegas, who has placed a moratorium on the acceptance of applications related to marijuana establishments for a period of 180 days, and that they'll revisit it at that time. And I anticipating that similar items are coming forth. I've talked to colleagues from Clark County, understand that they are anticipating a similar process.
Okay. And I think it's prudent to take a kind of a wait-and-see approach with regards to what the state is going to do, because that largely dictates many things. I guess my question is, when we go back to this shared federal framework, I don't think I saw that as a point. I don't want to necessarily say, well, it is a priority, so we get clarity. Is there an appetite in Congress to even...
Let's debate that at another time.
Okay.
We can get into that. Ms. Brackus, you had something?
Well, I, along the same lines, are inclined to not do any action. I think that it's a real evolving sort of thing in our state. One city has acted one way, we're proposing to act another way. I'd just like to wait. I feel strongly that we do need a field trip. I remember the legislature went down there, and you know, I'm not one that's really big on leaving town. I want to do my work here, but I do feel that I would like to, you know, if there's appetite to go down and do kind of the same trip that some of the legislative folks did in Phoenix. I think was where they went, maybe, you know, November or so. So I'm not inclined to support the proposal to put it in, drop it into the code at this time, because it's forging a path that other communities haven't. And once we have a prohibition, that may be difficult to lift at some point. But along your points about the federal problem, I really do think, and I forgot to mention this at our League of Cities meeting last week, cities need to tell the states and the feds, we're in the middle. It's a hard place to be. But I think we should have another topic. So I am inclined to take no action today and not do these code amendments.
Mr. Dortch.
Yeah, I'm in favor of following staff's recommendation. I think it protects us right now while we're trying to figure out what the landscape's going to look like and what the state's going to do. We can always change the direction once the states establish their rules and put the policies in place to move forward. But I think it protects us now in the event someone does come in and submit an application. So I would be inclined to make a motion to accept staff's recommendations.
Second, and I would add to that, for the very same reasons. I think we do have the responsibility to protect our citizens. We need to let the state finish its work. You know, the legislature's action was just the beginning. They now have assigned this to one of their agencies to bring forward the regulations and the logistics of how it could work. And it would be presumptuous of us to take any action before they have finished their work. And if we received an application, we would have to take action on it. I think we need to be sensitive to the couple of citizens that wanted, you know, a report back in a couple of months' time. I believe that report from the state isn't even the last end point that they could return it is in April, as I recall.
Correct, Councilwoman Zadra.
So, you know, the
April
60
1st.
days that they were talking about or 3 months that they were talking about wouldn't be covered from today's date. So we could, if
We
if
could
it's-
leave it open.
I think we should just say bring it back after the state's concluded.
That's right.
That's exactly what.
With their.
That's
That's
exactly my recommendation,
Right.
that that can be part of the amendment. Then I indeed second that.
Mr. Delgado?
My questions were answered. Thank you.
Okay. I have a motion on the floor and I have a second. Yes, ma'am.
So, you know, I'm not inclined to start moving into motion the text amendments, because I think, yeah, we may be protected in some way from someone who wants to apply for one of these, maybe. I don't necessarily agree that we have to act on every application that comes through the door if we don't have that as a prescribed activity. And I'm afraid on the other side that someone who has a constitutional right to this will point to our prohibition language and say, you're depriving me. So I don't know, and I was confused about the amendment. Was the amendment that to the motion, what was that?
It's just that
as
staff.
soon as
it's
the
just-
report comes
Right.
from the state, that the staff would then, our staff would bring it
Bring us
back.
back an update.
And bring us the update so that we would take action if necessary.
At that point, on a
Right.
text amendment, we would
No,
vote.
we're
on-
moving forward with all of staff's recommendations today.
I won't be supporting that because I don't believe that I feel we should be dropping in a prohibition against this at this time. I think we should just sit back and wait. And I think there's a lot of jurisdictions in Nevada that this applies to, and I don't think we should be the second one out the door with action that is different than the first one that has looked at it. So I won't be supporting that motion.
So is this the same framework that Henderson had? Or no?
Councilwoman Shivi, I'm not aware that the city of Henderson has taken action. The city of Las
Okay,
Vegas.
Vegas, okay. Las Vegas.
It is similar. However, they have, as I indicated, set a specified time frame. They've put a 180-day time frame on it. Staff's concern with that is that, as Councilwoman Zadra pointed out, that 180 days will actually expire prior to the deadline that the State Health Division has for completing the regulatory process. I was in attendance at an interim finance committee of the legislature several weeks ago where a representative from a health department indicated that they believe they are going to need every minute up until April 1st to get those regulations in place. And certainly, as I've indicated, we are going to be monitoring them along the way and likely will be able to complete some analysis around those regulations, how those interface with the priorities and the information that has come out from the Justice Department, how that would interface with our current land use regulations, those types of items. It may be that in those regulations, some of the issues that were raised today as being concerns of the community are addressed, and we won't need to take any further action, and us doing so, in fact, may be duplicative and cumbersome. So I anticipate that shortly after that regulatory making process is complete in April, 1st of April, we would probably need a few weeks to complete our analysis and are prepared to bring back a report to the council once that process has been completed. An analysis for you, perhaps we'll have policy recommendations for you at that time and or additional items for your consideration.
Okay, Mr. Delgado.
Sounds like there's some concerns regarding the dates for when we're going to see this. Would it be plausible to give a date, March, the first week of March or something, for staff to come back so people know what's
I
going
don't
back?
think we need to put a date on it. When the state health department comes out with the regulations, then we can get it and bring it back to council.
So they're going to bring it back April 1st. That's when they're going to be deadline. After that, they have like 2 or 3 weeks to get
If
things
by
going at the
chance they
state.
get it done earlier, they get staff
That's
to
right.
bring it back earlier. I don't think they're going to get it done earlier.
You know,
But if
maybe
they
we
do,
could
staff can bring
say-
it back sooner.
Yeah, maybe we could say, just for comfort, no more than 2 meetings after the state has completed its report. So that would give staff, if they completed it 2 days before our first meeting, that would give staff at least those 2 days plus 2 more weeks to complete.
But I mean, my understanding is staff is prepared very soon to bring text amendments to the Reno Municipal Code prohibiting these. So this would come October 9th. We would be introducing an ordinance to prohibit marijuana establishments, both in the zoning ordinance and the business license. Is that the schedule?
Councilmember, that is the schedule. However, I need to clarify that the ordinance amendments would not be prohibition against the establishments. It would be a stay on the acceptance of applications. There is a fine difference, that it's not a policy statement from this council that they do not wish to allow the establishments, but rather that with the resolution that is proposed today and with that ordinance that you are, if I may put it in simple terms, taking a time out from acceptance of applications. And if, in fact, someone brought an application and we did not have that stay, staff may be compelled to accept it, to act on it. It may go into an administrative hearing process. There could potentially be other legal action that's taken against the city. And that's the reason that staff is recommending this process, is to give us some time to participate with the state in the regulatory process. At the point that that is done, come back with a recommendation to the council. And it may be at that time simply to lift that stay rather than remove a prohibition.
So you're not proposing no or kill it or anything. You're just saying the stay for right now.
Correct.
All right, the chair has a motion and a second on the floor. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Those that oppose, no.
No.
Show the vote, 6-1. Resolution.
Resolution number 7896, resolution of the Reno City Council directing the city manager not to accept any applications or requests to operate or permit any medical marijuana establishments as defined by SB 374 of the 2013 legislative session.
Have motion second. All in favor, say aye. Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Oops, 6-1, I'm sorry. Ms. Sadler, would you take over, please?
Indeed. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We'll return to item D3, positively 4th Street. Mike Draper. Mr. Draper? And will you identify yourself for the record, please?
So I'm actually Scott Emon. Mike Draper couldn't make it.
Okay.
But he was kind of representing the Positively 4th Street collection of businesses.
Great. Will you move a little closer to the
yeah,
mic?
Sorry. So I'm Scott Emon from Under the Rose Brewing Company. This is Eric Brooks from Valley Arts. And we are here on behalf of Positively 4th Street. Just kind of wanted to recap our event that took place on August 17th. We really appreciate the proclamation that the mayor gave us for the day, and that was great. We had over 700 people show up on the day of the event, 11 bands.
We had 5 food trucks. We had 18 artists participating in an art show inside the building. We also had a maker's fair outside. Some of you were able to make it. Thank you so much for being able to come by. It was a great event. The mural that was painted by Tim at Cuddleworks is coming along fabulously. It's so much nicer than the murals that had been there before, and it really gives a great message of what we're trying to accomplish there on 4th Street.
And will you identify yourself also for the record?
I'm Eric Brooks from Valley Arts.
Thank you.
Yeah, just so to kind of recap, we just really appreciate all your help, and we look forward to kind of teaming up with the city a little bit more next year for the second annual Positively 4th Street event in order to kind of rejuvenate the neighborhood, really kind of help everybody out. Businesses, homeless, everybody that's involved in 4th Street, and kind of bring that area of Reno up and just rejuvenate the area.
Great. Thank you very much.
Was this your first, excuse me, can I ask a question? Was this your first event?
Yeah, this was the first year for Positively 4th Street.
And you had 700 people?
Yeah, 700 people, and
That's amazing, because our first event in Midtown, we had 27.
Oh, really?
So
Well,
you guys should be very proud.
Thank you. We're kind of piggybacking off of the momentum from Midtown. People have seen what has happened on the in the Midtown area, and they really kind of want to clean up the 4th Street area as well. It's, you know,
This is the new face of change, truly. It's the grassroots efforts and all the small businesses that bring it together and, create this local vibe and flavor. So, I mean, congratulations, you guys.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. And I just wanted to comment, I did attend this event, and I will say, there's some great things going on down here, and there's some real investments being made. And the brewing company, Under the Rose Brewing Company, is fantastic. And then what's the new club where it used to be?
Oh, John Tomeo he has opened up Bodega Nightclub as well as Bodega Lounge, where the old underground nightclub
Yes, and
was.
if you haven't seen this, I mean,
it's beautiful.
It's
inside.
beautiful, and he has really invested a lot of resources into this facility. So kudos to you guys for doing this, and I look forward to next year.
Thank you very
One
much.
tip of business advice, buy property around there, which I did with
I know.
Midtown.
I'm trying.
Before we built it.
Cheers, guys. Thank you very
Good
much.
work. Thank you. Thank you very much. Item D4, we need to recognize those who submitted their photos and that we identified as being the first, second, and third winners in the competition.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. And if I could ask the other members of the community who are here to receive their recognition for their submissions in the contest today, I have Mr. Biergenheyer, Mr. Konzaki, Ms. Deacon, and Mr. Lohr. If I could have them join up here. I'll call you all up in just a minute. But I'd like to begin this presentation today on our Living in Reno photo contest, and forgive me, for the record, Cadence Matievich, Assistant City Manager. Begin today by introducing Mr. David Luke. Mr. Luke submitted the idea for this photo contest through our new online citizen participation tool, thinkreno.org. And he shared with us his idea of having our citizens share images that represent to them what it means to live in our fine community. And we saw that and thought, what a great idea. We're having wonderful ideas that are coming into us through this new citizen engagement tool. And this is the first one that we've been able to bring to fruition. And it was of particular interest to us because the city is going to be relaunching our website, reno.gov, later this fall. And we thought, first of all, what a great opportunity to showcase the artistic talent in our community. And second of all, what a great way to get some fantastic new images that we're going to be able to use when we relaunch our City of Reno website later this fall. So we were thrilled with the idea and want to recognize Mr. Luke and thank him for contributing. It's citizens like Mr. Luke that are going to make the difference in moving our community forward and realizing all the possibilities that we have. So we thank him for his submission and the idea. We held the contest over the course of August and received more than 70 entries. Council will recall at your last meeting, you all voted on the finalists, and we have, I think, all but one of those winners here today. And in addition to some other prizes, they're going to receive a framed copy of their photo. And so today we'd like to recognize the first place winner for the photo Couple Sitting at Wingfield Park. And that's Darren Birgenheier. Is Darren here? Okay. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to join us, but we'll congratulate him on that, and we'll make sure to get the framed photo of his submission to him right away. The second place winner for, Council will remember it was not an easy decision. It was a close runner-up for the photo My Service Dog Nala is Timothy Kanzaki. Thank you. The third place winner for the photo overlooking the Truckee Meadows is Patricia Deacon. I apologize. I hope I'm saying these names correctly. Congratulations. Thank you so much. And we also have with us today Erin Lohr, the winner of the People's Choice Award for the photo Lightning Over Reno, joining us. Thank you so much. We congratulate everyone who submitted these wonderful images. We've got some great new photos, as you can see from our winners here, that are going to be displayed on reno.gov when we launch the redesign of our site later this fall. And would like to extend a big thank you to everyone who participated, a congratulations to the winners, and again, a thank you to Mr. Luke for submitting this great idea to us. And I imagine that the council members would like to shake your hand and congratulate you, so if you wouldn't mind, just go around the dais. They'd like to say hello.
People like you keep giving those ideas. Thanks.
Bring us more ideas. I will. I got some. Thank you.
That's awesome. How'd you know?
Terrific. You know, one of our priorities is community outreach and getting our citizens more involved, and you guys are a perfect representation of what a great community is. Thanks for your talents and your ideas. We appreciate it. Okay, we'll move on to the consent agenda, and we have public comment. Mr. Dene?
Okay.
I don't see him. We'll return to him if he returns. Eddie Larton? I don't see Eddie either. Katie Calling? Katie, there she is. And when you arrive at the mic, please state your name again for the record.
Katie calling. I want to discuss E13 and E16. One is the homeless management, where you want to give a company $212,000 to count them, the homeless. So it is my opinion that L9, the one that's going to be talking about the task force, I would like the task force to be responsible for counting. I think there's a better way. So if we could maybe not do that and talk about it in the task force before we give a company, and maybe there's an alternative besides that company, because it seems like an awful lot of money to just count people. And then E16, shoot, I forgot what it was. Anyway, oh yes, the $282,000 for security at the shelter. I can't even imagine why we would need to spend that kind of money to update the security at the shelter. They're not psychopaths, they're just human beings that are poor. So, I mean, I'm down there every single week, and I don't need that kind of money to protect me, so I don't even know. But that is also something I'd like to talk about in the task force, so if we could maybe not approve that and let it be discussed during that, and then we could bring it back and talk about it, that would be amazing. So, anyway.
Thank you very much, Katie. One more time, Eddie Lorton, Sam Dene. Seeing neither of those individuals, we'll close public comment on this item and return to the table. Any items that council would like to pull for discussion?
I have some. I would like to request that we pull for discussion items E2, E3, E7, E11, E12, and I had a couple questions for Ms. Calling on E13 and E16. I wasn't going to pull those. I just wanted to understand if she had read the staff reports, and I guess she's left. But, so I'm prepared to motion, I'm not going to pull those.
Any other items?
May I follow up on her question, Madam Mayor? Did you read the staff reports for E13 and E16 and understand the one was for a secondary access for security over on the security for the employees? Did you look at all that?
I did not read the staff report, mostly because I'm learning how to understand the city council, everything. But I do know that these need to be sorry, let me rephrase that. They're required in order to be eligible for grants, but I feel there's an alternative that's less expensive.
Okay.
So that's mostly, I should have said that when I was up here, but I'm.
Okay, that's fine. I'm going to go ahead and not pull those and continue discussion and look forward to your participation on other areas of this, and happy to talk to you offline on it too.
Okay. That money could be used for the task force, just so you guys know.
Okay. Any other council members have items to pull for discussion? All right. Motion and a second to approve all remaining consent items. Those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Pulled items. First one was E2. Ms. Breckus.
Little question for you on this. Sounds like we have a law firm that we have on some sort of retainer that wants us to acknowledge releasing them from a conflict. Why don't we just terminate the agreement we have with them? And particularly, this gets to this whole issue of outside counsel and our vote and our purviews, and just trying to have an understanding of what our outside legal resources are. And this is one I didn't even know existed.
Susan Ballroth, Deputy City Attorney. We have not terminated the agreement. We do not pay them any monies, and we have just kept them on because of their expertise, especially with regard to Tumwharf. Certainly, we could bring back a termination of the agreement, but we didn't want. This is just. I didn't have a problem with proceeding with the consent to move forward the utility relocation agreement. There's two relationships as set forth in the staff report. The attorney for Plumas Vergara had helped in assistance with certain remediation issues because of his expertise, and then other members of the CELMAC firm have helped with regard to Tumwharf. We don't pay them anything. They're there. Their knowledge is valuable, and they have held their rate for the government for $150 since the beginning of time, and they have never asked for an increase. And certainly, I'm sure their rate is 3 times that much.
Oh.
So I would recommend just going forward with the approval of the letter of consent, and we could consider in the future bringing back to cease the retainer agreements.
Well, I mean, if staff doesn't think that's something we should do, and, maybe the rates would jack up, when that happens. I had seen last year around the budget time, a list of all the outside counsels that we had on, and I don't recall that this one, I think it came through the Office of OMB, was on there, but I'm satisfied with that explanation. I understand what they're doing here, so, I'll motion.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, item E3.
E3. This is a licensing agreement for right-of-way plant. And I guess my question for this one, and I didn't pull E4, which is coming along next too, but it seems like we don't get much money for allowing people to plant stuff in our right-of-way. I think it was $64 per square foot. I know was that what it was? It seems like, they're going to have a block party in my neighborhood. It costs like $300, $500 to close the block for a Sunday afternoon, and these guys get plant in our right-of-way at really, I don't know. Have we ever done a comprehensive analysis on our costs within our right-of-way to whoever has stuff in there? Because this is maybe the third one I've seen come through, and they seem very low, and I'm just wondering how we've been setting these right-of-way reimbursement agreements.
For the record, Chair Lahani, Engineering Manager with Public Works. Depending on whether or not the utility provides service to customers in this area, there are different ways of calculating their fees. Utilities of this nature, like telecommunications, who provide service to customers in this area are charged through their business license fee of 5% of their revenue. So that's completely separate from this. Plumas Sierra is a company who does not provide service to folks in this area. So they're not charged through business license, which in turn is why we have a license agreement for the actual space that they're occupying. This particular license agreement is only for the particular space. So it's a very small space that they are seeking to occupy with their conduit in this particular agreement.
And I understand all of that, and I understand that, some we have franchisee agreements and it's part of a bigger picture. But my question is really, do we just stick with the number that was set maybe in 1985 when they first put this plant or conduit down there, and we just keep rolling that, and we don't have any escalators, or we've never really done a thorough right-of-way analysis of, are we getting enough money for allowing everyone to go into our right-of-ways, passing through up to Plumas County or wherever?
I'll ask Lori if she's here to come up to talk about the actual appraised value, but I understand it's based on an appraised value and there's a percentage, and in this agreement there is also an escalation for inflation after the first year.
So a very recent appraisal is done for each of these, a current one?
No, I would not say that. There she is. Thank you.
You're right. You're right. You're exactly
Lori Miles,
right.
Public Works. It's been based on an old appraisal where land value was based on $6. It's a 10% cap rate that they use per year based on the land rate. We have not had a current appraisal.
Well, I mean, this is conduit that's probably going from somewhere to somewhere. Do we know if Carson City is charging the same dollar square foot? I mean, do we have any idea of what the going rate is among other jurisdictions, or?
A study like that has not been done.
Okay. I guess, this is more for my edification to understand where we're at. I know you have a project, you're bringing forward the agreement. I'm just trying to understand our overall scope on making sure that when people are in our right-of-ways, they're paying us fair value. So thank you for that explanation, and I'll motion.
We have a motion And a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. E7, and before we start, Mr. Lorton, I had called you during our public comment section. We will reopen it and give you that opportunity, even though we called you twice and closed it.
Thank
Please.
you. Okay, this is Mayor, City Council, Lady Lorton for the record. I really hope, I just kind of want to clump all of them together here, E40, E7 as a whole. It's the bridge project. And I hope we can really, the way we're going through money and the way that our debt is, I hope we can really analyze it, because as we see, we're going to call it a federal project where it's going to be federally funded, but a lot of our 8-cent sales tax revenue, and there's like 14 million of those, are going to go towards a bridge also. So it seems pretty spendy to waste $24 million on one bridge. So as a whole, I hope we can look at all this. I'll just speak to one time, only take 3 minutes of your time instead of speak on each one for 3. I'm sure you're relieved. But I hope we could really look at doing a finance committee of some sort to really review, and I'm not sure if it's done or not, but I do want to treat our money like our own checkbook. I've said that before as well. And this is a lot of money for one bridge, okay? As to where sometimes it's cheaper to fix something than go back, tear the whole thing out. There's no traffic that's going to be able to go through there for a long time. And I certainly hope they never turn it into a walkway, because imagine how it affected over on Mill Street there, where all of a sudden they gave that section to the CN and it just killed the businesses that went east of there. So I hope they're not going to turn it into a walkway, and I wish they'd really have some kind of committee to assess what it would cost, because still the feds are probably going to help us fix this bridge, and what it would cost the city, and if it's a lot less money and we could still accomplish what we're trying to accomplish. I wish they'd really think about that. So I'm just asking if we could maybe get a finance committee available where we could outweigh everything, and I'm not in the loop really on it, but it just seems like an awful lot of money, and the 1/8 cent is our money, and that's a lot of money for one bridge, no matter what the feds are going out on, but we should be fiscally responsible with federal money as well as our own. So I really wish you could review this, everything, and see what it would cost to fix it up comparative to just wiping it out and redoing all this. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Ms. Breckus?
I had questions about this for staff. If there's cost overruns on this, because it's an infrastructure project with a number of funding sources from different, different funding sources, different entities of decision-making, cost overruns, who's responsible?
For the record, Chair Lahoney, Public Works. The funding sources are set up in a kind of a tiered manner. NDOT is first, a funding source. Flood Management Authority is the second funding source. Third funding source is RTC. And fourth is the city's street fund. So that's kind of how it's set up. We'll know when the bids come in December, January, what the costs are going to be. So at that time, we'll know how far down the layers that we will need to go for the identified funding. This is just all the funding that's identified that's being brought to you. We don't anticipate needing all of the funding, but.
Is there a contingency built in, or that'll be built in when you get the bids?
In the contract, is there a contingency? Yes, there
or in
will
the
be a
funding source.
contingency.
You have some preliminary estimates. Is there
Correct.
contingency built
The
in?
city's street fund is the contingency.
And let me ask you about this, the city street fund on this bridge, which I assume is it's a regional bridge. Do you know how much City of Sparks funds and their own unique funds were spent on that bridge that's being built over in the East Valleys right now, that new bridge?
I don't. I believe that was fully funded by RTC, but I do not have that answer.
So RTC is building a brand-new bridge that's maybe $40 million without having to tap their own city funds, but we're tapping about $2 million of our own city funds to build, a bridge that's served this community for 100 years. I'm hoping that we don't have to go there, because that's money that we dedicate for our local roads.
Correct.
And so when will you be getting the bids back?
We're in the environmental permitting and the final design phase right now, and assuming all of our approvals come, in a timely fashion, we should be putting this out to bid in the latter part of this year. So we would have bids ideally, cross our fingers, December, January of 2014.
Okay.
January 2014.
Okay. Well, if y'all could follow up and let us know the funding breakdown of that bridge, because I'd like to understand, there's a growing understanding of bridge threats and bridge vulnerabilities across the country, and I'd like to see how, we're approaching funding new and existing bridges in our region.
You would, it's just to follow up, you'd like a memo regarding the funding on the RTC
Yeah, I'd
bridge,
like
the
to see that
Southeast
breakdown.
Connector?
Yeah.
Sure. Okay.
And that's all I have.
I received a call from a citizen who had some reference point kinds of questions, and some of it historical, but still current. The concern was that, and I think we kind of heard it referenced, is it new information, or are we staying current as conditions change? And what have we done differently in this plan? These were some of the concerns and questions. What have we done differently in this plan to address some of the issues that we had, like the flood walls? We had many businesses along First Street in particular, from the towers in Java Jungle and, the old Patterson's Block and the Masonic Temple, all of those areas that were severely affected. How is this bridge project potentially going to, the monies that we're utilizing, going to have an impact on the long-term flood planning issue? Have we matched the two most currently? If you could kind of speak to that and the committee's involvements, everything from our financial advisory committee to the multiple working committees.
Okay. For the record, Charlotte Honey, Public Works. All right, so to the first point, I think, was the plan. How does this go along with the plan? And if you're referring to the plan for the Virginia Street Bridge, this is probably the 6th or 7th time that you have seen action on this. We brought to you the public input, we brought to you the aesthetics and the selection of the structure type, you'll recall. That was about a year ago. We've progressed going along the lines of the direction that was given at that time with the design that was selected.
And Charlotte, and thank you, because we need to hear that too. But it's kind of the check and balance, I guess, of the long-term flooding plan and action that our community needs. This being one element within that. How is there an opportunity that the money that we're spending on the bridge, is there a concern that the money we're spending on the bridge could be utilizing all of the funding resources so that the rest of the plans and actions that are needed for flood protection in the community will be seriously negatively impacted in the future if we spend everything on this particular project?
I would say that we aren't spending everything that's available on this project. This project is funded only I shouldn't say only 7 million, but only in part by the Flood Management Authority. The other portion of the funding is coming from, as we discussed already, the $10 million with the federal bridge funds also. With respect to flood, this project fits in and has been done in close coordination with the Flood Management Authority. So it fits into the overall plan. It doesn't fix the problem necessarily. It fixes this problem, but it doesn't fix the whole problem in downtown, as you're well aware. But it does fit into the plan. This isn't something that's going to have to get redone later, hopefully for 100 years. But so that it does fit into that. There are other projects also that are funded through the Flood Management Authority in Sparks and in other areas also. I'm not intimately knowledgeable about everything that the Flood Management Authority is doing, but.
Can I just, because I got a call too, I'm assuming it's probably from the same person. My answer is, the bridge needs to be replaced. It's a hazard. So, because one of the questions is, why is this the first project? Why can't we do these other things first, and then we can deal with the bridge later? And to address Mr. Lorton's comments too, the bridge is a hazard. It needs to be replaced. It's a pedestrian hazard and a vehicle hazard, and it needs to be replaced. And if we're going to replace it and be in compliance with the flood program, we've got to raise it. It's got to be raised up. So the cost is because we are trying to make it in compliance with the flood project. That's why it's so expensive. There's no way to do this. We've been at this with this bridge for several years. You've been for a few months. I mean, we've had all these discussions. We've looked at trying to save the bridge. We've looked at, we've gone down, I don't know how many public meetings that we've had to try and get public input on what we should do there. But and I think this was the cheapest of the options we had to comply with the flood project. I think at one time we were looking at hydraulically raising the bridge with hydraulics and maintaining those hydraulics. And there's a lot of things that went into coming up with where we're at today. And that bridge needs to be replaced, and it needs to be replaced last year, not next year. So to me, I said, yeah, it is a policy decision by us to move forward with this project first, because the need to replace that bridge is critical. So that's my answer.
And Charlotte, if you would just kind of speak to the flood project has multiple individual projects that have been identified. Many of them far to the eastern part of the region took priority over this one. So maybe speak to the prioritization of the projects, and that was certainly part of it. And in the same discussion that I had from the resident that called, it is a priority. It is a serious safety concern.
Oh, yes, this bridge is without question a priority for the city of Reno and also for the Flood Management Authority.
And so can you speak to, just ever so briefly, how those priorities were established?
For the record, John Flansburgh, Public Works. The flood project, there are several projects that have been fast-tracked for different reasons. One of them was the Walmart off of Glendale. There were some flood walls put in there as part of the development, with some participation with that development. Sparks has North Truckee Drain, a very large project they have, and so some of the funding that the flood project had has been going towards that. The Virginia Street Bridge is very important to the city of Reno and to our downtown area because it is the biggest impediment to the flood flows that come down. When we have a flood in downtown Reno, one of the first actions we always take is to call up some contractors, get an excavator on some of our bridges downtown, because the debris comes up, and when the flood waters rise, the debris gets caught underneath in the bridge, and it raises the whole hydraulic elevation of the water at that point and everything behind it. So by this project, we'll actually be able to put more water underneath the bridge. We won't have the impediment of the pier in the middle to catch the debris, so we won't be putting people out there in harm's way, so to speak, for those actions, and it will reduce the hydraulic elevation behind that bridge. Of course, our next impediment is going to be Lake Street Bridge, but Virginia Street Bridge has a greater impediment than the Lake Street Bridge does at this time. So that kind of speaks towards, I think, some of the things that you were asking.
Yes, and specifically the flood walls that were not constructed after the 97 flood. This bridge how will it impact or improve that situation?
Well, certainly because the water won't be being retained behind the bridge, it lowers that elevation some, so you won't have the water going over at as early as it would have at other times. So that's a help to this. There was a long discussion that council had regarding what level of protection we wanted for downtown. And the trade-offs that we were always dealing with was the elevation of how high the bridges would have to be and how high the flood walls would have to be to get to 100-year protection downtown, as opposed to a level of protection with some sort of compromise between the two. And so the decisions that have been made and what's been incorporated into this bridge is basically, and you throw out a number, it's 100-year protection with 2 feet of freeboard as opposed to 100-year protection with 4 feet of freeboard, which is what is required to meet the quote 100-year protection. So it's just, it's a number. It's just a matter of how much water you can convey underneath the bridge. So those kind of decisions have been made. That's kind of the level of protection we'll be able to get for downtown. There are some other things we can look at doing, and those are some ideas the flood project is bringing forward for that. But our community was not willing to accept high flood walls and these bridges and losing the sight of the Truckee River during the rest of the 99.9% of the time when we don't have high flood water.
And the question was asked again in the conversation that I had, did we go back and revisit the original plans that were designed for our plaza? And we had the walls were built into that in a very aesthetic kind of a way. Was there an opportunity or a reason to go back and revisit some of those original plans and compare those to the remedy that the bridge would provide us?
The flooding and the proposed flooding and the elevation we have at the bridge, all of those elements fit together in and around the bridge itself to make sure that those walls are in place. The flood walls we have in place right now have, they're going on however many years that they've been in, and they're going to have, a maintenance concern come up before the bridge maintenance concern will come up way down the line. So, I mean, those will be looked at that time if there's some additional improvements needed for the downtown stretch of the Truckee River for flood protection. But the bridge is being built to all the standards that were agreed on ahead of time to meet all the criteria we want for both flood and for transportation.
And Charlotte, did you have something to add to that?
I think that you were referring to the step-down
Correct.
concept at the plaza.
Correct,
and
right.
that is currently included in the project. A step-down area to the plaza on that little triangular-shaped piece that's towards the riverside. Not the Riverside Hotel, but the riverside of the plaza.
Understand. All right. Any other questions?
Real quick, I just wanted to give some information. There is a website with a lot of this information, vsbreno.com, where people can go and get the whole landscape historically and commissions and committees as to where the Virginia Bridge is currently. So again, if for people out there on TV land, it's vsbreno.com.
Thank you. Anything else? Ms. Brooks, are you prepared to make a motion on this one?
I am. I motion to approve, what was that? E7. Thank you.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. E11?
E11, question about this for staff. This is a lease modification for our Jewel Southside School building. Looks like the current tenant wants to expand into the whole building. I also see, expand from part to take the whole building. I also see that we have some more or less covenants on this property right now that expire, let's see, when did they expire? They will expire December 31 of 2017. And then we have some capacity to maybe think more strategically about what we want to do with this asset. So why not just make the lease stop on that date so we can reconcile the two together rather than taking the lease out to, I don't know, what did you take it out to, 2018 or so? You took it out to, I think you were taking it out to 2018. Do you think it'd be a problem to just have it terminate when the covenants terminate?
Steve Hardesty, Public Works. I believe the company you're talking about, I think, is one with the state for the elevator. I think that's one of them. I think that'll expire, I think, in the next few years. The other one that's currently on it right now is the energy retrofit, which will also, I think that goes into 2020 somewhere. It's quite a ways out there. So that also inhibits some of our abilities to lease and or at least to sell. This was the original lease, I believe, came in last year, and it was under the 268-064, which is the 25,000 square feet or less. And this is just a modification of that, and that lease is already in place. So that'd give them a 3-year lease, and then also 2 one-year extensions if they want to take them.
So
and that takes us to the 2018.
Yeah, I mean, I would hope when we adopt a more comprehensive real estate policy that we would deem this building, one of the unique jewels that we hope to keep in our real estate asset portfolio. But, the two covenants, one is programmatic, and that's the one that you mentioned about it has to be the use of the property to be available to the public for cultural and recreation programs and services until December 31, 2017. So we can think about a completely different use at that point. And I guess that even brings up my other question is, is this lease with a private nonprofit entity within the guidelines of those covenants? Is it, because it doesn't really sound like it's open to the public. It's a nonprofit that serves a public purpose, but it's not necessarily open to the public, is it?
When this lease was originally brought to council over a year ago and was approved, it did qualify under that period. Right now, what we're getting on this property is the assessed value at $1 a foot. So we're getting, what would we be able to get even if we went out and went to somebody else to lease it? So I'm not quite sure whether the covenant goes away, and that would be, the one that you're talking about is the one for the elevator that came from the state. So I'm not quite sure what would be the difference if we took that covenant away and went and got somebody to lease the property. We'd still be leasing it at the same price,
Same
which
rate,
is $1
you
a
think.
square foot. So.
Yeah, but it ties our ability to use the property for our own purposes. Not that we have that program, identified, but I don't know. So essentially, this lease ties us up with the Southside School until what date?
I believe it'll be about 4 years more, I believe, because I think
Well-
this is after the first year. So it's a total of 5 years is the max, according, under 268-064. The max is 5 years, and then they have to be out.
So we're tying up this building to September 2018, and then there's automatic renewals on that?
That is the full 5 years, I believe.
Okay, so it's just 2018 that we're tying up this building
Yes, ma'am.
to a nonprofit. Okay, I don't know if anyone else has any other comments. I feel like I keep coming back to this point of what are we doing with some of our real estate, and what is the broader thinking on some of this real estate, and it seems like we keep getting hit with leases or extensions, but there's no real big schedule, and I know we took some action and asked staff to kind of look at that, but I just, I'm trying to understand where we're at. So 2018, we cannot get in or use Southside School for our own purposes.
I
We'll
guess
have a
what,
tenant
and
in there, so it
Mr.
can't
Manager,
crowd.
if staff could visit with Councilman Breckus, and in particular, kind of the history and direction that was given before we contracted to have all of our properties looked at in the usage. So maybe that would answer some of the questions as well. If you could get back and go over maybe in more detail that report that was done by CB, and then what the vision is from here forward. If you could sit down and visit and have that conversation, that might be some good background information for
Well,
you.
I appreciate that. I did read that report within my first month of taking this office, and it seemed more like an inventory and not necessarily a strategy of, what we want to do and how we're going to use different properties and the distinctions among different properties, from the retrack ones, the covenants on some of them, like we learned on the RTC bus station, that we couldn't lease it for some amount, to even our own building. And it just seems like, there's a lot of real estate activity coming our way and not really clear on any given, idea what we want to get out of it. And so are we guiding and leading the objectives with this real estate, or we just, whoever comes in with a good idea for lease, we'll see what works?
For the record, Bill Thomas, Assistant City Manager. The direction that we're following, which was set previously, really was one of seeing what we have based on the market. In other words, rather than go individually through all the buildings and do a plan on them, we said, let's go out to the market, let's see what's out there, what the interest is, and then we'll evaluate based on what we get back how we move forward. It sounds like what you're asking for is kind of look at the property by property and make a decision on whether we want to put it up for sale or lease, or what we want to do with it, which is different from the way we've approached it. We can certainly look at it that way, but the current process really was one of seeing what the marketplace tells us is of value.
And I don't know if I'm really comfortable with that. I mean, this is a building that is one of the few architectural treasures that we hold. And so I think that's a distinction to be made versus this next one on the item, which is a building somehow we got through some federal programming and whoever we were partnered with is leaving and now they're back in. So I do think we need a little more clear vision or asking us for direction on some of these different approaches of our real estate. And I know we kind of took action on looking at that next time, but I'm just, these things are raising questions for me when I see them come through. And I also wanted to see what the comfort is of tying up this building till 2018.
Is there any further discussion by council?
And I guess one last question is, do we know what this organization does, what they're doing for our community? Are they meeting some sort of public purpose?
I believe that it was included in the staff report, what they actually do. See if I can find out where it is.
Julie Conway, Parks and Recreation Community Services Director. In answer to your question, Sierra Nevada Journeys is similar to an outdoor school, and so they're a nonprofit that provide an opportunity for youth and families to learn about the environment, and also they also train and teach in the environment, as well as use this particular building as for their administrative offices and as well as for teaching. So this is their administrative offices, but if you look at their online presence, they're basically, I would call them an outdoor school.
This building's pretty cherried out. Are we doing annual inspections to make sure that it's being maintained in that historic character? Is that part of the lease agreements?
I'd have to ask Steve on that one. I did want to respond to your prior question about whether the building is accessible to the city for programming. We can still use the upstairs auditorium if we wish to do that. We would just need to coordinate with Sierra Nevada Journeys. I do not believe they use it 100% of the time, so that auditorium that is upstairs is available for not drop-in use, but the city could coordinate use of that as needed. Regarding the inspections, I will ask Steve, or I would imagine you're talking about the fire department as well, inspections, or only the historical character?
Just the character and
Okay.
or the wear and tear.
Okay.
As with most of the properties that we do lease and stuff like that, we do keep in contact with the leasee. We do go over and we do visit them and make sure that everything is up to speed and everything. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well,
Motion?
I'll motion.
And a second, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Did you also have E12?
12 is a little different and interesting.
Hold on.
Yes.
I just wanted to clarify this, Mr. Mayor. I will need to recuse myself. I am on the board, but I also want to make it clear that I have no financial interest. Okay.
If you have no financial interest, I don't think you need to recuse yourself.
Tracy.
Or you just disclose.
Tracy
It's
Chase,
just
Reno City
disclose.
Attorney's Office.
Okay, then to disclose?
Yes, you've disclosed now. Is your role on the board, would you be involved in approving the contract on behalf of the entity as a board member? Or how does the approval on the other side go?
No.
No, okay. Then you, since there's no pecuniary interest, you can vote.
Okay. So you've disclosed and you're
Okay.
eligible.
So question for staff. This is a property that we bought, I guess, with community development block grant funds at some point, and the tenant left, and now we have a new contractor in here, right?
For the record, Jody Rowe, Goodwin Housing and Neighborhood Development Administrator. Yes, Councilmember Breckus, the property was bought in the mid-'90s with CDBG funds for an organization that went out of business. It was reoccupied by a public service agency that has now relocated to its own facility, and now we're switching the use to housing limited clientele through a third agency.
How many, so through the CDBG function and holdings, do we own a lot of property?
No.
Is this the only residential property that we own?
I won't swear to that.
Okay. did we think about selling this property? Do we have restrictions on so we can just sell it to a nonprofit or someone else? I mean, unlike South Street, you know, or a South Side school, it's not really a jewel. It's really a house that could be, you know, going for a public.
With CDBG, we could sell the property. The financial benefit of that would be we'd sell it at current market value. The money would go back into the CDBG program. However, we do, as staff, look at all opportunities to repurpose them rather than resell them, simply because in this case, we'll get housing out of it, and which is something we desperately need for this clientele as well as all of those at extremely low incomes.
Is there any other subsidy involved in this housing, how this is being used?
From the city or?
From the user side? Vouchers, anything?
There are not vouchers attached to it. And Ms. Dupay is here to answer any questions if you have them specifically of her. There is not a rental subsidy going into the property. It will be paid for. The rents are just set low enough that persons of extremely low income can afford them.
Okay. I guess, you know, one way to look at this is if this went into CDBG and could be rolled into a more CDBG eligible project, we could probably defease some of our debt on the homeless shelter or put some money into triage or some of the other areas, CDBG gap areas.
Assuming that the current market value would be about $150,000, you would be able to put $15,000 into public service.
15,000
Yes.
into, okay, but it does, you know, go into other areas. I guess this is, again, thinking comprehensively about the uniqueness of our real estate portfolio, and here we are owning a house, which is maybe the only residential property we own, in contrast to, say, a lot of nonprofits that hold housing or the housing authority, and it just, I don't know, you know, I'm still trying to get a handle on what we're owning, for what reasons, and where we make those decisions. But, so they're until, are they there right now?
They are not.
They are not. So this would move them in for how long?
It's a 5-year term.
Okay. Okay, I understand. Thank you.
Can I have a motion, please?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We will now go into recess for a labor session. We are in recess. And we will move to public hearings. Item F1, Madam Secretary, have all notices been sent?
Yes, proper notice was given and no correspondence was received.
Do we need presentation? Is everyone satisfied with what? F1.
Few questions, staff. Ugh. The code officer that we are paying $100,000 out of community development block grants,
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
is that the code officer that's been moved up to the manager's office, or is that a code officer who's patrolling a certain area?
Jedera, Goodwin Housing and Neighborhood Development Administrator, for the record. It is a number of code officers. We pay for code officers doing code enforcement activity in RDA 2 areas.
RDA 2?
Yes.
Okay, so it's $100,000. It says in the staff report, code enforcement officer, but you're saying it just goes into the code enforcement officer budget item. Okay.
Yes, and we transfer the money based on hours that are recorded in the payroll system.
Okay, and then what is this loan program that created one job and, or 5 jobs? No. You kind of turned over goal, actual amount expended. This one job creation loan program, what is that loan?
Previously, we had a loan program that has operated a number of ways. Previously, most recently, it was operated actually by city staff when we had a redevelopment agency and economic development staff. And that was a loan that was made at that a while ago that finally created the job that was required under the CDBG regulations.
When's that loan terminate?
The loan typically has a 7 to 10 year term, so
Okay.
it probably doesn't terminate until, it won't be paid off until at least 2018.
And we've only created one job with that?
They're typically small loans, so
Yeah.
it's one job for every $35,000 of investment.
Okay, so our goal is 5, and we'll just see by 2018 if we get 5 jobs created from that. Okay, and then Washoe County General Funds, it says the county provided $1.13 million in general funds for the operation of the CAC. Is the county really in that much on the CAC operations out of general fund this year?
Each year, the Washoe County allocates funding out of its Child Protective Services and Social Services budget, which is essentially their general fund, and it's actually slightly more than that that's allocated. That's what was expended.
Okay, because I don't recall that coming up during the budget hearings.
I think in the current, well, it doesn't come up in our budget hearings. It comes up in the CAC cooperative agreement.
Oh, okay. And so
Because
that
it's not
was-
like they don't give us the money and we budget it. We all collectively allocate the money to the project through the cooperative agreement, and then they actually reimburse us for the expenditure.
Okay, so that was in the cooperative agreement. And then this homeowners rehab current balance, is that a Sparks project? Is that something that we have?
No, the one that's reported in the CAPER is from our old homeowner occupied rehab program. I always feel like I'm putting
Yeah.
homeowners in rehab, but so we don't currently have an active rehab program. It is from loans that were made and are outstanding. Most of them are deferred loans, so we don't get payments on them. They stay there, and when they get paid off when the property transfers ownership.
There's a ton of, there's maybe, 40, 50 homes out there.
Yes.
Who administers this, and how do we, and there's a lot of balance. It was, hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Housing and Neighborhood Development staff administers the program.
Okay, so say someone's going to sell their home, in that sale, they pay off that loan, and then that loan comes into us as program income?
Yes.
And then we get to spend it within CDBG guidelines?
Yes.
So at some point each year, we get to see what our CDBG program income is, correct?
Yes, it's about $50,000 each year.
Okay.
They're not large loans. So.
Okay, but maybe $50,000 a year, we get CDBG program income up and above our
direct allocation, yes.
And do we get to spend that $50,000 however we want?
No. We get to spend it exactly like other CDBG funds.
So it's based upon the allocation. And so through the budget cycle, we just throw that in and lump up our allocation and throw that program in?
Yes, each year when we do the action plan, we account for the previous year's program income.
Okay. That's all the questions I have on item F1.
Are there any other questions?
Motion to, is this an adoption motion or?
It's approval for
Approval,
submittal
yeah.
submittal to HUD.
Yeah, submit it, yeah.
Motion and a second? Second. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
We heard item F2 earlier today, so we'll move into ordinance adoption, G1.
Ordinance number 6306, ordinance to amend Reno Municipal Code, Title 16, Fire, Chapter 16.01, Fire Administration and Codes by repealing Section 16.01.010, adoption relating to the 2003 International Fire Code and appendices, and adopting Section 16.01.011 relating to the 2012 International Fire Code and appendices B, C, and F as amended, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
Motion and
Second.
a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Resolutions.
Item H1 is Resolution Number 7897, resolution in support of an application from the Washoe County School District to the U.S. Department of Education's fiscal year 2013 Race to the Top grant program.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. H2, leasing of 1 East First Street.
Steve Hardesty, Public Works. We're coming back to you again for another intent to lease property here in this building. The previous time that we came back, we had a date on the letter of intent or the intent to lease, which meant that we had to come back to you to get another intent so we can do the second auction. We're not going to do that in the future. So, what this is just a repeat so that we can come back to you on the 23rd of October, do another public auction, and then after that, we'll be able to put this place up for with a broker if we so decide.
Okay.
So that's what's here.
Thank you, Steve. Questions or a motion to approve? Motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Need the resolution on that?
Yep. H22.
Resolution number 7898, resolution of intent authorizing certain city-owned real property identified as office space at City Hall, 1 East First Street, to be leased by public auction for minimum monthly lease amount of .85 per square foot to $1.30 per square foot, in accordance with the provisions of NRS 268.059 to 268.062 and Title 15 of the Reno Municipal Code.
Motion? Motion to adopt and seconded. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. H3.
Resolution number 7899, resolution of the City Council of the City of Reno amending City Council Resolution number 5242, modifying the process for appointments to the Reno City Planning Commission and authorizing and directing the members, officers, and agents of the city, jointly and severally, to do any and all things and to carry out, give effect to, and comply with the terms and intent of this resolution, including without limitation, preparing and processing any necessary amendments to Reno Municipal Code and Title 18.
Madam, I have comments on this. This was not exactly where I recall we were going to go with a resolution. I thought we had talked about asking the Attorney's Office was going to tell us whether or not we were in conflict with NRS, which sounds like we are.
Correct. Yeah.
So that's good.
For the record, John Shipman.
And then from there, the discussion was going to be among us on an approach that I had mentioned where there's 7 up here, there's 7 on the Planning Commission. Each Planning Commission slot gets kind of designated as the Ward 1 appointment, the Ward 2 appointment, the Ward 3 appointment. And the resolution is to the manager that, based upon this slotting, when the vacancy comes up on the Planning Commission spot that holds that spot, the manager goes to the Ward 4 person, says, your spot's open, who would you like to appoint? And that's how I was hoping that we would give direction to do this. And we can do it by resolution. So that's along the ways that I had thought. What I'm seeing on this resolution is more or less just let's be in compliance with NRS, and I was hoping to go a little more specific on a manner.
Mr. Manager?
Madam Vice Mayor, Councilwoman, I'm actually comfortable with that, if that's the direction that the council would like to go.
Mr. Dorch?
Yeah, and, that's kind of, we haven't gotten to the manager to do that in the past, but, that's how we've done it is, we've tried to make sure, at least since we've been here, it wasn't done that way prior. I think when we came on, I think there was probably 5 planning commissioners from Ward 1 at the time. And we've made an effort to make sure that all the wards were represented on the planning commission. And, whenever there was an opening, we would look at the makeup and see, if there was a ward that wasn't represented, and if there was, we'd talk to the council member from that ward and see if who they would want to appoint. So it's really exactly what Jenny's saying. So it's just now we just go to the manager. Would it still come back to the council for approval?
Well,
that's
NRS says the chief executive makes the appointment. So as far as I'm concerned, he makes the appointment, and in his announcements tells us who he's made. It was slot 5, Ward 5 that came up this time, and Ward 5 Council Member Jardin said this, and I have made that appointment, and that's kind of how I envisioned it going. What would be the next step if we go with this way is for the manager to come back with us with the roster and slot all these. And I remember last time you know, so he needs to slot each one. He'll slot the Ward 1 person, you know, for my spot, but the at-large and the mayor, you know, he'll have to decide who gets slotted for that. And I know the mayor last time had an appointment he won and didn't get, so I'd certainly defer with him to have the next one up if that's, you know, within his, you know, term. So I'd propose that we just give this direction that we've given to Andrew and ask him to come back with another resolution kind of following along those lines. Because this resolution kind of changes that. It's different than this resolution that I see.
I see some gray area in there. I'm not sure that it is very clear. I thought what I heard you say is that it would be the representative from each of the 5 wards. But now trying to, which I think is absolutely appropriate, to also have input from the at-large and the mayor.
Absolutely.
I don't think we clearly identified how that would happen.
Well, there's 7 on the planning commission and there's 7 of us, so two of those are, you know, one of those appointments that large, one is the mayor appointment, and Andrew fleshes that out and brings us back the planning commission roster with showing us how he's assigned that.
Okay.
If I may, Madam Mayor, just real quick, I just wanted to point out, just from a history standpoint, we had City Resolution number 5242, and this resolution didn't try to override that, and that had in that resolution the notion that council's intent that each ward of the city will be represented in the planning commission, that the council may use an interview process to evaluate potential candidates, and if there isn't a qualified voter for a particular ward, then the council will approve the most qualified. So am I hearing you want something different from that, or do you want, okay, so you want, just so I know how to draft it, how would you like it?
Yeah. I would see that, you know, it's hereby, there's 7 members of the city council, there's 7 members of the planning commission. On the planning commission roster, each seat shall be identified as representing a specific, representing a specific council ward, or the at-large and mayor, with each body on the council, each member of the council having an appointment on the planning commission.
Okay.
They shall be slotted, you know, on the roster, and at the time a vacancy occurs, the manager approaches the appropriate council member and tells them, there's an opening, who do you want? And the chief executive makes the appointment, because that's what state law says, the chief executive makes the appointment. And so that, the resolution would be written that way.
Got it.
And, yeah, okay. And Andrew, when it comes back to resolution, Andrew just shows us how he slotted it, so we all would know.
So does this one need to be approved today still? Still need this resolution?
No, I mean, we're out of compliance with state law. I mean, we can get a resolution on the next agenda, I'm
Yeah,
thinking.
I don't anticipate an appointment coming up soon, so.
No.
Yeah, so I don't know where we are with that, but we can get that done, turned around real quick.
And, I mean, I'll just, for the at-large and the mayor's not here, make one last point, if I may, is if we say we want each ward to be represented, and, you know, the vacancy shows up, there could be a situation where the mayor or the at-large cannot appoint someone from a certain ward because there's not representation on that.
Well, I'm
trying to think
I
how
would think it would be more, like, the mayor and the at-large can appoint from any ward.
Okay, that's true.
But the only conflict you might see is, let's say there are no applicants from a particular ward. So let's say the Ward 4 seat opens up, and there are no applications from Ward 4, then I would think that I would be able to appoint someone I wanted in that same manner from a different ward if I had to.
And then at the next go-around, the at-large or the mayor, you know, they're kind of compelled to go into Ward 4, and, you know, that could be okay, I think.
Okay. So I guess the council member can appoint, keeping in mind that we're trying to make sure all the wards are represented. We can appoint from any ward based upon the applications we receive. But the goal would be to
Preferably your ward, yeah.
To appoint from your ward.
Absolutely, but.
Right. Right. So discretion still lies upon the individual member that's appointing.
Have fun drafting that one, Jonathan. Okay. Ordinance introductions. We have none, so we'll move on to department items. J1, Parks and Rec.
For the record, Bill Thomas, Assistant City Manager. I wanted to preface Jeff's presentation on this item, just to make clear in terms of what we're asking the council for today. This item is really something that probably should be done on a more regular basis, because the last time you did this was in 2005. And very simply what it is a look at how we provide the standards of care, the standard of service we provide for our parks maintenance. And so Jeff's going to come up and he's going to go through specifically where we're at today and some suggestions in terms of dealing with our current situation. But we're not asking the council today to necessarily pick or choose. Certainly if you have some thoughts or ideas about these different options, we want to hear that. But there's really no pressure to decide today on any particular approach or strategy. Many of the strategies that Jeff will go through will be very obvious in terms of there's going to be additional steps before they're implemented. So this is a kind of first cut at it to give you a presentation on a policy issue that ultimately you will need to decide. And many times this is the kind of decision you maybe make during a budget, but it really is to try to get this beforehand so we can talk about park maintenance in general and the consequences of different options and strategies. So with that, I'll ask Jeff to come up and go through his presentation.
Thank you.
For the record, Jeff Mann, Parks, Recreation, and Community Services. So as far as park inventory, this is where we stand today compared to where we were in 2000. 2000 was pretty much the beginning of the building boom for park maintenance facilities. In the 13 years since then, we've increased our sites about 43% and our properties about 38%, fairly well across the board. In 2000 alone, we opened 5 new parks, and then we've been fairly consistent from 2001 to 2010. We operate based on a set of maintenance standards and a maintenance management plan. And the standards are a textual description of what we want our parks to look like. You know, basically we want, for example, turf. We want it to be uniform in color, uniform in cover, and playable, usable, and safe. That's basically, you know, what the industry goes by. From that, we've identified current priorities based on our funding availability and council direction. And that's the frequency at which we're going to perform our various maintenance tasks. And we have about 800 different maintenance tasks that we perform throughout our park system. The standards then determine what our service frequency is, and that's how often we're going to maintain a particular amenity in a particular park, and it's based on the size of the inventory. You know, is it a 49-acre park or a 5-acre park? Is it a double-sided restroom or a single-unit restroom? You know? So it's based on square footages, how often we're going to perform a task. Is it a daily task? Do we clean this restroom every day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year? Or is it a restroom that's only open seasonally? And is it a restroom that we need to be cleaned 3 times a year? We also look at the park in general. For example, Wingfield Park, it's size-wise, it's a 3-acre park. But usage-wise, it's extremely busy. So it gets as much maintenance planned as a much larger park, just because of the level of use that it receives. So we apply that inventory and those times per task into a formula which is basically on national standards to determine how much work our inventory requires. And our current inventory, as shown on the past slide, requires about 72,800 hours of labor in the field. Last fiscal year, as you can see, we were just under 38,000 available man-hours. And as I said, we have 70 tasks that we perform in 749 different job sites. So a park can have multiple job sites. The park itself, but the picnic shelter, the restroom, the turf, the planter beds. You know, every unique feature is considered a job site, and each feature has its own set of tasks. So that's how we plan. We follow up with supervisory inspections. Right now we're inspecting each site once a month with our 2 supervisors, so that's 1,680 annually. And when we roll all that into a management plan, this is the summary for the plan itself. As you can see, almost 73,000 labor hours total for our current inventory. We have approximately 38,000 available, and that's hours in the field. So we subtract out vacation and sick time, training time, and so forth. It does include travel time, though. In 2005, the City Council adopted a standard based on comparative agencies in the International City Management Agency Performance Measurement Consortium, and that was 7.5 FTEs per 100 acres of developed park. We started out just above that level when the City Council adopted a 1 cent property tax directed towards park maintenance in FY 2000-2001. So in 2002, we were slightly above that. Once additional parks came online, as you can see, we started to drop below the 7.5 target, and then since 2010, we've significantly reduced. So I mentioned we have current priorities for maintenance, basically high priorities and then everything else. And our high priorities are keeping our restrooms and our reservable shelters clean and usable for the public at large. We want to make sure our playgrounds are safe and usable. We operate our irrigation systems for basic operation. We want to make sure that our irrigation systems are providing water to the plant so that we don't lose the plant. Obviously, we want to respond to graffiti and vandalism in a timely manner, and we're working towards capital renovations with the $400K money that council allocates annually. Those are our top priorities. That might include about 20 of the different tasks that we do. So there's a lot of things that are a lower priority. And some of that is what's being seen in the parks right now. General park cleanliness, picking up trash and litter outside of the restroom and shelter areas. Planter bed maintenance, that's scheduled annual pruning, weed control, and litter control in our planter beds and in our park rights-of-way. We treat those as a planter bed. And then advanced turf maintenance. That includes top dressing, aerating, overseeding, all the turf maintenance required to maintain a desired sports field. We're doing little, if any, of that. That also includes more dedicated irrigation maintenance for our turf. Ideally, we would be checking irrigation systems, the entire system, every other week to make sure that not only do the heads pop up, but they pop up and they rotate the way they're supposed to and we have adequate coverage. We used to do that about once every 2 to 3 weeks years ago, and now we do it when we turn systems on. And if we have an issue that's been reported to us, we'll check small areas, but we don't do it on a proactive basis any longer. Here are trends in park inspections. You've got a bigger chart in your report, but just for ease of viewing, I show the last 6 years here. When we started this park inspection program in 2000, we had about a 73% passing ratio. By fiscal year 10, we had an 80% overall passing ratio, and that's supervisor inspections, and we're typically harder than the general public. Since 2010, we've steadily dropped, and we're down now lower than we were in 2000 when we started the program. So overall, we're at 63%. So the current status, the park system, given our current resources, is unsustainable. If we apply our difference in the total labor hours required with what we have and apply our average hourly rate, that's a difference of $1.8 million just for labor and benefits. That doesn't count equipment time and supplies and so forth. And unfortunately, we do have some planned growth, and that's going to increase our shortfall. We've took over City Center Park, the old bus station, this fiscal year. We have several new parks that are in the works for development in the next 3 years. And then we also have some rights-of-way coming online, the Southeast Connector and McCarran Widening. So as the Assistant City Manager mentioned, we have a range of options. Some of them are better than others. And in an ideal world, we probably wouldn't propose any of them. They can all be implemented if council desires. We're not asking for a specific direction today to go forth and do something, because they all require further study, as you'll see. So I'll go through them fairly quickly. The first is changing our staffing resources, either in-house staff, changing our mixture of, we basically have a park maintenance worker position and a senior park maintenance worker position. Most of our work is done by a park maintenance worker, and it's a fully qualified position that does 90% of the available tasks for general park maintenance. And it's a good salary it's a competitive salary for the advanced technical work. Unfortunately, we're not doing a lot of that advanced technical work anymore, like top dressing and overseeding and advanced pruning. We're spending a lot of our time cleaning restrooms and picking up trash and litter. That is low-skilled work, which frankly, and I've told my guys this and they agree, I pay them too much for that. They appreciate it, but they know they're overpaid for that type of work. But that's what we spend a lot of our time doing. Another option is contract maintenance for those routine tasks. We've talked about mowing contracts. We're also looking at putting out to bid basic park maintenance for some of our area parks. We can also shift responsibility for maintenance. We can look at not only look at how we perform maintenance, but who's doing the maintenance. We have a joint use agreement with the school district. We're maintaining 19 school sites, and they pay us 50% of the cost, 50% of our actual cost. Included in that is a number of elementary schools. And unfortunately, the way elementary schools work, they're on the fields now about 10 months of the year, including the entire dormant season. And the Reno Youth Sports Association is on those fields 6 to 7 months a year, depending on the season. There is absolutely, in our climate and in our condition, even if we're fully funded, there's no way to adequately maintain a field with that type of use. So we propose working with the school district and possibly pulling those elementary schools out of the joint use agreement. Same thing with high-use athletic fields. Mira Loma is an example, the Terra Sports Complex. Some of our middle schools, they're used far more than our ability to care for them. We are working with RYSA to bring in a nationally recognized consulting agent who can do an analysis of how much we use our fields with the level of maintenance that we're performing and give us a formula on how to match those two up. So we're pursuing that with RYSA right now. Another option is to replace our fixed restrooms with portable restrooms. Sparks doesn't build park bathrooms in neighborhood parks, nor does Washoe County. Where they've had them, they've closed them and used portable restrooms. We've continued using our permanent restrooms in every place that we have them. There's a number of sites where we don't attract residents for long-term use. So it's just a general park. We don't have organized sports leagues. We don't rent it for a picnic shelter and so forth. So there's an option there to close our park bathrooms and replace them with portables. In our right-of-way inventory, an option that we could further study is looking at transferring the funding for that inventory to the street fund. They're there because they're part of the street right-of-way, not because they're part of the park. We maintain them because we have the expertise in landscape maintenance. We can also look at reducing the planting level. Currently, most of our street rights-of-way are planted according to the General Development Code. 1 tree per 30 feet. And 6 shrubs per tree. Tree maintenance is fairly easy and fairly inexpensive on a broad scale, except for the irrigation systems. But you start adding a lot of shrubs to it, a lot of plants, then the annual maintenance cost goes up significantly because that plant stock requires regular care. The additional irrigation generates a lot more weeds because we're putting more water on it. And then the shrubs, they're trash collectors as well. So to keep them looking nice, we got to do more litter and trash control for those areas. We can also look at seeking private support. A number of our landscape rights-of-way are in existence because either neighborhood advisory boards pushed for them, or in some cases, adjoining commercial development wanted a landscape in the median similar to what their landscapes are. So we can look at working with some of the commercial property agencies that adjoin some of our landscape rights-of-ways and seeing if we can come to a funding agreement with them. And then finally, we can look at eliminating some sites. We have some landscaped rights-of-way sites that are as small as this table. And they've been in place for many years, but there's really not a lot of public benefit. There's a lot of other sites that are so tucked away in a small residential area that the general public will never see them. The only people who will are 10 or 12 people who live on that street. Moving to our park inventory, we have some of the same options. We do have a number of parks that are owned or adjacent to or jointly owned with other agencies. We have an 8th Street Park, which is a greenway strip, which is actually part of the I-80 right-of-way, and we maintain that. We have 2 parks which are, one was built by the Reno Housing Authority and one is completely surrounded by Reno Housing Authority. We jointly own but maintain the Oxbow area with the Nevada Department of Wildlife. UNR is a park, but it's really a glorified landscape rights-of-way right adjacent to, or Seminary Park is adjacent to UNR. And then we have Robin Hood Park, which was donated to the city as open space and then built as a park primarily to support the residents of those 8 different multifamily housing units surrounding that. We can look at transferring any or all of those sites back to these other agencies. Obviously, that requires some negotiation, which we'd have to bring back to City Council. And then we have some other very small park sites, very few amenities that we could look at repurposing for other uses. In future development, our current master plan calls for 3.5 acres of neighborhood park and 2.5 acres of community park per 1,000 residents. That is currently unbuildable at our current level of residential construction tax. And as you see, it's unmaintainable at our current staff level. We would propose reducing that to a figure that is much more manageable, especially for new plan unit developments. And then change the development maintenance requirements in those PUDs so that if a developer wants to create a PUD, they have to give us the parkland. Some developers have done that, others have not, and we've purchased the land, which then limits the amount of development that we can do. And then we can also require that the HOAs at least share in some of the maintenance. Some of the PUDs we have that relationship with, and others we do not. So what are the staff recommendations? We've separated these into what we can start this year, we're calling short-term. Obviously not implement any of them because most of them require further study and negotiation. But these are the things that we think we can start. Changing agreements with the school district and RYSA for joint use fields and high use athletic fields. We can negotiate with NDOW to transfer maintenance of the Oxbow Nature Study area to state wildlife. We can look at replacing some of our park bathrooms with portables. We can expand our competition for services program. As I mentioned, we're working on a bid for a limited scope for area maintenance, general park maintenance in like 2 areas of town, and then transferring some of the maintenance to those other agencies that either own the property or are completely surrounding the properties. Also seeking the private support for right-of-way maintenance, enhanced right-of-way maintenance, primarily on these 3 areas, Plum Lane, South McCarran, and Wells Avenue. Changing the park development standard in the master plan. And look at transferring right-of-way funding to the street funds effective next year, if that's available given the way that streets are funded through the property tax override. Long-term, beginning in the following fiscal year, changing our staffing matrix. If we're going to keep some of these maintenance tasks in-house, as I said, we pay our folks too much to do some of this work. We need an entry-level position, which we don't have now. We could also look at using more seasonal work, part-time temporary work. We used to use that quite a bit. 10, 12 years ago, we brought in lots of seasonals in May, and we released them in September to coincide with the busy season. The funding for all of that went away during budget cuts. So now all of the work pretty much is performed by fully qualified full-time park maintenance workers. We can eliminate shrub plantings and street medians over time. Probably happen as streets are reconstructed. Remove some pocket planting areas in those same streets as they're reconstructed in the future. And then transferring some of those low-use or single-purpose park sites to either other agencies or possibly selling the property. So conclusion, the goal is to match our resources with our inventory so that we have a park system that is sustainable and is going to meet the basic needs of our community. And with that, I'd be happy to answer questions.
Questions? What do you think,
what would you say, how to, how, I don't know how to say this exactly, but on a scale of 1 to 10, how hard is it for you to continuing to keep up these parks at this level?
10 being we're fully capable of of maintaining the parks
Yeah.
at our adopted standard. We're probably at 2, maybe a 3.
And obviously, I mean, looking at this, there's so many different moving parts and all these different agreements, you know, with the Washoe County School District and looking at those kinds of agreements. So I want to be really careful. Obviously, this is something that we really need to take much more time and look into and really, really, you know, obviously pay attention to it because there's a lot of moving parts here.
If I can, just to remind you as I started, what we're really looking for from you is, are there ideas that you have that we should throw in the mix? Are there ideas here that Jess presented that you want us to throw out and not even look at? Because we're really not asking you today to necessarily, you know, pick 6 and leave 4 on the table. It's kind of the first blush, or the things here that you just say, don't touch, don't even pursue that. As we go through all these things Jeff mentioned, we're going to be coming back to you, and we're going to say, here's what this means. That concept that Jeff presented means this. And then you'll have the chance to decide whether that's really something you want to do. But that's really what we're looking for today.
I guess just after you answered that question, being a 2, it makes, obviously, us incredibly nervous. And I, you know, would like to make sure that we do this in a timely manner. Again, government can be slow and frustrating, so I'd like to make sure that we make this a priority and look at it. So, thank you, I appreciate it.
Mr. Delgado?
So, I guess as Councilwoman Shi was alluding to, what's a process outside of today that can take a form of jumping on some of these possible ideas from Jeff? I mean, is there a group that would meet with Julie and Jeff, or a council member or 2 that would see this as an opportunity to jump on? Or what's usually the process? What's been the process? Because as Councilwoman Shi, it's important to everyone in the community.
Well, if you're giving us direction to pursue any of these options that I've listed or other options that you've got, then obviously we're going to put together a staff team that's available to work on those options. And, you know, that'll be a multi-department team depending on what the option is. Obviously, it's going to include myself and Julie and Assistant City Manager Bill Thomas, but also a City Attorney's Office, Public Works, and so forth. And then we'll also be working with members of our Recreation and Parks Commission, because they're our advisory body, and they've seen this same presentation and understand the condition of our parks and the need to do something different.
If I may also add, thank you, Jeff. Julie Conway, Parks, Recreation, Community Services Director. With the presentation to the Recreation and Parks Commission, they endorsed and discussed what was presented here today, and they have seen this with the park condition decline over time. So what they would like to see is that we, at some point, take some action to be able to bring these resources in alignment with the facilities that we have. So if I can speak on behalf of the commission, that's what they're looking for. And again, to reiterate, today, any feedback, comments, if you feel like you want us to move forward with all or some of these, then obviously we'll take it to the next step and come back at some point in the near future. The other thing that's in the staff report that I wanted to highlight is there will be a public process. We've started that certainly, but there will be a public process with those that are adjacent to the properties, the parks. We'll certainly work with the Neighborhood Advisory Board. That's part of what we would do. We would not do that without incorporating that part of it. We would also work with Renee Rungus and working with Human Resources and all of that as it may impact our human resources, because we have very qualified individuals and we want to put them where their skills, levels, and abilities can make the best use of their job and also make sure that we're taking advantage of their skills as well. So it's a combination. So in answer to your question, we will take any feedback from you, and as presented, we are prepared to move forward, and we'll come back to you.
I'm sorry. My assumption is that the Parks and Rec Committee is a part of a lot of these discussions. There's a council person that's on that.
I'm the liaison.
Jenny, would you be a part of these conversations to see as they move? I mean, I think it's going to be timing, right? I mean, we're coming into the fall and the winter, so I'm assuming that it's hopefully here in the next few weeks, times will go slower on the fields. They won't be used up as much to get some of these things lined up in the springtime. I mean, Jenny, are you part of those conversations? Or?
And, the Parks Commission is very involved, and it's a good group that they rely upon quite a bit to bring expertise from different parts of the city, and it's good. And, a lot of these issues they've been touching on. I guess, a couple thoughts I have is, first of all, these are the hard decisions, and I think staff's doing a really great job in framing the discussion, but I feel like the parks, the built environment that we've created over 100 years of the city plus, is a legacy. And now we're asked to really decide what our commitment to that legacy is and, what we already have and going forward. And I think one thing that, in making these hard decisions, is the facilities and our commitment, budgetary commitment to the facilities needs to be thrown up in coordination with our commitment to the programmatic nature. We had Al Rogers, who's the parks director over at Washoe County, say that Washoe County's out of the programming business. Well, that's a decision they made, and I don't know why, but a lot of the budget is also programs, and I think if we're going to be looking at the facilities, we also need to have a discussion at the same level about the programs. And I know they're very important programs to a lot of people, but I think we need to look at the parks budget in toto. So that's my first comment. My second comment is, I think in terms of some of the solutions to the school district arrangements, I think maybe you need to inventory for us the schools that you have by ward, so we can know. We have a lot of those of us who represent the ward, and I'm sure the mayor and a large member have, concepts of the dynamics in those neighborhoods. So I think that would be something to bring with us and let us know a little bit more, fleshing out each of those agreements, when they were entered into, what's the nature of activity. So I think that's an important one. I think another real key one is what you mentioned on the streets budget. The right-of-way, we see that RTC is going to build the Southwest Connector, and we have an interlocal agreement with them, and we're getting a lot of landscaping. Just like on McCarran, we're getting a lot of landscaping. And I wonder if we've even been maintaining, have we been doing the maintenance on McCarran already? Because I know they're removing some trees and putting them back in.
We've maintained that area of McCarran
Okay.
landscaping.
Okay, because they're kind of juggling that. But I do believe that should go to our streets budget. But we also, like I made in discussion earlier about the Virginia Street Bridge, our streets budget is doing regional projects, and we need to have a serious conversation about what, if we absorb stuff into the streets budget, which I think we should, what can we get RTC money for our streets also, and I think that's has to be one of our highest priorities in terms of balancing our regional resources. So I would definitely advocate that you pursue that, and I'll just, I have a few other comments, but I'll let others weigh in.
I just have a question. This was a lot of information to absorb, and I'm sure we'll move forward and take it one bite at a time. The one thing that did stand out to me, and I have a question, is when you talked about the portable restrooms potentially in some of the parks, would that be in parks that don't have restrooms now, or it would be in place of permanent structure restrooms?
In place of permanent structures.
Okay.
They would not be additional restrooms. They would
That's
be in
the one
place
thing
of-
that stands out to me that I would not be supportive of.
Yeah. And I echo that with, odor questions. I mean, maybe give us a little case studies of, how those are working. I, as a mom who has been at parks, you go to a park a lot when you have a little kid, and I'm sorry, but a kid in diapers or with a kid with a potty accident, it's a lot easier to get them into those restrooms with the stalls and more than those, tight ones you have to step up into. It's just a harder sort of thing. Or, I suppose it beats no restroom.
Mr. Dorch?
Thank you.
No, it's all good.
Jeff, how does our agreement with RYSA work currently? Are they maintaining the sports fields?
Under the agreement with RYSA, we do 90% of the maintenance. RYSA collects the revenues from all the leagues. It's $10 per player, whether it's youth or adult, whether it's soccer or little league, or soccer, little league, or soccer, or regardless of the sport. And they supplement what we do with those revenues. So over the years, they've picked up, for example, maintenance of 12 restrooms, which are only open for league use at parks like Swope Middle School. Those restrooms are only open when Little League is there playing, and that's historically been the way it is. So they picked up all the annual cleaning of those restrooms. They also provide, the last few years, they've been giving us $7,500 for us to buy fertilizer, and then we apply it, because we discovered we could fertilize 20 sites with that money using our staff, and they could fertilize about 9 if they contracted it out. And they also use the money for some level of improvements and renovations. So they've worked with the school district, they've worked with PTAs, BFAs. So they do top dressing and overseeding and sod replacement on a limited scale with the money that they collect. Typically, they're spending anywhere from $50,000 to $65,000, $70,000 every year for some level of field work.
So as far as the basic maintenance, the mowing, the irrigation, all of that, that's all on us?
That's all on us, correct. And that's by the agreement. The leagues are only responsible for maintenance of turf Little League fields, infields. Because if Little Leagues want a turf infield, then they pay to maintain the turf infield. They mow it, they do the irrigation, so forth. But everything else is pretty much on us.
And as far as RYSA, do we monitor their revenues and their expenses? Do we look at that at all, about how much money they're bringing in and where that money's going?
We get that report twice every year when it's provided to the general membership.
And I mean, are they operating at a big profit? I mean, are they spending all their money on an annual basis? Are they?
They have, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but the last time I looked, they had about $50,000 that they keep for major projects. You know, a league wants to do something big, like Moana Springs, for example, or what Continental Little League just did at one of their fields by putting in artificial turf. And then so they keep about $50,000 to $60,000 on hand for those type of projects.
And everything else gets spent on.
And everything else pretty much gets spent.
Do we get those reports too on what they're doing?
We can forward them to you. They come to staff. And I can certainly forward them to the council.
Even in an email would be fine. I don't know if you need to bring them here and give us a presentation on it, but if you just maybe forward those to us so that we can see them.
Of course, I can do that.
I mean, I guess, Jeff, how many schools do we have in conjunction with our parks? Do we share?
We have 19 joint use schools. That's every middle school in the city of Reno, and all but, I think, maybe 4 elementary schools. And some of those are sites like Swope, for example. It's all school district property, but the city helped build it with residential construction tax. Other sites are, elementary schools where maybe the PFA or the school district put in the turf field and the city agreed to maintain it. So there's a mix there,
And
but 19 total.
Okay. Would we be able to take a look at where those are located and where the next closest park is to those locations? Would that be something that we could fairly easily take a look at? I mean, to give you direction, I mean, I would be, initially, without knowing that, I would say, whoa, be careful. The ones I'm familiar with in my ward are, because that's really about the only park that they've got in that area. For Libby Booth School and Anderson in particular, really high multifamily residents and nothing else for those kids to do. Could we take a look at that to give you some direction?
We can provide those maps. Under the joint use agreement, only the field is provided to the city and ultimately RYSA as part of the agreement. The school playgrounds are not part of the joint agreement. So if the school district wanted to close those to the general public, they could. It's not a violation of the joint use agreement, because we don't maintain those. We only maintain fields.
Okay.
And that doesn't preclude RYSA, for example, from negotiating their own agreement with some of those schools to use those fields.
I also have concerns about the portable restrooms. I'd like to see the vandalism. You know, I can see dumping them over, you know, kids, fraternity guys, you know, out just creating mischief. If there are reports like that in our community, you said that the county and Sparks, that's what they utilize. Do we have numbers of what kind of maintenance issues they have with vandalism?
They have no less than what we have with our permanent restrooms. We have some portables in our park system at sites where we don't have permanent bathrooms. So yes, we do suffer vandalism issues. It's much easier to replace a portable restroom than, for example, take off graffiti every day at a neighborhood park bathroom, which in some cases we have to do.
But I have, to that point though, aside from family accessibility, which is very important, I worry about our handicap accessibility to portable restrooms. And maybe I just haven't seen where the permanent temporary restrooms have ramps and those sorts of things.
Under the ADA guidelines, we would have to place portable restrooms which are ADA accessible.
I would be, you know, there are a few that I could say, yeah, not much heartburn. It would be to eliminate the sites that don't have real high public visibility in terms of the rights of way. You know, that's one that's a little bit more comfortable. And looking at the planned unit, the PUDs, and transferring some of those maintenance requirements over to the HOAs and you know, that the property acquisition, yeah, I think that makes absolute sense for us to take a look at that as well. The RYSA we already talked about, so that makes sense. And maybe we should take a look at the development standards within our master plan. You know, does it make sense for the 2.5 acres per 1,000 population? We haven't been able to live up to that maintenance-wise, so maybe we should have you come back to us with some alternatives there. I'd be willing to listen to that. Anyone else?
Just really quickly, I know we can get into the meat and potatoes of this later, and we should probably move on. I mean, we have a huge agenda. But just really quick, last question. From what I understand, we just have one adoptive park program. How many do we have?
Well, our adoptive park program makes 62 of our parks, I think, available for adoption. We have about 1/3 of them are now currently adopted.
Okay.
In which case we have an agreement with an organization or a business to provide some level of maintenance for a 2-year period. And 1/3 of the parks that have available work are adopted. And then in addition to that, we work with Keep Truckee Meadows Beautiful, and we have lots of one-time groups. You know, they might not want to adopt a park for 2 years, but they might be willing to drop in 2 or 3 times at a variety of parks. And we do a lot of that. You know, our volunteer numbers in the last 3 years have gone from under 1,000 hours per year to almost 3,000 hours per year. But, you know, we're short 38,000. So we're not going to make it up through volunteers alone, but it certainly helps.
And I think we're a very creative group here, and other municipalities are doing like crowdfunding and stuff like that. So maybe that's something we can look into when we have that discussion. I mean, this is a big ongoing discussion, but I think it's very, very worthwhile.
And we do have public comment on the item. Jerry Frederick. There you are. Followed by Ted Levater.
Madam Vice Mayor, Council, Mr. City Manager. But I'll keep my comment short. One of the things that individuals and businesses alike look at for quality of life of regions are the vitality of their parks and what kind of condition they are in. That is a policy of this council. I will not say that what you should do or what you shouldn't do. That is only a decision that you can make. But what I will say is, if you have the same report that I do, and you look at the numbers, the staffing levels should be around 7 3/4 people. You've been doing it with 7. You're down to 3 1/4 now. Unless you provide them the tools to do the job, you're destined to fail. That would be like manning a 5-person baseball team and expecting them to win the World Series. It's not going to happen. So you need to consider that aspect of it too. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Ted?
Thank you, Ted Levater, for the record. First of all, Madam Vice Mayor, I'd like to state my profound appreciation for you aligning the procedures of this body with the spirit of the open meeting laws by taking public comment after the discussion by council. I felt it was very informative and will help me to narrow my public comment and so it pertains to the items that you guys have already discussed. First of all, for those that don't know, I am the official adopter of Plumas Park. I've been the adopter of Plumas Park since March of this year, and we have approximately 50+ volunteer hours out there. So I do have a little bit of experience in this area. I'll hopefully lean on that to help inform your deliberation here. First, I emailed you guys this article. It's about a recent study that was done out of the Georgia Institute of Technology that attempted to test the relationship between the perception of a park as a successfully governed common resource pool and behavior which contributes to collective action, such as contributing money, time, and other resources. So basically, they did a study to find out what can we do to increase volunteerism in our parks. What they found is a connection between perceived involvement in rulemaking and volunteerism. It seems clear that when it is made clear that community involvement in rulemaking is necessary or desired, that people are more likely to get involved. So I know Councilwoman Sheevy was just talking about the Adopt a Park program and other ways to get more community hours of volunteer hours to improve our park maintenance. One way you could go about doing that is by increasing the sense of self-governance. Now, Plumas Park is actually a perfect example of this. I don't know how many of you guys have been to Plumas Park any evening, but you will find upwards of 20 dog owners utilizing Plumas Park as an off-leash area. Currently, off-leash uses are prohibited at Plumas Park. So if park users were able to be more self-determining to determine what uses were appropriate and those uses were then sanctioned, we should see an increase in volunteerism. And I'm sure that extends to other parks as well. So if you would like to see more volunteerism in your parks, look for ways to give people a greater sense of self-determination in the parks. Also, handicap bathrooms. Plumas Park is one of the places that does have their bathrooms located right next to the handicap ramp. I think that's a really important point in terms of accessibility to general park users. And again, when it comes to a sense of volunteerism, I know I'm sure there's a good reason why it hasn't happened yet, but I've been the adopter of Plumas Park. I filed my application in October of 2012. I still don't have a sign up at Plumas Park, which recognizes my organization and the community members who volunteer that we have adopted that park. So there is I think there are some things that the Parks Department could do to increase that sense of volunteerism. And then the only other question I had, and I only caught it briefly, did I hear it correct that the permanent structure bathrooms are only cleaned 3 times a year, or was it 3 times a month? And in regards to families going to use parks, and maybe I misheard it, and if I did, my apologies, but if we're only cleaning those bathrooms even 3 times a month, that might be something we need to look at closely. I'm available for questions.
Thank you.
Jeff Mann to respond to that. We clean most of our bathrooms anywhere from 3 to 7 times per week.
Madam Chair?
Ms. Breckus?
I just think, kind of winding down I'd just like to echo, the Parks Commission has talked a bit about the Adopt a Park program, and I was even talking to the KTMP staff recently about it because they have, have that also, and I think that's a high priority, and I think that gets into the discussion of the programmatic side of your house. We're talking about limited resources. We're not talking about a new Adopt a Park volunteerism coordinator, which I understand Washoe County has, but it's within your resources, and so that's part of that earlier comment. I was very curious when Mr. Rogers came about talking about a neighborhood park that was going to go next to a regional park. So I know we just got rid of our shared services framework or shared services committee with the county, but I think we do need to work with the county on parks. That to me has always been a priority area, and I didn't see that in your staff report. And finally, the growth going forward, the PUDs, the changing the master plan, I believe that that needs to be in context of the big picture of our zoning ordinance and our master plan, because we have a number of service areas where we have standards that we're having a hard time with. And I'll just remind the council that we have a plan unit development, and those are vested rights. Those are very concrete vested rights. And we have one winding through the Planning Commission that's about the size of a Somerset coming through right now for some rework. And there's maybe 3 or 4 about that size, and that's why that plan unit development issue I asked for. And so, you know, in those, we've already made commitments that we will accept parks or maybe even fire stations. And so it's really a bigger picture of the growth in outlying areas for, you know, how we want to address that. But I think, I hate to see the park staff go off and work on that, you know, now without it being coordinated across other departments, and that's my thinking. And I guess we should ask staff if they feel they have enough to go on. I would
We
like
do
to
have another comment, though, Mr. Delgado.
What I appreciated hearing Jeff and then Jerry following up regarding the staff, are there discussions to try and find different creative ways on restaffing in the future with folks that were laid off in the past and looking at restructuring new positions, those seasonal ones, or recreating of a different sort that can man those basic functions that our parks need?
Well, currently our staffing is based on our adopted budget and the staffing plan, the number of positions we have available. We don't have a significant budget to hire temporary employees. So without an augmentation or reducing full-time staff in lieu of part-time staff, you know, we're not going to make that change.
I think I was kind of alluding to possible contracts with other private organizations and trying to realign that with possible new positions within the organization, if those have been conversations that have had or possibly can happen. I'd suggest that possibly being the case, if at all possible.
Certainly under the competition for services policy, we can look at our staffing plan as it relates to the bid. And we can work with Local 39 and our existing staff on ways to change how we're currently structured. But that has to be done with the union's agreement through the competition for services plan.
Okay.
And that's what we're intending to pursue right now with a limited scope of area park maintenance.
Okay.
Any further discussion?
I just
Ms.
have
Jordan?
one more question. With regards to the Adopt a Park program, is that something that you coordinate with our communications division to promote and solicit adoption? Or how does that happen?
We actually coordinate with Keep Truckee Meadows Beautiful because they're the regional agency which does recruits volunteers for adoption, and we just put together a new plan. We being Reno, Washoe County, Sparks, and Keep Truckee Meadows Beautiful, where the 3 agencies consolidated their Adopt a Park plans so that we're all doing basically the same program. And we're running it through Keep Truckee Meadows Beautiful because they've got all the volunteer connections. But we also advertise through OCC&E as well.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Jordan, did you have something else? Or Mr. Jordan, oh boy, Mr. Frederick, did you have anything else that you wanted to say?
It's been a long day.
I thought I saw a hand over. Please, please come forward.
I think what Mr. Mann was trying to say is that unless there's some funding, it doesn't matter what type of agreements we come up with. The funding has to be there to accomplish those. Local 39 is obviously interested in keeping these parks the way they are. Be honest with you, that's a false statement. We want to see them improved. We really do. Our guys work hard. They're not proud of the parks because they know they can be better. But when you have 3 people doing the work of 7, it's just the way it turns out. As far as competition for services, it has nothing to do with any discussions that Local 39 has to have. From our aspect, your competition for services will probably violate our contract, and we will let you know when it does. But we're willing to discuss with the city what we can do to help. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Staff, did you get some direction that you can move forward with? Great, thank you. All right, J2 was withdrawn, so we'll move into City Manager's Office. J4, Transportation Alternatives Program.
Good afternoon, Council. Mr. Manager, for the record, Maureen McKissick. I'll keep my comments brief because it's getting late. The item before you today is a request from staff to select and potentially prioritize projects which are eligible for the Transportation Alternatives Program. And staff has met and developed 4 potential candidate projects. We have key staff available to answer questions if you would like more information, and we are seeking your direction at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Discussion? Mr. Dorch?
The way you've got them listed is the way you've got them prioritized currently?
No, there's no order implied by the way they are listed. They are just simply laid out for your
But
consideration.
you want us to prioritize them?
Yes, we would. If you select more than one, RTC asks that you prioritize if you select more than one, and you are free to select more than one.
Okay, realistically, what kind of funding would we have?
The funding, on page 2 of your staff report, there is a description that the RTC anticipates receiving $348,000 in FY13 and approximately $400,000 in FY14. So that would be the scope of the project that could be accomplished within that. And that was a factor that staff considered in developing these candidate projects.
Well, I mean, from my standpoint, I certainly think the streetscape improvements on Virginia Street would be a priority. I'd just like to hear from everybody else.
I would add to that the Virginia Lake improvements. I know I've had some discussions with staff and the water quality and the opportunities that we have there.
Mhm.
The fountains that we currently have are not doing the job. And we've got poor quality water that goes down that ditch and ends up getting eventually into the mainstream.
Mhm.
Isn't there a potential that a developer is going to be doing some of those improvements?
Not really. There's some work that they'll be able to do, but because the retail piece has fallen out, it's my understanding, it may not accommodate the work that they were hoping to be able to do. Because the TOD, the revisions that we've been waiting 2 years for on the TOD are still not necessarily accommodating the retail in that area.
For the record, Jeff Mann, Parks, Recreation, Community Services. The developer withdrew the section of his plan which included the retail component adjacent to the lake. They would still like to do some level of in-water improvements. They're looking for a participation and funding from the city, and that's what we're negotiating.
Well, more specifically, when I had a discussion with them, they wanted to use the residential construction tax that they would be paying for those units for this park and this sort of improvement. Our residential construction tax is not only from that development, but Ward 2 eligible for this improvement.
Correct. They
would be.
Well, they want the city to participate in funding, and that's their preferred mechanism, the RCT generated from this project.
Right.
Do you have money in the residential construction tax, bucket for that area to do this project for Virginia Lake right now?
No, we do not.
How much do you have in that bucket?
I don't know the exact amount, but every time I've looked in the last couple of years, it's been 60,000 or less, and we spent 60,000 at Moana Springs.
You did spend
So
residential
we've had some
constru-
development since then. It might be back up to 60, but it's certainly not enough to do the full project.
Okay. I guess, I understand that, the Virginia Street streetscape improvements, I think when we start looking at Virginia Street, I think those need to look in total with the overall projects for Virginia Street. These enhancements are just a little bit of a set aside of the overall federal dollars that flow, from the feds to the state to RTC to our priorities. And, sometimes like the bridge where it had multiple funding sources, you'll throw in this little funding source. And this is a much-loved, funding source that does a lot of quality of life projects. But I think, with having the RTC 5 money, which is quite a bit, some of that is usable on some of these other projects. I would prefer to see the bike path done, because I've been out there recently and I see like really unsettling sort of characteristics and danger, frankly. Orange spray paint on cracked asphalt is kind of scary. So that's what I see, and it wouldn't be, and that's kind of a set alone, because you don't have a street component with a street project there or a drainage project. You just have the river bike path. And to me, that would be an edge of getting that bike path onto the RTC kind of funding cycle, just like the right-of-ways and the maintenance of the right-of-ways. We need to start to look at RTC for some of these other sort of projects, and this would be the one that I would prioritize the most. But frankly, I think we should throw them all on, because at some point, I think we need to create a local enhancement pot of our own. Some cities and states do that.
I don't have a problem putting them all on. I just think we've got to prioritize them. We've got to give them
Yeah.
which way we want staff to work on them. I think that's the key.
Yeah.
I mean, we can put them all on. They're not all going to get funded.
It is unlikely they will all be funded.
Right.
And just to provide a historical perspective, we did use this pot at one point about 12 years ago to do the Truckee River Trail. So at different points in the past, we have looked at this. You're quite right. We have looked at this funding to layer on top of other types of funding to do street projects. We just wanted to provide as much variety and choice for the council as possible. We would seek your direction on how you want to arrange them.
Again, I think that Virginia Lake is a very high-traffic used area. It meets many of our conditions, from seniors to the youth kinds of programs, the quality of life. It is the anchor for the TOD. When we established that in the first project that we had, and the cleanliness or the lack of cleanliness of that water is really of concern.
So you need us to rank these 1, 2, 3, 4.
I actually do, yes. And you're free to eliminate some as well. I just included everything that was eligible for your consideration.
Okay, if you want my opinion.
Mr. Delgado?
The Virginia streetscape, is that over there by the parking lot, the Circus?
That would be
And-
somewhat north of this. This is the segment that would continue the streetscape improvements, which right now, and I'll ask Charlotte Honey to help, we terminate at
6th currently. For the record, Charlotte Honey. The side that has the Eldorado parking garage is already done. The other side of the street is not done. So it starts at 6th, where there are not streetscape improvements.
And so a lot of those, is that where a lot of those properties are fenced off, and is that part of that?
No, it's not.
North
It's
of that?
but
Okay.
yeah.
Just trying to get my geography
It
straight
would
there.
be, the Walgreens is on the bridge structure. That would be between 7th and 8th.
Okay.
So it would be looking at the connector piece between the downtown and the university.
Okay.
I know we're coming up with kind of a bigger plan on how we bring the university into our downtown more and beyond. Is this streetscape a little premature for that? In other words, I don't want to streetscape and spend monies on something that we may in
Change it up.
a year or so when we've got a better idea of the whole thing to do over or differently?
It's our best understanding that that would not be the case. It would be permanent infrastructure in that location, similar to what it is farther south on Virginia Street.
I'm not so sure. I mean, I've had conversations with a number of folks about our street pattern, even from, those blocks, that no one likes. I mean, I don't know, they're duff. I question their ADA. We just put them around the Mitzvah building, those same ones. And so from an urban design perspective, I think we do need to start rethinking those. I think we do need to work on, I've been an advocate for the downtown vision plan, but, I'll even look at the Mitzvah property over there that we used. Was it retrack or was it, it was enhancement?
That was, the funding for that came through NDOT and originated with the U.S. Department of Transportation. That was the last earmark we received.
It was an earmark, but it was for enhancements type work. I don't know, that's a property that is prime for redevelopment, as are these ones. And I think Tessera is in this area?
No, it is not.
Okay, it's
Tessera
more-
would be east of it.
Okay, so well, doesn't Tessera come
I
in
think
across?
Tessera does try
Yeah.
touch Virginia Street, but not in front, but not by the Walgreens property or along this segment. We're
Well-
looking essentially at connecting the improvements which have been accomplished to date and just extending them to the extent the funding will permit.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of those properties are ripe for redevelopment, which involves, site work on those properties where the developers do sidewalk and they come in, and sometimes sidewalk is damaged when you're redeveloping properties too. So, I mean, I'm advocating for the bike path to rank number one. But I want to ask about the Amtrak. Do we have a liability out there? Is that property something we own that's just sitting and we're in concern that it's being, the historic preservation people call demoed by neglect or something like that?
That would not be a correct statement. We do own the building. We obtained a grant from the State Historic Preservation Office about 18 months ago to do a nomination to the Historic Register, which was successful, and to do a historic structures report. Those are the two gateway pieces that open the door to obtaining additional grants. So that is in place. The structure is not at risk right now. It's somewhat dormant, but not at risk.
For this additional money for that, if you already have money to do this work?
This would be the next step in the process to do a full architectural analysis of the structure.
After those two steps are done?
Correct.
Okay.
And to point out, I mean, this is eligible for this funding. There might be other sources for that type of work. Okey-doke.
For the record, Bill Thomas, Assistant City Manager. Not to make your decision-making more difficult, but one thing I did want to lay out on the table is, we are working very closely with the university to try to figure out how to do that connection between the downtown and the university. And this may be one that gets away from that older project, as I understand it, that's Virginia Street right now, which was based on a previous concept, and moves away from maybe specifically saying what it is, but just to say that, this money from the city's standpoint could be used to help make that happen. And I can't tell you exactly what I'm visualizing there, but it would really be physically improving the area to make the connection between the university and downtown. And so that's how you would categorize it. And, if you had that as a high priority, clearly that would be the direction to staff to look at how that works. And
Yeah, and I think, from my standpoint, I think that'd be my top priority. And I think the Virginia Lake improvements would be too.
I guess my question is, though, Bill, on this concept between 6th and 8th on Virginia, you're talking about an NDOT bridge. That's like, a $50 million structure. So what are we going to do?
what I'm saying is take away the location.
Pardon me?
Take away the location, do the concept, which is you're not saying specifically any street. You're saying your priority would be to use this money for improving the connection, be it lights, be it landscaping, be it something that makes the connection between the university, pedestrians at the university coming into the downtown.
I think you need to design this and plan it first, because you've got limited right-of-way, you've got a lot of movements there, and sometimes, I've seen this, jurisdictions get a little enhancement money, but really it's a part of an overall rebuild street project, and sometimes you throw in that enhancement money, into a $10 million project once you've designed it. I think coming up on the enhancement project on this complicated of an area is, it'll sit around, frankly, I think, this money, and get reprogrammed. I don't think you have the...
And I think you can give us direction to say, if that is your top priority, that if that can't be resolved in a timely fashion, in other words, it may grow to be bigger, like
Okay.
you're saying, then it would move down to whatever your next one is.
Okay,
But if that's
okay.
really your top priority,
Okay.
then we would know, we need to figure out if there's some way to use this money to help make that connection. That's how you'd prefer to see it. If not, then it should move down.
Okay, and then, you know, I'm not hearing a lot of support on the bike path. I would support this as the number one priority. People find it that way, but if it doesn't get expended in that first or second year, then it does roll down. I would agree. On the Virginia Lake, do you think we can maybe identify that as a $300,000 project and save $100,000 coming out of our RCT? I would prefer to see it that way, and then put the bike path on.
For the record, Jeff Mann, Parks, Recreation, and Community Services. Staff hasn't done any analysis work on the level of work required to upgrade the water circulation in Virginia Lake. So I couldn't give you a number and stick by it. We're using an estimate that was provided by the developer when we were previously having negotiations.
Well, I mean, you know, and I've heard about the Idlewild fountains recently too, and you know, this is the developer's concept, and I know those fountains are a problem, but maybe could the solution even be that we don't even need these fountains? I mean, because they haven't really worked out, right?
The solution would not say that we don't need the fountains. We need something in addition to the fountains.
And it's not that the fountains created the problem. It's not that the fountains created the problem, it's just that they're not correcting it efficiently.
Yeah, the fountains
if at all.
are insufficient to address the problem. They were the first step.
Right.
But beyond that, there's a circulation system required over and above what the fountains can do.
And that's what this money could get.
This money is for an in-water circulation system. It's not for more fountains.
Right. We do have public comment. If we've kind of finished our discussion, have we?
No, go ahead.
Okay. We have 9 people who do not wish to speak, that all of them said identically, I support the Truckee River Trail option. And we do have 2 people that do wish to speak, Scott Hall, followed by Dylan Kuhn.
Dylan's not here.
Okay.
So he won't be speaking. Good evening, Madam Chair and council members. First, I'd like to say that I really appreciate the efforts of the City of Reno, which have already been made to improve our community's alternative transportation network, which accommodates pedestrians, bicyclists, and residents with mobility disabilities getting around town. Specifically, the Truckee River Trail has received significant improvements and investments over the last year, thanks to the Parks Department, notably the bridge crossings at John Champion Park and the Chrissy Cullen Parks, repaving, removing those root bumps that always continuously invade the riparian area, and all the cleanup on the trail corridor, who have done this with, as we've seen, a very limited budget. I believe that these improvements for the Truckee River Trail can be continued and expanded using the federal assistance from the Transportation Alternative Program administered by RTC. As you know, I've been working on the MAP 21 process for over 2 years. I've discussed this with the federal congressional delegation at the federal level, the state staff at NDOT, and the local level at the RTC in Reno. After 2 years, I've been waiting for this opportunity to improve our bicycling and walking environment. I look forward to increasing the network because we only have one greenway through town. The Truckee River is our only natural waterway, and that is the foundation core of a network that we will be building along the future from Wells, Audie, Sparks Boulevard, and possibly down Kitski to Virginia Street. The Truckee River is our main east-west corridor. It's been named as one of the 15 best bike trails in the whole western United States by AAA magazine. And it's a source of connecting the street with the community, joining people with their jobs, their school, and their family. Every time that we encourage a resident to commute by walking or biking through town, we experience significant savings in health and finances at the personal and community level. I understand the other options for the ADA accessibility on Virginia Street, but I think that improving the Truckee River Trail will show increased economic development and savings in our healthcare costs. I strongly encourage the council to consider the Truckee River Trail as a preferred option for the MAP 21 TAP funding. Thank you very much.
I think with regards to the historic Amtrak depot, you stated that it's not structurally unsound.
No,
Okay.
there's no risk involved at this time.
Okay. Well, I'm not hearing anyone make that a priority, so how do you want us to proceed with the other?
Staff
Three.
would like you to select your number one priority project. That will be important. You are at liberty to select a second or a third one, but RTC requires us to provide a ranking when we submit if there's more than one. So it really is, it's whatever the council desires, we can do.
So I'll try a motion if you want.
Sure.
I'll move that we make the connectivity between the university and.
Apologize. I put it in my form, but I marked the wrong box that you want to make.
Oh.
If it's not too late, I apologize.
That's okay.
State your name for the record. My name is Noah Silverman. I'm the executive director of the Reno Bike Project. We're a local bicycle advocacy group. I want to just speak to the practicality of such a large amount of money going towards a couple things. To fix up 2 blocks of an NDOT bridge, I think $400,000 seems like a ridiculous amount of money, as in it's just not a good use of resources. As far as putting it towards Virginia Lake, I don't see the ducks complaining about how dirty that water is. I don't think anyone else likes to swim in there. But as for the bike trail, thousands of people use that bike trail every year. If that money is going to redo that whole bike trail, it's going to be a huge benefit for a lot of people. I know the Bike Project has a program right now called the Major Taylor Program, in which we take underserved youth down that trail 30 times a year. So we have 30 classes. We take those kids down there. It's really the only off-street, non-park place that we can take kids to ride, or anyone to ride safely in this town. I know I use it recreationally. I know my parents do. I think this money would be a huge boon to that. Councilwoman Breckus mentioned that there are, in many places, huge cottonwood roots that have uplifted the pavement. If we could clear that and make it safer, I think that would be a huge boon and something that's going to last a long time. So I just want to say that I think supporting this bike trail would be a good idea and have a much bigger impact in people's lives versus these other projects. Thanks.
Back to.
Yeah, and again, I mean, my reasoning on this is the focus that we're trying to put on creating that connectivity between the university and our downtown. I mean, that's a focus that we've really tried to put a big emphasis on in trying to bring the university into our downtown, hopefully with some things that are going to be happening within the next month that'll help that also. And I think this is just another move in us showing our commitment to making that happen. So I certainly appreciate where you're coming from, but really it comes down to our commitment to I mean, let's put our money where our mouth is what I'm saying. I mean, we talk about it, we're telling everyone that's what we want to do, and I think we've got to demonstrate it from here that that's what we want to do. So that's why, and I like the way Bill has presented it as, it might not be the street improvements on Virginia Street between 6th and 8th Street, but it is going to be used for that connectivity piece between the university and our downtown. And to me, that's our number one priority. And number two, and I know, yeah, the ducks don't complain, but, you know, that area, you know, I mean, I've been here, 37 years, and, you know, that park was used a lot more in my youth than it is today, and I think if we can get the improvements done over there, I think that's a big move forward. And, you know, maybe there's some opportunity somewhere else for us to find some money for the bike path. You know, I think you and I still have some discretionary funds at RTC that we could maybe direct in that. I don't know what we can use those for exactly, but maybe we can direct those in that direction. You know, maybe we can do some other things to at least get some of the improvements done that you need and start moving in that direction also and look for some other funding. But really, again, that commitment that we've made to try and implement the university and bring the university into our downtown is really the reasoning for me moving forward with Virginia Street being the top priority. So that would be my motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion?
Would you amend your motion to include that this gets done construction-wise in fiscal year 13 or 14? Because that's what the funds appropriation are, and if it doesn't get done in fiscal year 13 or 14, then we go to our second and third priorities.
Let me point out that the funding cycle would make funds available to the city most likely in the end of FY14. Typically, these take 18 months for us to obtain.
Okay. So FY 14 and 15 then, because I've seen money sit around under these funding categories for years, and I don't have a lot of faith that this one is going to go in a time, and I'd hate to see, you know, it sit around till 18 or 19.
So when would you anticipate the funding?
We will apply for it this October. It goes through the process at RTC, which typically concludes in the spring. They then do funding agreements, we do all the stewardship agreements, and we have access to the funds later that year.
So you'll have them late 14?
Correct.
You would have access?
Correct. That has been the process with these transportation
Right.
funds forever. Right.
So you would anticipate that we could implement it in the 14-15 calendar year?
Correct.
Okay, I don't have a problem amending my motion to include that.
Okay.
You okay
Any
with that?
further discussion?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Good with the second?
That's good.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you for your comments, everyone.
Well, as for a
You need a
second
second
priority, I
priority.
would like to motion that we put the bike path on for the full amount. Oh, I thought you just put the 6th Street on as the first one. Street.
For the connectivity,
Then bike path.
no,
Then,
No, Virginia Lake.
Virginia Lake and then the bike path. And that's what I said, is that we would see what we could do at RTC.
Right.
To come up with some other funding for the bike path. That's the way I said it.
Well,
oh, okay.
For the record, Charlotte Honey, there will be an item on the October 23rd meeting for the RTC, the interlocal agreement with RTC, their program of projects. And on that, there are bike and ped improvements
Let's see if we can,
chunks that can
Right.
be directed at the RTC board level.
yeah, but those are through the RTP, aren't they? Those are programmed through the RTP, right?
The bike path on the Truckee River is identified on the Bike and Ped Master Plan, so that it is eligible for funding for bike and ped in the Regional Transportation Plan.
What's the funding source through that, do you know?
It's just fuel tax, I think.
Is it
I'm sorry,
RTC
I don't
5?
have it
Yeah.
off the top of my
Yeah.
head, but I have the list.
Okay.
maybe we can wait until after that and see, and then prioritize the remaining.
Yeah, and that 14, 15 year, you know, I guess with that caveat, I mean, the Virginia Lake could get going pretty soon. I mean, we have total control over that. We don't need any federal clearances or anything, correct? Mr. Mann, I'm looking at you. You think you could get that done in the 14, 15 calendar year?
For the record, Charlotte Honey, the slow part of the using the federal funds is going through the steps involved with the federal funds, as you know. When Maureen said that the funding agreement would be ready, that's typically when we can start expending funds for anything, start sending the design through the process. So it does take a little longer, and as you say, Virginia Lake is in a little bit better scenario because we do own the properties, and there won't be any right-of-way issues, more than likely.
Okay, okay.
All right, we're going to move ahead on our agenda just a smidge to item J7. Jack, can you hear me out there? For your benefit, I know you have a family issue that you're needing to skedaddle off to, so we're going to move to J7. He's coming. Okay. Mr. Manager.
I'm sorry. What would we like to talk about?
Like a staff presentation on this item.
Well, as we discussed, I'm not at a liberty to have a staff presentation with you, Councilwoman Breckus. I'm under a judicial order to remain confidential, all the stuff that I have done. I'll be able to respond to direct questions from you within the limits of that confidentiality order, as well as within the limits of the order of the Second Judicial sealing the matter.
Okay.
Jack, how about just the highlights of the process?
All right, sir. Where would you like me to start?
What are we being asked to do right now?
Okay, currently what we have come to is we're asked the council to grant the city manager and the city attorney's office authority to finish up the mediation agreement that was started during the court-ordered mediation process. Once the Second Judicial District Court judge decided to intervene into the administrative process, the only way for the city to finish up the administrative process against Deputy Chief Evans at that time was to then challenge the court's decision and appeal it directly to the Supreme Court. When you do that, because this would be a civil matter, every appeal that goes to the Supreme Court now must mandatorily go to a mediation process where the court appoints a judge, and really the impetus is for the parties to settle so as to reduce the court's docket and to free up court resources. We have attended that, and in that process we have reached an agreement which would allow the city to realize the goal that it had when we filed the appeal. What the city needed to do when we filed the appeal was to get rid of the Second Judicial District Court's decision, because it had wide sweeping effect to our relationships with our bargaining units. And it created insecurity for the labor relations groups, the labor organizations, as well as us managing them. This mediation agreement that we've reached or hope to finalize allows us to realize that goal now, several years in advance. We will have the court issue a decision that will expunge the district court's order, and we will resolve the matter and separate ourselves from Mr. Evans 2 to 3 years before we would have had we chased the appellate process, which would probably realize between $600,000 and $800,000 of savings to us just in paying his salary and benefits for that time.
Pretty good summary. I know that we had attending some of that hearings with you, 2 of our council members to represent and express direction from this council. Is there anything more that you could add to that summary?
Yeah, I mean, I think Jack covered it pretty well, and really, there wasn't a good outcome in this. I mean, I don't know, from my standpoint, I don't think there was a good outcome, period. And, we really felt that our exposure over the anywhere from 18 to 40 months that it could have taken to get this in front of the Supreme Court could have been in excess of $1 million. And at the end of the day, we negotiated a settlement of approximately $330,000. And a guarantee that no judge is going to tell us that Mr. Evans has to come back to work. Which could have happened. And at the end of the day, we felt, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, I'm sure you can chime in, but at the end of the day, we felt that this really was the best outcome for the members of our police department, for the employees of the city, and the taxpayers of the city. And it's, I don't think any of us have a great taste in our mouth about where we're at, but I truly believe for everything that I've mentioned that it was the best outcome we could have.
This is very difficult because I understand council's decision. However, it makes it look like we reward people for bad behavior. And so this is a really hard one for me to wrap my head around, and I think it sends the wrong message. So it's incredibly hard to support.
but
Well, and I don't disagree with you, except for this point, having, we'll say, been in the trenches with Mr. Campbell on this issue for the last month plus, and dealing with a very difficult situation. Mr. Evans put us in this situation, and the court took away our first option of what we really would have preferred to have done. And the options left were really a cost-benefit analysis. And so approaching it from a business perspective was truly the approach left to us. And so looking at that and looking at what we could do, what was in the best interests of the officers, and the procedurally doing what's right for the Reno Police Department and the city of Reno was really something that we needed to look closely at. And this, when you look at Mr. Evans continuing to be on administrative leave for potentially 3 to 4 years and upwards of $1 million versus being rid of him now, it really did come down to that. And I don't like it either, but again, the courts took away our first option, disciplinary action, and so we are left with what I believe to be, from 30,000 feet, the best option for the city.
And if I may add one more, to address both Councilwoman Breckus and Councilwoman Sheevy's considerations, I can tell you this, that the district courts, the Second Judicial District Court's action was unprecedented as far as I can find. I can find no history of a district court invading the administrative process like Judge Adams did in this particular situation. I can find no judge that has ever seen it happen before, and I can find no case law or anybody else that's ever seen it happen before. And in fact, Judge Adams in his order said that he didn't know of anybody doing it before. And so I think it was really, this council was subjected to a set of facts that I don't think any of us could have anticipated, but they really tied your hands on how you could move forward and still accomplish the goals that you talked about.
Chair, thank you, Mr. Campbell. I think you misassigned, comments of mine. I'd like to say that I appreciate the leadership that Council Members Jardin and Dortch showed in taking the extra step and being a part of the process. You really do engage when you get to that, and I thank them for doing that. I'd also like to thank all the staff that worked on this very difficult situation. I will be supporting this. I'd like to also know, as one of the ones who came on new when this, I guess it started in August, and we were briefed, I think, maybe the first time in January, December about this. And I've said before that we spent about 10% of our time in closed session under the guidelines of the law, considering a range of issues. And we spent a number of sessions on this. We considered it very seriously. We were apprised of it as it progressed. And so it did have our fullest attention, and this is the resolution that we've come to, and I support it. I want to state what I understand this resolution to be. We are vesting authority in Mr. Klinger to execute an agreement which has terms and conditions. We have not seen a draft of that agreement, but we are vesting him with authority to draft that with the Attorney's Office and execute it. It has, we have been apprised of what the financial agreements were tentatively settled at the mediation, and we will look for him to execute that and receive a copy when that is executed and move on from this chapter, and I will support this action.
Thank you.
I think that I would express the same kinds of concerns. I absolutely would express the same kinds of concerns. I think that we're elected to make some difficult decisions, and this is by far one of the most difficult decisions that I think my tenure on council has been. But we are tasked with those difficult decisions, and frequently we have to make the right decision that will save the citizens. We do have a fiduciary responsibility to the citizens that we need to protect and support. And this is the right decision from that standpoint. And I hope that all of our employees and the residents of this community recognize that it may not paint the best picture or the character or the integrity of this operation, and that is of true regret. I hope that people can see through that, again, our major argument was withdrawn from us to be able to hold the high ground on this particular issue, and now the high ground is this settlement.
And like everyone on the council here, I think this is very hard to swallow. You see the police officers, such a great job that they do on the community, and then you see that someone of this character comes by, and then we've got to deal with it. And again, like Councilwoman Breckes has stated, Councilmembers Dorch and Jordan did a great job in trying to get us out of such a deep hole in many ways, and I think we're dealt with the less of many evils. And unfortunately, that's kind of taken us to this point, and hopefully getting rid of this ill fate and this bad apple, hopefully we can continue forward with this great organization that we have as a police department. It's just unfortunate it's taken us this long and it's going out this way.
We do have public comment on this item. Eddie Lorton.
City Council, for the record, Eddie Lorton. I kind of felt at first how Hillary felt. I hate rewarding people for bad behavior, but once enlightened, it's just terrible you do reward people for that sometimes when it's the least of all evils. So I guess I agree with that as well. And sometimes we do agree, right? I guess this is one of them, but it's unfortunate, but it's too bad, but I guess makes sense to me. Have a good one.
Make a motion to approve staff's recommendation.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in, okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Passes 6-1.
5-1.
Excuse me.
5-1.
5-1. Okay. Thank you, everyone. We will return to item J5.
Good evening, I guess. Robert Chisel, Director of Finance and Administration, for the record. I'll try to be quick here. At the concurrent meeting held on June 10th, 2013, the 4 jurisdictions directed the respective managers as part of an EMS working group to negotiate a renewed franchise agreement with REMSA within 120 days. And the 120 days is scheduled to expire on October 2nd, 2013. And this is in regards to the Tri-Data report that had 38 recommendations that had been presented to council and the other entities back in 2012 and had been represented in January and June of this year. The October 2nd, 2013 deadline provided by the elected and appointed officials is currently not feasible due to the complexities of the numerous outstanding issues. And to bring conclusion to and closure to this renewed agreement, an extension of time is requested. This is necessary in order to provide greater transparency and the ability to manage the overall EMS system performance in conjunction with the other providers and other agencies, and to provide meaningful oversight as proposed by the Tri-Data report. Staff is recommending an extension of 120 days from October 3rd, 2013 through January 31st, 2014.
Thank you. Any questions? None? No public comment on this item? Motion? Motion for approval and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. City Clerk, boards and appointments, Financial Advisory Board.
Well, that's me, isn't it? Hang on. It's been a tough day. It's been a tough day. Move to appoint Stephen Anderson.
Second.
Motion and a second to appoint Stephen Anderson. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Regional Planning Commission.
In absence of Mr. Dorch, who is the liaison to the Planning Commission, I will make the motion to appoint Paul Olivas.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Access Advisory for the appointment of Patricia Thompson. Did you do that?
Yeah, we would like to appoint Patricia Thompson to the Access Advisory. I forgot you were on that.
Thank you.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Identification, L1, identification of items for future agendas. Does anyone have any?
I do. Hang on one second. It was one of our people that came up and spoke during public comment, Mr. Ken Crater, with regards to a text amendment relative to some of the surface parking. I'd like to put that on a future agenda.
Anything else? All right. Liaison reports. Anyone? Committee reports, professional meetings, conferences. All right. We'll move on to L4.
Resolution number 7899, resolution donating council donation funds to the University of Nevada, Reno Foundation, UNR, for the UNR Wolfpack Marching Band's purchase of a replacement uniforms and band instruments in the amount of $1,000.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. L5.
Resolution number 7900, resolution donating council donation funds to the Women's and Children's Center of the Sierra to provide anti-poverty education to women working to create a better future for their families in the amount of $5,000.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
I'm sorry, that was $500.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. L5.
Resolution number
L6.
Resolution number 7901, resolution donating council donation funds to the Northern Nevada Literacy Council to provide classes and programs to improve occupational skills in the amount of $1,000.
Motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. L8. This item.
Did you want L7? L7? Miss?
Oh, I was thinking that's what we did ahead of time, but it wasn't. L7. Sorry
Resolution number 7902, resolution donating council donation funds to the University of Nevada, Reno International Club for the Night of All Nations special event celebrating diversity in the amount of $500. This is $250 from Council Member Jardon, and Council Member Delgado also contributed $250.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. L8, in investigating and researching opportunities, our attorney's office discovered that we indeed actually already have some provisions that can assist us. If you would address that for us, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. RMC Chapter 8.34 governs emergency management. When this chapter was created, specifically 8.34.020 created a City of Reno Emergency Management Board. This board is made up of the mayor, the city manager, the fire chief, the police chief, the public works director, and others from the management team as designated by the city manager. The board shall be responsible for the resolution of emergencies and disasters and shall have the power and authority to take whatever action is required to accomplish that goal. In furtherance of their duties, the board is responsible for the city's emergency management plan, evaluating and revising when needed. We do have plans in place, an emergency plan, so if you would like to direct this board to look at your issues, it would be an appropriate place to designate this item under our municipal code.
And that would be my direction. I don't know if I can make that motion.
I'm sorry, the request is just for 2 hours to look into this, a policy, right? It's not.
Correct.
Well, oh, okay. Is this a legal issue or is this a policy issue we're talking?
Tracy Chase, Reno City Attorney's Office. Good question, Councilmember Breckus. The municipal code, which was established by the council, specifically created a board with authority to look at these issues. So that's why it is appropriate to direct it to them.
Oh, so we have an RMC.
Yes, it's a specific RMC on point.
Okay, okay. I endorse this strongly. When this emergency came on, I had talked to Mr. Klinger about, hey, we're smoked out, all the kids can't go outside. Can we open our parks and rec facilities maybe, free and give relief to people? So I think we do need to be able, as ourselves, to respond and have some sort of protocols for these kind of situations. So I look forward to seeing what this board committee brings up. Has this committee been active for a long time? Or?
Tracy Chase, Reno City Attorney's Office. It has not been active recently. I cannot tell you from my memory when it was active. I will add to your discussion under state law and charter provision. Also, there is certain powers given to certain positions for declarations of emergencies. So the board would take that into consideration and our plans, and they could pull our plans and see if there needs to be revision in this area, especially if we have a similar event.
Okay, well, I'll make the motion, and thank you for bringing this forward.
Yeah. We have a motion and a second. Thank you. I'm pleased that this will move so quickly. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. L9.
Yeah, this came about, I think the task force relative to the graffiti issues was well formulated with a good mix of different people in the community. And I think that maybe the approach with regards to, homeless concerns in the area, that we could do a similar thing and include everybody from, somebody from RAD and East 4th Street, as well as Volunteers of America, members of the shelter who are clients there, and have some real discussions about this. So that was my suggestion.
Councilwoman Jordan, I'm so glad to see this on there, and I really commend you, and love to help out in any way. And it's amazing. Like I've said, we have 71 boards and commissions here at the city, and now we'll finally get one on this issue, and I think that's really important. So thank you.
Thank you. I just need to know from staff, what do you need from us, or how do we get this rolling?
Yeah, Mr. Manager, I think we've got some models already that they're going to be
Okay.
able to refer to. So, some of that preliminary work in terms of just the organization of it will be pretty quickly. I bet you're going to be able to come back to us within 2 or 3 meetings, worst case, with some recommendations for how to move.
Yeah, Madam Vice Mayor, I mean, what we need is we do have ways to move forward on this, and all we need from council today is just some direction and you to approve us to use more than 2 hours, and we'll bring something back. I don't know about the timeline. I'll have to look to staff on how long it'll take, but
So you'll
we'll-
bring it back to us with suggestions on who should
Correct,
be on?
we
Okay.
will,
Thank
correct.
you.
Okay.
So
Is
moved.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Excuse me, before we take that vote. Katie Calling,
She was going to be one that I recommend be on the task force.
Hi, Katie calling. I probably wouldn't have been so freaked out if I'd been here since noon, so I'm tired. So as far as who should be on it, I believe that we should outreach to local nonprofits, local businesses, the city staff, possibly the city police, VOA, which is Volunteers of America, and I believe that anyone that's been involved in getting the tent city together from former things, they should be allowed to be involved as well, because they will be directly affected by the decisions that you make. So I feel like at least one person should be on there. As far as the scope, I would recommend that a permanent overflow be on that, as well as immediate placement, because winter's here and we're going to need some place to put those people. So something that could happen immediately. An alternative housing options. That means, if that means housing them wet, which is before they have treatment, before they get clean. If that means giving them things to do while they're there, because basically right now it's you sleep there, maybe you can get on the computer and check your mail, you sit outside and you do nothing. Of course you're going to do things you shouldn't be doing. So maybe some alternatives of what could be at the shelter for them to do. An accurate count, because I believe it's inaccurate right now. I don't think there's only 800. And then possibly a police oversight committee, because obviously when you're in the trenches down there, you're not going to go to the police to tell the police how they're mistreating you. So I think there should be something in between for them to go to and discuss their issues. And then as far as funding, I think that there is a way to work with local business, utility companies, and employment programs. As well as if there's a garden there, they could sell the food, etc. There's alternatives to funding besides asking the federal government to give us money. So that would be, and I want to be on it. So if you could give us a clear way of how to get on that committee, that would be great. As well as there's some local business down there that I've talked to, and they want to be on it as well, and they have no idea where to start. So a clear way of getting on the committee would be great.
I don't think you have anything to worry about.
Consider it.
Thank you, Katie. All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. L11. Do you want to?
Sorry.
That's you.
I know we talked about this before, but I think it's really important. I was trying to do this committee without formalizing it, but it seems like it truly has to be formalized in order for it to really get some legs. So I truly believe that along with our 71 boards and commissions, we need another board. And this one, for obviously technology and innovation, this is how our community is moving, and it's moving so rapidly. With incredible entrepreneurs, ideas. We have some exciting things happen with UNR, and I think it's critical, and it's time to really have a board that looks at our infrastructure and the things that we need to be a key player. And there's a lot of positive things happening from the Kauffman Foundation that are recognizing the biggest little city, and I think this is an opportune time to do it. So I would just love some help from staff, and they've been great so far and asked me, whatever they could do, so I really appreciate it.
That's a great idea.
How about, give us a motion for the
So
staff time?
I'd like a motion for 2 hours of staff time for help on the Technology and Innovation Committee.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We will now go into recess for the normal city council meeting. We will return in a bit. We have another meeting. We serve as the city council and redevelopment agency, and we now have that agenda that we need to open. So we will be in recess, and we'll return as soon as this meeting is over and we take a comfort break. We'll return for the public hearing, items in M1 and M2. We'll now open the joint meeting of the Reno City Council and the Redevelopment Agency. Roll call, please.
Excuse me, Shivi? Here. Breckus? Here. Zadra?
Here.
Delgado?
Here.
Dorch? Here. Jardin?
Here.
Cashel, absent.
Any public comment? Seeing none, we'll move on to approval of the agenda.
Sorry.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Approval of the minutes from the April 17th and June 5th joint meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item B1.
Oh, I have one quick question for B1. Is the MOU still in effect with the Nevada Certified Farmers Market Association? We still have this agreement?
Lori Miles, Public Works. I am not aware of the farmer's market. I don't believe that it's still continuing.
Well, okay, so, okay. Okay. I guess, this is about a property we have some debt and an obligation on, and I'm just wondering, how long are we encumbering our option on this property, and does that exceed our debt, when our lease terminates? Does this terminate with our lease?
This will terminate with our lease.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Okay. Okay, well,
Any
I'll
other
motion then.
questions?
Got a second?
Motion and a second for approval. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. B2. Same location for 7.
Second.
Motion and a second for approval. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. B3. Parking lot license agreement. Questions? Motion? Well,
So
we need a
moved.
motion first. Motion and a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. B4, investment policy.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item C, future agenda items.
I'll repeat my request that I made in the minutes that we just adopted, that we deal with and address the redevelopment agency in a comprehensive situation. I mean, we have agreements out there. We don't even know if they're in effect. There's a lot of unknowns about what's going on with the redevelopment agency, I feel. We have sat on here for 9 months and haven't had a full discussion about the redevelopment agency. I know we move rather quickly through these items, but I think there are substantive things included in these. They bind us to very complicated deals, to properties that we have complicated relationships and indebtedness on. And I'm just going to reiterate my request that we have a workshop on the redevelopment agency, possibly with our redevelopment board members, because I hear from them here and now, but I think we need to reconvene our conversations with them.
Any other items? All right. Public comment again? Seeing none? Motion for adjournment? And a second. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We will reconvene as the, for items M1 and M2 at 6 p.m.
10 minutes. Okay, we're going to have to do something.
Of the Reno City Council back to order. Item M1, public hearing. Madam Secretary.
Proper notice was given and no correspondence was received.
Thank you. Mr. Crater.
Good evening, City Council members. Thank you for taking such a short break tonight. I know everybody in this room greatly appreciates that, and you've had a long day, so I'm going to try and keep my comments to less than 5 minutes. For the record, my name is Ken Crater, and I am representing the applicant. The applicant is requesting a variance to allow a 3-foot by 8-foot digital advertising display that is computer-controlled on an existing 16-foot tall pylon sign per the definition for a changeable sign in the Reno Municipal Code. This type of display requires a variance in the Industrial Commercial Zoning District. The site has a land use designation that would allow a zone change to general office where this type of sign would be permitted, but the applicant cannot afford the $11,000 application fees due to the fact that they have a large number of vacancies. The applicant does not want a flashing sign or photos or pictures or other types of animation, just a simple advertising and messages in a digital text display. The sign will be ordered factory set to only allow 49% of maximum brightness during the day and will be further dimmed an additional 50% at night. I want to talk about hardships a little bit. This property lies at the far southern end of a large industrial area. The 1.48 acre parcel is too small for typical industrial uses such as warehousing, distribution, manufacturing, call centers, rental facilities, charter schools, or sale of building and landscaping materials. The location of the property also makes the site unsuitable for the more intensive uses allowed in the IC district, such as machine shops, outdoor storage, adult businesses, auto repair, or service stations. And the site cannot compete with high traffic locations north of Longley and McCarran or south of Longley and South Virginia, where retail and restaurant uses exist. Thus, there is a great hardship involved in that the only realistic uses are limited to veterinary, medical and professional offices, and personal services. Note that a competing vet 2 blocks south has a digital advertising display, as they're in the mixed-use district. The property owner has worked very hard to maintain a viable business, including even doing all the landscape maintenance themselves, and has made a simple request for a small 3-foot by 8-foot digital text display, again, just to allow messages and advertising display using standard text characters. The proposed addition to the existing pylon sign will greatly increase the ability of the property owners to help lease a largely vacant building. Granting of the variance will not be detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare, or in any way negatively affect area property owners and citizens. We feel that the circumstances and hardships that exist in this case are such that all 4 findings that pertain to the variance can be made. We hope that you agree and can approve this request. Thank you, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Crater. Staff, anything that to be added, please?
Good evening, Vern Close, Senior Planner. I'll just briefly go over what the Planning Commission's reasons were for denying the project. They heard the project on August 7th, 2013, and they recommended denial of the variance because they did not believe there was an exceptional situation or hardship associated with the property. Because it's regularly shaped, it has good visibility, it's on 2 major streets, and the sign is readily visible. They were also concerned with the flashing animated portion of the sign because there is residential about 375 feet to the southeast across Longley Lane. So for those reasons, the Planning Commission determined they could not make findings A, B, and D for the variance. I'd be happy to answer any questions. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? I know I did speak with the applicant and walked through the history that he described, and I find it pretty compelling that there is a lit sign the 2-ish blocks further. That's pretty compelling, I believe. And the $11,000 for the application, the special application is quite, that's a brutal reality as well. Are there questions?
Just real quick, Madam Mayor. Mr. Crater, just real quick address what what Vern just addressed as far as the inability of the Planning Commission to make findings A, B, and D.
Yes. I believe that the findings that exist within Reno City Code for variance are very broad and allow the decision-making body great discretion in making those findings. And I believe that the hardship clearly exists due to the fact, again, that this property lies at that far southern boundary of that large industrial commercial zone. The property's too small for most of the typical industrial uses, and clearly it would not be in anybody's interest to allow the more intensive uses on this site that are permitted through the ICU, such as automotive repair or adult business. So in my mind, that is a great hardship that exists, is the location of this property within that southern boundary and the small size of the property. And I believe that leads into allowing the other findings to be made.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You know, I don't know if I can draw the same conclusion as Councilmember Zadra on that a fee represents a hardship. I think that's a dangerous slope to go down in terms of, and I don't know if you were talking specifically about that hardship finding related to our fees, because I think at that point that lets every applicant walk in the door and complain about our fees and say they've got a hardship on a variance. And as we know, these are not just RMC findings, Mr. Close. These are NRS findings, correct?
We're in close, Senior Planner. Yes, our findings are modeled off of state law.
State law, which is a very difficult standard. Not only, there's 4 of them, but the inability to make even one of those is grounds for denial. And staff recommended 3. And you really don't see any exceptionality of the property size, topography.
From our perspective, there really was no physical characteristics that would indicate they had a hardship related to that. I mean, they're on a corner, they're on a regularly shaped lot, their properties developed to the maximum extent based on the size of the property, that sort of stuff.
Yeah, it's exceptional situation or condition or topographic conditions. I guess the other fact that he brought up about the, well, they've got to sign up the street in the other zoning district. The other zoning, that's a different area, different zoning district. Does that weigh into any of the findings that must be made? It seems more like it's an inherent situation of the property, not necessarily
Well, again,
exceptionality.
not having an exceptional situation or hardship, also they could request a zone change to GO, which would allow the sign outright without a variance. I don't know if that's splitting hairs, but the property right to the west is zone GO. And that animated sign for the veterinary, it's about a block or two to the south along Longley. That's the only animated sign along that whole section of McCarran Boulevard, all of which, except for the IC portions, would allow animated signs. All the commercial properties all the way up to McCarran, and then the MU properties all the way up to Virginia Street. That's the only sign. There are a couple of animated signs on Virginia Street, which are also in the MU.
So the fact that, possibly there's GO in the area, that would be a business decision for them is, well, do we want to lose some of the uses we maybe have in this industrial zone and take on some of the GO uses? Is our building and our business model for filling up this center consistent with GO, uses allowed? That would...
Well, again, other issues that he stated that certain uses that wouldn't go there, and the ones they wanted to put there would be consistent with GO. So, and the ones that they didn't feel were appropriate would not be allowed in GO. So, again, that's what we saw.
I'm inclined to support the Planning Commission on this. I think they looked at it, and I think the staff report is pretty involved in stating this. And I think across the board, when we look at variances, and we haven't had that many come before us, we need to look at them all on an even plate, and I'm concerned that also some of the arguments Mr. Crater is making, if they were put into other variance requests, we'd be granting a lot of variances, and the threshold for variance is very set, and I don't see those being met here. And so I support these findings in the recommendation of the Planning Commission.
Well, Sharon, this is your ward, and I do think, as we kind of dwell into the findings, I think we can make the findings.
I would agree.
And I'm looking for your lead, being that it's your ward on this.
Right. I would agree. I've not had anyone object, not a single resident or business in the area have I heard from with objection, and I can actually make the findings. I can personally, but again, I would need someone else to make that motion since I'm serving in the role of Vice Mayor this evening. If you would do that.
I would like to go ahead and make the motion to approve it.
And that you can make the findings.
And that we can't make the findings.
Can.
Or, I mean, can make the findings on this. So, overturn the Planning Commission's decision and make the findings.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Ms. Breckus?
Building the record, are we going to be providing any specificity? That's been our practice when we make a recommendation, when we make new findings on the record? Are we looking to put some verbiage behind these findings?
For the record, John Shipman, it would be helpful to just protect the decision if you could walk through the findings, especially findings A, B, and D, and provide some context to that in the sense of what factual issues are there and what factual determinations you're able to make that support the findings and then support the motion.
Do you want to make the finding?
I think from my standpoint, when I'm looking at this, and again, the findings, it says, well, let me find them again, 1 second. The project is property is characterized by an extraordinary or exceptional situation or condition, such as, and it goes into some other issues, but I also think you can look at the surrounding uses when you're looking at that. And I think to me, that's one of the conditions that we can look at. The strict application of the regulation would result in peculiar and exceptional practical difficulties to and exceptional undue hardships on the property. And I think the testimony from the applicant is that there already are those exceptional and undue hardships. And the proposed variance is consistent with the intent and purposes of this title. And again, that's the purpose. That's the reason why we have the process that we go through for the variance, and it is consistent, and we are following the processes that we need to follow. So with that, I can make those.
Satisfactory for the attorneys?
Yeah, for your purposes, if you can make additional findings, that'd be great. If not, then that'll be the motion.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-1 to reverse the decision of the Planning Commission.
Thank you very much.
Item M2, I think there's some confusion as to what exactly is in front of us this evening. So if we could have the City Attorney's Office and Community Relations bring some clarity and parameters around what is actually on the agenda, what we have in front of us for decision and discussion this evening.
Certainly, Madam Chair, this is John Shipman for the Deputy City Attorney's Office. I'm going to speak really to the narrow legal question that we're here to talk about tonight and maybe provide some context to that. And then I will have staff discuss kind of next steps. I mean, this is the one thing everybody has to remember here tonight is this is just one step in a much broader process, that this is not a final decision by any stretch. There's a lot of different pieces to this, and this is just one piece of a broader puzzle. But as to the first part, why are we here tonight? We're really here on a very narrow legal question. And what happened and what we're here to talk about is an administrative interpretation that the administrator made. There was a recognition, and it happened during the hearing on the Gaslight project, which, to be clear, this is not a hearing about the Gaslight project. This is not a hearing specifically about the project. This is a hearing that really talks about this narrow legal issue. And the narrow legal issue that came out of that Gaslight discussion and came out of what happened at Planning Commission is that there was a revisiting of the code by staff and by legal counsel. And we looked at that code in light of the discussion. The neighborhood made a very persuasive argument to the Planning Commission that, hey, look, we don't know what the use is going to be on this application, and for that reason it has to be denied. And we had an applicant saying, well, look, I'm not proposing a use because really all I'm doing is parcelizing the property, and any use will come back in the form of a project application at some later date. And it was seeing the Planning Commission wrestle with the findings that they had to make relative to the SUP, that it became clear that there was potentially a problem here. So staff went back with legal, we looked at the law, we looked at the code specifically, and it was determined after looking at that code, and we have a PowerPoint that we can talk about where that conflict was. It was clear that Reno City Code was in conflict with the state law. And how that works is the state law essentially grants the city council the ability to pass ordinances that are consistent with state law. And in this particular instance, because of the particular facts of the Gaslight project, and it's not limited to the Gaslight project, it would be limited to other types of situations that are very similar. Because of those particular facts, we recognize that the law, our RMC, conflicted with the state law. And as a result of that, that prompted the administrator to issue an administrative interpretation of our existing code, which
she has the authority to do so under our code, to clarify how this particular part of code gets applied, and to clarify where the conflict was and how we could not enforce our code in the event that it conflicted with the state law. So with that, I'd kind of turn it over to Claudia Hansen to kind of march through the administrative decision. And again, just to clarify, we are not talking about the Gaslight project tonight. We are talking about this very narrow legal issue about our code and how our code is not consistent with state law. So with that, Ms. Hansen. Or Mr. Turnia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Fred Trenier, Community Development Director. And before I turn it over to Claudia, I just wanted to put a couple things in context, and mostly for the public that is here tonight. We do understand from a staff perspective how this overall process looks. The way this process went forward was that there was a special use permit for a project, for a specific project like Gaslight, that was denied by the City Council. There was a subsequent special use permit triggered for a parcel map that came forward on the site, which was went through the process and was denied by the Planning Commission. And staff, we found a mistake in our code. And we had two decisions at that time. One was to address the mistake up front or the conflict under our code and NRS, or we could wait to go through the process. What I've always emphasized to my staff was that, if we find something that's out there that's inconsistent, that it was a mistake, let's go forward and let's fix it. I think the mistake in this process was the timing, just because of how this is perceived out in the community. And that's why legal and staff, we are focusing and emphasizing what the correct process is. At the end of the day, we are advocates of the process. That's consistent with Nevada Revised Statute, which also addresses the public needs, and that public also includes the applicant and the public in the surrounding neighborhood. And I just wanted to put that up front, is that there wasn't a mistake in the process. I think it was a mistake in the timing. Should we have found this up front? In a perfect world, yes. We would have found this discrepancy under NRS and Reno Municipal Code. But sometimes you have to go through the process to find out where these items are. At the end of the day, our Reno Municipal Code does need to be updated. Just an example, state law changed recently about hotel rooms. Now it's 301 rooms. Our code says 201. So that's just an example of our code needs to be updated. But I wanted to put that framework, or at least that out there for the council and the public to understand where staff is coming from. And if we find an inconsistency in state law and our Reno Municipal Code, we will always err on the side of fixing that right away. And at this point, I'd like to turn it over to Claudia Hansen.
Get the PowerPoint, please. Claudia Hansen, Planning and Engineering Manager. I'm just going to go over where we are, how we got to this point, and more specifically about this interpretation itself. Next slide, please. So in our definition section of Title 18, the definition of development includes the division of a parcel of land into two or more parcels, and then it goes on to include grading and development of any structure or anything, but it starts out with the division of a parcel of land into two or more parcels. So that's under the definition of development. A special use permit is triggered for a number of different things, as you know, including non-residential development adjacent to residentially zoned property. So with a parcel map, in this case, being non-residential development adjacent to residentially zoned property, staff triggered the special use permit requirement, since development includes the division of land, and the special use permit triggers, if you're doing that development adjacent to residential zoned property, you need the special use permit. So staff triggered the special use permit at that point.
When you're looking at a special use permit, there's numerous findings. Compatibility with existing surrounding uses, substantial conformance with the master plan, adequate services, project traffic impacts, safe pedestrian environment, scale, intensity, density, height, layout, overall design and uses contribute to and enhance the character of the area. Next slide. You look at adverse environmental impacts, which are detrimental to the character of the area. Signage of the character is in character with the project, architecture, and compatible with surrounding uses. And the structure has been designed such that the window placement and height do not adversely affect the privacy of existing residential uses. All of these are findings that you have to make in order to support a special use permit. So when you're looking at just a parcel map, it's close to impossible, if not impossible, to make all of those findings when you're looking at a parcel map. Now, in NRS, local governments are limited in what they can require through a parcel map through the sections on the screen. In 278-326, local ordinances governing mapping. Local subdivision ordinances shall be enacted by the governing body of every incorporated city in addition to the provisions, prescribing regulations, in addition to the prescription provisions in those sections, inclusive governing matters of improvements, mapping accuracy, engineering, and related subjects, but shall not conflict with the other sections 010 to 630. Next slide. In 462, so that section that are referred to that it cannot be in conflict with, limits what the city is allowed to look at on a parcel map. We can look at only these things. We may look at street grading, drainage provisions, lot designs as are reasonably necessary. And then the items in number 2, which are really the utilities, kind of the nuts and bolts of developing the property: street alignment, surfacing width, water quality, water supply, and sewerage. And that goes on to more detail about surrounding industrially zoned properties. So that limits it in NRS of what we can look at. Those are the only things we're allowed to look at per NRS. By triggering the special use permit, we're expanding beyond what we've been given the ability to review in NRS. NRS limits us to those things. By putting in the special use permit requirement, we then bring in architecture, signage, window placement, all those other things that I covered on the other slides. We don't have the ability to do that because we're limited to what is allowed in 462, numbers 1 and 2. So by triggering that special use permit, we violate this section of NRS. As I said, the city is limited in what we can consider with the parcel map application. The requirement for the special use permit in 1806-405 extends beyond the limits placed on the city by imposing additional findings and requiring the additional public hearing process. Therefore, the special use permit requirement in and of itself for a parcel map is in conflict with NRS and should not be required. And that's where we came to the conclusion for the administrative interpretation. We saw all that kind of unfolding before our eyes, as Jonathan mentioned, during the public hearing process. The discussion on the findings, which it was a great discussion by the Planning Commission on the findings, really showed us that you couldn't get there ever, really, on looking at that. So by triggering that special use permit, it's in conflict because you could never make those findings in the special use permit. That's where we came to the conclusion to state that the special use permit wasn't, the requirement for the special use permit was in conflict. I think that summarized all of our comments. Again, on the process, this issue tonight is just on the administrative interpretation, which is truly a citywide issue. It's not just on Gaslight. It's citywide. It's how we interpret land division and how that is interpreted as development and if the special use permit is required, and that's a citywide issue. As far as the Gaslight project, this is not specifically about Gaslight. We're kind of in the middle of the process. Fred went over. You can go back to the overhead. So we've got we're kind of in the middle of the process here. The special use permit is on hold right now, pending the outcome of this process. Right now we have the administrative interpretation. It's been appealed to the hearing officer and upheld. It is before you tonight. That can also go to judicial review. The parcel map has been applied for on the Gaslight project. It is due to be completed this week. Thank you. That can be appealed to Planning Commission and City Council and also for judicial review. So as far as the project goes on Gaslight, this is not the end of it. This does not specifically relate to Gaslight. And the actual project would come before you potentially on appeal through the parcel map process, since the parcel map application in and of itself can come before you on appeal. And then depending on how any development moves forward on that process.
Claudia, could we try maybe in another way to, I am imagining, I suspect that the citizens who have come this evening, some of them are, what? You know, what are you really saying? We have been in this chambers at least twice before, and we thought that, you know, we were hearing some clear direction from you, and then it got held up. And now it's sounding like you're telling us, no, not tonight, and maybe, no, you're not ever going to have an opportunity to express that they feel they may not have the opportunity to express their concerns and continue to fight their fight. So can we try one more time? I guess the question could be asked, and I actually heard it, why did we have to continue? This application was in, and we got a decision along the way, and it was reversed. The council had reversed the Planning Commission's decision. So why do we have to step back? Because it was discovered that there was a disconnect between Reno Municipal Code and Nevada state law.
Okay, so going back to, I think your question is going back to that original special use permit a year ago, however long it was. That was a specific request for a specific use and development of a piece of property. They were asking for, I believe, cuts and fills, certain uses in the zone, and a couple other things on that application. That was denied by City Council. That was a development review application for a specific project. By code, they cannot apply for that exact same project for a year. In a year, they could come back. They could come back every year if they wanted to. So the applicant chose to go another route and look at dividing the property. In code, it spells out what parcels trigger what type of review. So the applicant looked at those instructions basically of how to lay out property that is going to require review or not require review. By doing that, they applied for the parcel map, or they went to apply for the parcel map. We saw the definition of development. The parcel map in code, in city code, triggers the special use permit process. So then we start another special use permit process on that. In the middle of that process, between Planning Commission and City Council, staff recognized that there's a conflict between city code, between RMC and Nevada revised statutes. As Fred discussed earlier, when we see that there's a conflict between the two, we have to bring it to the attention of council. We can't move forward with a conflict between our code and state law. So at that point, we had to stop the process to basically work through that conflict, which is why we're here tonight. Depending on what happens tonight, there is a parcel map application in with the city of Reno, and that can move forward or not move forward depending on what happens tonight. If it does move forward, that parcel map, which is not rock crushing, which is not grading, which is not landscaping, it is a parcel map dividing the parcel into four smaller parcels. That can be appealed to the Planning Commission. And then the Planning Commission's decision can be appealed to City Council. So we still have a number of review steps in the future, no matter which way it goes tonight. Does that help further clarify?
Madam Mayor, may I help put this on the record too? We're looking at, why are we doing this? Because the process ultimately was flawed. And really that's from a public, from a city council standpoint, that's all we have is the process. And it has to be fair to all parties. It has to be fair to the neighborhood, people in the neighborhood. It has to be fair to the property owner. It has to be fair to everyone. And what would have happened if we just let the process continued in its flawed state? We would have gotten a result, and it may have made some people happy and some other people unhappy. But at its core, the problem is that it would have been the result of a flawed process, and the process would not have given everybody what they were entitled to in terms of their rights under the law. So that was really the decision that the administrator had. It's and it's a fair comment. It really is a fair comment that, from the neighborhood saying, look, we thought we got the result we wanted. We thought we knew what the process was, and now the rules are being changed. And that's a fair comment. But the point is that, unfortunately, it happened at a time where we realized there was a problem, and the choice was either let that problem go and let the result go, knowing that somebody didn't get a fair shake, or reset the process and go from that point on. At the end of the day, because all of this is subject to judicial review, the process issue was going to have to be resolved. If it wasn't resolved by the city council or by the planning commission, it's certainly going to be resolved by the courts. So the question was, do we do it sooner or we do it later? And it was a tough decision, as I'm sure it's a very tough decision for this council, because, again, there's expectations that certain people have about where we are in the process. But it's actually the right decision, because the whole point is to make sure everybody has got a fair shake. Everybody is getting their rights vindicated, both the neighborhood and the property owner. So I hope that helps.
Does council have any process questions? No, just process,
Process of how we
not
conduct-
discussion about, yes. Just what's in front of us tonight.
Oh, I thought you were asking if we had questions of how we as a body proceed in this hearing, but you're asking more about the process of this. Okay.
So is it clear? Everyone?
Maybe, Claudia, can you give us any time frame of what we might be looking at? I mean, this sounds like it's a very long, drawn-out process.
It really depends on what the outcomes are, on how long it can go. Judicial review, I don't know the timelines on that. If it just depends on how tonight happens, and then what happens with the special use permit and everything. It's really hard to determine that.
Okay.
So again,
at least 6 months, I would say.
Yeah, I wanted
To get
sort of
through
a
everything.
general, so, I mean, there's a lot of people here, they're very concerned. And
Yeah, I would say at least
unfortunately,
6
this is
months to
something
get
that's gonna
through
drag out, so.
the appeals, at least.
Okay.
So just to very, very simplistically, and not to be an insult to anybody, very simplistically stated, tonight has nothing to do with the project or any of the expressed concerns that we have heard from the citizens previously about activity on that property.
That's correct.
And that it is solely about us rectifying the disconnect of Reno Municipal Code versus the state of Nevada, NRS, Nevada Revised Statutes.
Correct. The basic question is, does the city have the ability to require a special use permit for a parcel map?
And
Or the authority, I should say.
future action that the citizens can be involved in will be automatic or only upon appeal? That parcel map that's coming in.
If the parcel map comes forward, that would have to be appealed.
So it would be kind of starting anew for the citizens, starting anew, a whole new appeal process, because it's a whole new project and application that is in front of the city council. Correct. Regardless of anything that we've heard in the past or that they've had concerns about in the past.
Correct.
Okay. It is on. I'm sorry. Yeah. So, okay. So this is solely, the action tonight is solely, it has nothing to do with any former project or any future project or use of this land that has been considered previously or may be proposed in the future. It is only about clearing up the disconnect between the city's laws, the city's code, and state laws in RS.
Correct. Our requirements versus our authority.
And the citizens will have every right when another project comes forward, and one is in the process right now,
Yes.
to be involved and submit their concerns and appeal any decisions that are made.
Correct.
Okay. Anyone else have comment? All right.
Madam Mayor, I do need to make a disclosure. I do live in University Ridge. I am not within the noticing boundaries of this of the Gaslight project, but I am a member of the homeowners association, and it's the homeowners association that has filed the appeal. I did seek a ruling from the Ethics Commission on whether or not I can hear items that the homeowners association is involved in, and they ruled that I can, but I do need to disclose. So I just wanted to put that disclosure on the record. We do have a letter from the city attorney's office that was put on the record in the last hearing, and the city attorney told me that they will put that on the record again for tonight's hearing.
Okay.
Is that good enough, Jonathan?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. All right. Hopefully, we've made it as clear as we can for you. And believe me, we know it's confusing. So I've got to believe it's even more confusing for you guys. But hopefully you understand that. And we'll now, do you have a question about the process, or is it your public comment?
Can I make a public motion to have the courts to make a judicial?
You'll need to come forward. Is what you're saying, what you were going to say in public comment? Identify yourself for the record.
Can I make a public motion for have the courts to make a judicial decision about this whole process?
First of all, identify yourself for the record, please.
My name is Brett Shumsky.
Okay, thank you.
For the record, Your Honor, I mean, just to answer that question real quick, the hearing has to occur tonight. A decision has got to be rendered within 30 days. At that point, that decision can be appealed, and that gives the courts the right to appeal it. So you have to have a decision today. You can't go directly from where we are to the courts. You have to have a decision first, so if that's helpful.
Okay. All right.
Right, Mr. Cadlick reminded me, and regardless of the decision, however it goes, it can be appealed by either side, any side. There is no limit to that. So.
Correct. Thank you. All right. This is a public hearing, Madam Secretary.
Yep. For the record, proper notice was given. You received numerous documents from attorneys representing both sides, all of which council received, and we also received several emails in opposition.
Okay. And we received this evening 28 public comment forms from citizens who are in opposition. Hopefully, they understand what we're actually hearing tonight, and that that's what they're in opposition to, or is it still a project? But they've expressed opposition, 28 people who do not wish to speak, but have expressed opposition to tonight's public hearing. We also have received, coincidentally, 28 forms from citizens who do wish to speak. Having heard the clarification of what's in front of us, it's understandable. Some of you may recognize that what you had to say has nothing to do with this distinction of clarifying our code so that it's in compliance with state law. And if that's so, just say, not tonight, but you're going to be hearing from me anyway, in the future. Just let us know. So we will move forward with the the public hearing, and we'll begin taking public comment at this point. The first one up is Eddie Lawrence.
Yes.
Oh, the appellant, correct. Thank you.
You are the appellant. Madam Mayor, just a procedural question for the hearing as we're going forward tonight. There were a couple procedural issues that were raised by C4 Equity. There's 3 issues, actually. One is standing. We've raised an argument that we don't believe the appellants have standing as aggrieved persons for a number of reasons, including they don't own industrial property, and this ordinance relates to industrial property. That's a jurisdictional issue. The second one, there's some motions to strike documents that have been submitted. It's our position that on an appeal, the record is limited to the record that was at the lower tribunal. Those issues are briefed. I didn't know if you wanted to hear additional arguments from the attorneys or if you're comfortable with the information that's been submitted in writing, but those are some procedural issues, and I just wanted to find out how you wanted to handle those before we address the substantive merits. And the third issue I was going to bring up was public comment. I wasn't sure the timing of when you were going to hear that, whether it was going to be before we had our chance to argue, because one or both of us may want to respond to items that come up in public comment. So that's more of a question for you, how you want to handle the
Our practice has been the appellant and the applicant each present their case, and then we take public comment. So that's indeed what we'll do.
I'd like to
Do we need
add-
to, I'm sorry. The aggrieved parties?
Yeah, I'd like to just hear from our attorneys regarding the issues that Mr. Prani brought up regarding the standing. I don't think we're limited to the information provided at the hearing. Strictly, I think this is a new hearing.
It's de novo, for the record, John Shipman, it's a de novo review. You're not limited necessarily to that information. It's up to your discretion of the body whether or not you want to hear that information, you want to strike that information. It's totally within your discretion. It potentially, just looking ahead, depending upon how you handle that matter, it will change maybe how a legal review process is done. As, for instance, you might be, if you strike the information, that lawsuit might be about, a big issue in that case is going to be whether or not you had a solid basis to strike that information, versus if you let it all in, then you might have the argument that, you let that in and it shouldn't have come in because it's irrelevant. So it's really up to you as a body to determine what you want to hear, and I would just leave it at that.
I'll offer some thoughts. I think on the standing issue, it has been our practice, and it is consistent with practices statewide, that standing is widely construed in land use matters. There may be consideration that there's a narrowing of standing considerations on an issue like this, which is broad and citywide as an administrative interpretation. And if that train of thought is accepted, I would note that this administrative interpretation came out as a result of an issue that was raised as a result of an issue that was a specific land use matter in which people clearly had standing who participated. So it's a very unique situation, gets us to this broader issue, but it raises out of one where these people definitely had standing. So I think there's a very close connection there. In terms of the admissibility of information, it's our practice to take documents. We have a process for the public. We notify public comment. We take these in. Sometimes things come in that are factual. Sometimes things come in that are not factual and not relevant, and it's really the weighing that we get to us. So I am not inclined, and I've never seen this body strike anything from the record, so I'm not inclined to do that, and that's my thoughts.
Yeah. And the only question I had for Jonathan on the standing is, do we have to find that the appellant's aggrieved on this issue?
Yeah, generally you have to find that the appellant is aggrieved. Yes.
Okay. And then based on that, and I certainly understand what Mr. Pani's saying about that they don't own industrial property, but the special use permit requirement is adjacency. Because they are adjacent to residentially owned property, they would be impacted by the administrator's decision. So in that sense, I would say that they definitely do have standing and that they are aggrieved.
The one point that I would note on that is adjacency doesn't mean near. It's defined by your code to mean share a common property boundary. And that's what we raised in our brief. If they don't share a common property boundary, they by definition are not adjacent.
The association members most certainly do share boundaries. There are members of the association that both appealed, and they are members of the association, and they share a common boundary.
So based on that and based on what I said, I do find that the appellant is aggrieved, and I'll make that motion.
I'd second that.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right. And please identify yourself for the record.
Thank you. Yes, Gail Kern. I'm an attorney on behalf of the University Ridge Homeowners Association. Just a moment. I very much appreciate the narrowing or attempted limitation of why we are here. But this arose under a particular set of circumstances, and even the memo that you received on August 5th to explain what was happening and to explain the process and the procedure specifically referenced back to the March 13th SUP process. And I cited to a Nevada Supreme Court case that I'll be talking about in a moment that specifically tells you you can't look at things in a vacuum. And so I would urge you, and I'm going to take you through the same statutes, except I'm going to make sure you look at another one which you haven't been shown. And you will see that 10 years ago, when you adopted the Reno Municipal Code sections that we're talking about, you did the right thing. This absolutely applies for a reason. There is no conflict with state law. That is not appropriately found. And there is a reason why you want a special use permit for the limited situation of parcel maps when they are adjacent to residential property. And by way of example, I'm going to show you how this specific example, which is the Gaslight parcel map, why the application of that municipal code is so important and furthers your obligation to protect the general public. Can I have not that, but this? Thank you. First, just so that you know that the umbrella by which you are looking at this, and I know you are very familiar with this, 18.02.103, that is Title 18's overview that the purpose of it is to promote the public health, safety, morals, convenience, and general welfare. And I strongly disagree with Mr. Shipman's characterization that the Planning Commission struggled with the findings. They did not struggle. They deliberated very carefully, but they specifically referenced this obligation, which is consistent with Nevada statute 278.020. It also specifically requires that when looking at those matters that apply to mapping, which is included, that you promote the general welfare and the public. And that is the overview. That is something that at the Planning Commission level they talked about a lot. In order to walk through the argument that there is a conflict with state law, you have to look at the specific statutes. I agree with Ms. Hanson. You start out with 18.24.203.1670, which defines development as the division of a parcel of two or more parcels. So we know that the parcel map application was a development under your code. As she noted, there are only certain circumstances where a parcel map application is going to trigger the requirement of a special use permit. And it is specifically in connection with when there is a parcel map of non-residential development, non-residential parcel map, adjacent to residentially zoned property. And the reason why that is so important and was so appropriate for Reno to adopt will be shown when we look at this particular, the particular application that prompted the city to look at this again. It's not for every parcel map. It very specifically in your code is limited to when it is non-residential development, a parcel map, next to residential property. Remember that, because that becomes very, very important when determining whether or not there is any kind of a conflict with state law. NRS 278.462. This is where they claim the purported conflict is. But is there any way to make that bigger?
It's kind of small.
Or is it just too small to be able to see? It's specifically, this is the statute that says what you may do in connection with parcel maps. It doesn't say, contrary, there's nothing in that statute that says this is the only thing you can look at. It does not say that. It says that this is what you may do with a parcel map. I also want to point out that I really appreciate, Madam Mayor, your identification or trying to assuage the concerns of property owners that they would still be able to have some input into the process. And there's a parcel map application and they'll be able to appeal. But remember, in the letter that you received, that Ms. Shipman, or sorry, that Ms. Hanson stated, the only criteria that the homeowners would be able to look at are the criteria in this statute. Nothing else. It's not the same review. It is not the same consideration. The review is extraordinarily limited. You don't get to look at all of those things that might be put onto those parcels that would affect all of the traffic and the noise and the sound and all of those things that are under the special use permit findings that you were unable to find before. You would not be able to look at those on 2 of the 4 parcels. The only thing you'd be able to look at is this criteria, which is very, very limited. Again, I apologize that it's so small. I thought that there was a way to make it bigger. I apologize. This is NRS 278.326. This statute could not be more clear, and please look at what it says with respect to what provisions apply to mapping. It says NRS 278.010 to NRS 278.630 inclusive. It doesn't say you can only look at NRS 278.462, which is the position that the city has taken. It says you can look at the provisions from 278.010 to 278.630. And that is critical. And it completely explains why a decade ago, Reno adopted the provision and requirement that there would be a special use permit consideration of a parcel map when it was for non-residential development adjacent to residential property. This statute, which I don't think anybody can disagree, applies to mapping. This is the enabling statute for the special use permit. It specifically applies to mapping. It doesn't say No, for mapping, you can only look at 462. The provision of 326 that we just looked at said the provisions of NRS 278.010 to 630 applies, and clearly 278.315 is contained within those statutes. There is nothing, and you're going to have to take my word for it because I realize you can't read it because it's too small. There is not a single statement contained within 278.315 that says you cannot apply this for parcel maps. It doesn't say it. It does at the very end, subpart 12, it says that it's not going to apply to certain applications, but those aren't parcel maps. So when they didn't want the special use permit to apply to mapping, if they had not wanted it to apply to mapping, they could have had a specific provision within the statute that said that, but they don't. Remember back to 462, it doesn't say you cannot apply 278.315. To the contrary, the statute that provides for provisions for mapping includes this statute. You asked a question about the process, and I think that's something that you also have to think about. When the Reno Municipal Code was adopted a decade ago, that included the requirement that a parcel map was a development, and that development, if it was non-residential development, next to or adjacent to residential property, when that was included in the special use permit provision, it was very deliberative. The analysis that occurred in this case was not. It was done in a 24, 48-hour period. And with all due respect, I think they failed to take a look at 278.315. They failed to appreciate that 462 does not prohibit a special use permit, and they failed to recognize that 010 to 630, which 315 is part of it, specifically applies to mapping. There is no conflict. One of the reasons that we are here, which was admitted to, is that there was an application for a special use permit in March that was denied. They didn't appeal that. Instead, they stepped back and they decided to do another step, and that was the parcel map. The Nevada Supreme Court says, even if little incremental steps are legal, that doesn't mean that you get to the same result that you were already denied. And that's what is happening here. And by taking the administrative decision, whether you are considering Gaslight specifically, there's a reason why Mr. Pagne submitted all kinds of briefs. There's a reason why we submitted all kinds of briefs. This issue has a huge impact on whether or not the development that you denied would now be not even subject to your review. This is what was applied for back in March and denied. Those are the parcel map lines. This is not in a vacuum. The parcel map lines were very, very specifically drawn, 301 feet. Your code requires that at 300 feet, there would have to be a review, but at 301, there isn't. So when you believe that we will still be able to come before you and make sure that you are reviewing what's going on, that's not true. We won't. There will be no special use permit application for that parcel. And that parcel is where the proposed project had the most objectionable improvements. We don't get to do anything about that. And that's why your code makes so much sense. Because if you take the parcel map process when it is adjacent to residential property out of the special use permit plan or application by finding there's a conflict when the state statute doesn't prohibit it, you will effectively provide that that parcel map, once it's done, will strip you of your ability to review and will strip the adjacent property owners from their ability to have any input or any discussion. In the hot topic memo that was done before the Planning Commission, Ms. Hansen identified a myriad of uses that if the parcel map were there, 2 of the 4 parcels would no longer have any review. It wasn't just on 1 page. It wasn't just on 2 pages. It went on to a 3rd page. The Planning Commission recognized that there is a reason that you impose and have that heightened scrutiny on a parcel map that is adjacent to residential property. There is no conflict with state law. There is nothing in the state law that says you don't apply 278.315 to mapping. In fact, it's just the opposite. NRS 278.326 specifically says that all of those provisions apply to mapping, and 462 does not say you can't. I agree completely that if in fact there was some state provision that said special use permits cannot be required for mapping, there's a conflict. But it doesn't say that. You have to really stretch to even consider it. You have to find that a statute that says this is what you may do, says this is what you may do, and this is what you can't do. But it doesn't say that. Please do not uphold the administrator's decision. There is no conflict. Your Reno Municipal Code was appropriately adopted 10 years ago, and it should still be enforced. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Pawnee?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, Michael Pawnee, McDonald Corona Wilson, on behalf of C4 Equity. As you recognized at the outset, this appeal is about process, not a project. I know there's a lot of folks that are concerned about what may or may not be built on this property. There's a lot of confusion about how we got here tonight, and you're still hearing it from the HOA. Comments about prior special use permit applications, rock crushing facilities. Those issues aren't before you tonight, as you've recognized. So I think it's important for their purposes as well as yours, what you are and are not doing. Again, you've recognized it, but let's go through it again. You are not granting a parcel map tonight. You are not granting a special use permit tonight. You're not approving a land use. You're not approving any entitlements whatsoever on this property. In fact, you're not granting C4 Equity anything tonight. You are confirming what legal procedures apply when an owner of industrial land wants a parcel map. It's not limited to C4 Equity. In fact, has nothing specifically to do with his property. This is a citywide issue. It's an issue of process. It's an issue of procedures and whether your procedures should comply with state law. That's the issue you're confronted with today. We got here today because your staff recognized your process is flawed. Believe me, that was not an easy decision to come to. There's a lot of political issues on this particular project. So for them to step forward, given that, and to say, we've got some problems, we better fix it, you can guarantee they did that with some deliberation. Your attorney, the person you rely on every day for legal advice, is telling you your process is legally flawed. your administrator, whose sole job is to interpret and enforce your administrative code, your subject matter expert is telling you the process is flawed. These are experts. These are your experts telling you have a problem with your process. It's a procedural issue that needs to be fixed. The concerns they have about uses, about projects, about developments, you're not dealing with that tonight. I guarantee we'll have to deal with those at a later date. We're just talking about the process and upholding a process that's lawful and fair and is consistent with state law. As Claudia pointed out, we got here tonight because of the arguments they made in front of the Planning Commission, where they said, you know, as a matter of law, you can never get a special use permit for a standalone parcel map, because in order to get a special use permit, you have to make findings about proposed uses. And by definition, a standalone parcel map doesn't have a use, so you can never get it. That's the conflict with state law, because NRS Chapter 278 requires that there be a fair and lawful procedure for a property owner to get a parcel map, a standalone parcel map. You must provide that mechanism in your code. And if your code is set up such that the system will always fail, your code is flawed. That's the conflict. That's the error that has to be corrected. That's the error in process that we're asking you to correct tonight. And you've heard a number of comments from the HOA on why they disagree with the administrator's interpretation. They cite NRS 278-462 as having the word may in there. Yes, it does say that those two provisions in 462 may be adopted, but you got to also look at NRS 278-461. That sets forth the mandatory requirements for a parcel map. 462 is enabling legislation. City, you may also adopt these two things. You don't have to, but you may. But by the way, this is the scope and extent and limit of what you may do under 461 and 462. These are the conditions you can impose on a parcel map, nothing more. You're all familiar with Dillon's rule. You know that as a city, you cannot do what the legislature does not expressly give you the authority to do. It has set the bounds and limits in those statutes. This is what you can impose on a parcel map. The HOA says, well, let's look at 278-326, because it talks about when you're looking at ordinances, when you're adopting ordinances that apply to mapping, you can look at all of these different provisions. The part they conveniently overlook is the last section, which says, yeah, but none of these things can conflict with what is otherwise set forth in NRS 278. They forget that whole part about you can't do it if it conflicts. That is what your administrator, your attorney has reviewed and said that is what precludes you from continuing with the practice that you have in code right now. The other thing that they overlook is the difference between what is a land use and a map. A land use is what you can actually do on the land, what use you put it to. Zoning, special use permits, these dictate what you're doing on the dirt. Mapping just tells you what the size and configuration of the lot is. It doesn't entitle a use. It doesn't entitle you to do anything on the land. That's dictated by zoning. These are separate procedures, separate processes, separate standards of review. The reason a special use permit doesn't apply to mapping is because it's a special use permit. It applies to uses. It's not a special map permit. The criteria that are set forth in statute, if you want to know why it doesn't apply, you just look at them. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't fit. And the reason it doesn't fit is because they're geared towards uses, not just any kind of use, a special use, a significant use that has certain intensity, and it rises to such a level that you want a heightened level of review about that particular kind of use. A map isn't a use. It's just lines on a page. I know that may sound insulting to some, but let's keep it in the legal context of what we're talking about here. Uses will come, and there's a process for that, and everybody will be heard, and they have a right to be heard on that. But that's not what we're dealing with today. The HOA has raised the concern about somehow something is being circumvented by coming through with a special use permit or coming through with a parcel map. Nothing is being circumvented. No one's circumventing the prior denial. And the reason that is clear in your code. A rock crushing facility requires a special use permit no matter where it is. It could be 10 miles from the nearest residential subdivision. You need a special use permit. There is no adjacency requirement. It doesn't matter whether someone came forward on one of the parcels or the fourth parcel. It's required anywhere. Nothing you do tonight is going to change that. If you uphold the administrative decision and we go forward with a parcel map and that parcel map is approved, guess what? That rule still applies. And we cannot bring forward that project that they saw in March, that project that was denied. We can't do that without going through the exact same special use permit procedures. And I guarantee I'll have more people in the room than I do right now if we try. But the point is, nothing's being circumvented. Your code requires it, and you're not changing that. That will still apply. This is an appeal, which means the burden is on them to demonstrate to you that your administrator abused his discretion or her discretion, that you acted arbitrarily and capriciously. The Supreme Court defines what that means. It means acting on a whim, baseless, without any rhyme or reason, pulled something out of the air, and that's how she came to her conclusion. Did she act arbitrary and capricious? The burden is on them to show you that she did. Is her decision supported by substantial evidence? The Supreme Court defines that for you. Substantial evidence means evidence which a reasonable mind might find adequate. Not compelling, not clear and convincing, not beyond a reasonable doubt, but just adequate. Is there enough evidence there? Is there some evidence there that the administrator relied on that a reasonable person might say, yeah, there's enough there that I guess you could conclude that? That's the standard that you have to judge under tonight. And that's an important standard because it's not one where you're weighing the evidence. You may agree with some of the points the HOA made. That's not the question. It's not a question of whether they have evidence. The question is whether there's any evidence to support the administrator's decision. You may disagree with their conclusion, but if there's some adequate evidence to support it, you got to uphold it. It's clear tonight that there's more than adequate evidence to support what the administrator did. Ms. Hanson went through all of their reasoning. Mr. Shipman went through all of their reasoning for 5 minutes. This isn't something that was just made in a vacuum that they just did blindly in 5 minutes. They didn't flip a coin. You can imagine the political pressure to even decide to come forward with this. I guarantee you they looked at this long and hard. Your administrator went through all of the grounds that she based her decision on. She's relied on statute. She looked at these statutes. She found they conflict. This is your subject matter expert who knows this code, certainly better than I do, certainly better than Ms. Kern, telling you we can't do this. It violates state law. And it's not just her opinion. She went to her attorney, your attorney. Tell me, what's the law say? Am I right? Am I reading this right? And your attorney confirmed, yeah, we got a problem. This does conflict. That, in and of itself, a reasonable person would say is adequate to support the decision. You went to your attorney and they said, yeah, we got a problem here. So I would submit to you, when you look at the standards of review, you look at the issues that are before you tonight, and you remember, your role tonight's a different one. As city council members, it's easy to be swayed by public opinion. It's easy to follow the will of the majority. You're sitting in a quasi-judicial capacity tonight. That means you're judging the law, you're examining the evidence, you're making a decision without passion or prejudice, without any concern of where the outcome may go, without regard of whether it's popular or unpopular. You're protecting the process. That's the role you have to play here tonight. I would submit to you that your administrator's decision is well supported by substantial evidence. It is the right decision. It protects the process. It provides a fair process. And all of the concerns that you're hearing in opposition, they're premature. There will be a time and place where those will have to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pawnee. All right. As I stated earlier, we have 28 forms from individuals who do not wish to speak and 28 who expressed an interest in speaking. And that's yours to determine now that you hopefully have a clearer understanding what's in front of us this evening. So we will begin the public comment portion of this evening. We'll begin with Eddie Lorton, followed by Cole Patterson, followed by Valerie Bishop.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor and City Council. My name, for the record, is Eddie Lorton. I ended up, sometimes there's been procedural errors down here, and then they call it an oversight, and then we move on. But like tonight, the only reason it's not just moving on is there's a high-priced attorney here, okay? And when they act like it's more than lines on a piece of paper, it's curious to me. I've owned a lot of property, done developments, owned a lot of land. And I did buy on 4th Street, by the way. But otherwise, Here we are. Notice how it's within a foot of what it can be for him to have that cushion between residential. Seems curious to me. So I think they're just scrambling for a loophole to look through. And yes, I'm sure he's talented legally, so they can find that loophole to try to create what they're trying to create. So if it's just lines on a piece of paper, we're not trying to do nothing, I'd like to know why he's here tonight. So I think there's more to it than you can see and tell, and yes, you are here to represent the public. They're the ones that vote for you. I think it's really complicated, especially when most of you up there isn't trained in the law. So I think what we should do is deny it, move on, let the courts decide. They can hammer it out in court and do what they're going to do. But I think, as far as our concerns are, is doing what's right for the citizen. And we spoke before, okay, there was an oversight, but there's more than lines on a piece of paper when the attorney's here tonight trying to pound through what they're trying to, and it looks suspicious to me, and there might be ways they can push it through them fine steps that I hope we're not part of. So please take that in consideration when it comes within 300 feet and they're 301 feet. That's curious, it looks to me. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Cole Patterson. Cole Patterson, followed by Valerie Bishop. I'm letting you know who comes up next, so you'll be ready to come right up to the microphone, followed by Major Parsons. Identify yourself for the record, please.
I am. I don't want to.
All right, thank you, Cole. If you reconsider, let me know. Valerie Bishop, followed by Major Parsons, followed by J.S. McKinley.
Hello, I'm Valerie Bishop. This is my second time here, same game, same plan, but I have great opposition to the administrative decision for tonight. That is my statement. I understand we're sticking to the decision. This is supersized opposition.
Thank you. Thank you. Major Parsons? Major Parsons? J.S. McElhaney?
Good evening. My name is J.S. McElhaney. I want to state that I'm not an attorney, so some of this stuff is Greek, but I am a doctor, and I'm familiar with federal OSHA regulations and state OSHA regulations. State OSHA regulations can always be stricter than federal OSHA regulations. They can't be looser than federal OSHA regulations. So for C4 Equity's attorney to say that these things don't apply because the state can't make, or the city can't make rules that are stricter and more compelling than the state regulations doesn't make any sense to me. I think the interpretation is completely backwards. I'd also like to point out that they did not look at all the statutes. They deliberately ignore NRS 278.315. NRS 278.315 allows special use permits for mapping. Therefore, it would be an abuse of discretion, and the decision is not substantiated. Thank you.
Thank you. Lee Dury? Lee Dury? Thank you, ma'am. If you change your mind, let me know. Lou Allen, oh boy, Allenco? Followed by Thomas Bell. And again, state your name for the record.
My name is Lou Alenko, and I live in University Ridge. I'm concerned because parcels 2 and parcels 4 on the map would remove the adjacency requirement and the requirement to have a special use permit. By allowing that parcel map to go through, it limits your ability to protect us as homeowners, to question what they're doing. They can go straight to building permit. And when the other attorney says that names a rock crushing plant, there's, I believe on that list of permitted items for items 2 and 4 for industrial, there were 27 uses. And most of them that I can see probably aren't suitable for residential adjacency. And to take half of the items off of that map and have you not be able to oversee it to protect our rights and our rights to come forward just seems wrong to me. When I look at lines on a paper, the other attorney says it's lines on a flat piece of paper. I look at those lines and I see homes, 460 homes, 200 next door, developments all around us, and I see lives. I see one lady whose father was gasping for his last breaths of air because C4 Equity was doing grading and stirring up the dust adjacent to her. I see little children who have allergies. I see a lot of uses why we need to have your oversight on parcels 2 and 4. And I'm not asking you, I'm begging you to please overturn the administrative decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Thomas Bell, followed by Roy Herrick.
We could get this on the screen, please. My name is Thomas Bell. I'm currently the president of the board of directors of the University Ridge Homeowners Association. And I put up on the screen some excerpts from the pre-hearing brief prepared by Michael Pagny. And I have serious concerns that not only are there numerous deceptions attempted by Mr. Pagny, but also it seems that city staff are participating in these deceptions. Either they have fallen victim to the deceptions or they are collaborating in the deceptions. But let's back up for 1 minute. One reason that there's so many people here and so many people concerned about the subdivision special use permit is because prior to the city council hearing last time on the Planning Commission's approved special use permit for the rock crushing operation and truck terminal, a meeting was organized by Councilor Dorch, and we met with the representatives of C4 Equity. The appellants met with C4 Equity representatives, and we were threatened. The threat was that if we did not play ball and agree with most of their proposed uses, that they would simply subdivide the property to create parcels without residential adjacency. This is the reason we're here today, because they have carried through with their threat. Now, on the screen, I listed some of Pagny's deceptions, and I'll point out the ones that I believe city staff are participating in. The city staff have never said we're confused. In fact, we're not confused. We know the administrative decision is a declaration that city staff will no longer enforce city law. But C4 Equity claims they have no idea what they're going to do on the property. There's no evidence to support that. Well, you've seen the evidence, the overlay between the parcel map and the original proposal. Here's where it gets rather concerning, that it's claimed by the other side that we argued that a parcel map cannot be granted without specifying use, and that was the basis of the Planning Commission's deliberations. The Planning Commission's deliberations were, I think, purposely misrepresented by your trusted attorney, Jonathan Shipman. In fact, what they did was they looked, and they accepted our argument, which was that if no uses are proposed, you've got to look at all the possible uses that are permitted by that parcel map. It's not just lines on a map. You actually create uses. You have to look at those uses and see whether they are appropriate for residential adjacency. I'm also concerned that, we learned this information from Claudia Hansen and at the Hot Topic meeting, but she seems to have amnesia. She doesn't remember that she presented this information about all the enabled uses that would be created by the parcel map. Why is it the city staff are not presenting the information correctly? I'm very concerned about that, and I think that there's something fishy going on. Either they swallowed the arguments of the high-powered attorney, hook, line, and sinker, or they are participating in a deception.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Bell. Roy Herrick, followed by Kim Hornby. Okay. Okay, thank you. Chooses not to speak, thinks it's been expressed. Kim? Kim chooses not to speak as well. Thank you. Bill Long, followed by Colin McCord.
I'm Bill Long, and I live up on University Ridge. I would like to tie together 3 or 4 things here. We had a meeting in Mr. Dorch's office where we were threatened by C4 personnel that if we did not go along with their first special use permit, that they would subdivide. I would like Mr. Shipman to consider what Ms. Kern said. There's a Supreme Court decision, Nevada Supreme Court decision out there that says you cannot do incremental steps to try to achieve your goals. If you take what C4 Equity proposed, what they're trying to do with this subdivision, they're trying incremental steps for an outcome that they proposed in the beginning, which the Supreme Court has said they cannot do. I would like Mr. Shipman's comments on that and Ms. Kern's. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Colin McCord? Nothing at this time, thank you. David Baval? David will be followed by Denise Edwards.
Hi, my name is Dave Baval. At first I was going to speak, then I wasn't going to speak, and I've decided I am going to speak. I found it interesting that the people representing the city on this legal situation that we're in said not once, not twice, but 3 times where they were coming from, trying to explain to us folks where they were coming from. Well, I'd like to tell them where I'm coming from. I'm coming from 721 Sienna Park Drive, Reno, Nevada. I don't live in a vacuum. I live in the real world. I'm sitting here listening to all this, and I'm wondering if there's nothing to talk about except for this legal, quote, process, why are we discussing a parcel map? The parcel map is the reason that we're here talking about the, quote, process. That's, to me, very, very important. I've come here 3 times. I've spoken here 3 times in this chamber, and I'm going to kind of re-speak what I said before the Planning Commission. And I hope I won't be repetitious to my friends and neighbors sitting in the audience. I live in Reno, Nevada. Some of us know that there is gambling that goes on in Reno, Nevada. That's what I've been told. I don't gamble. I have no problem with people that do. I don't play poker. I don't play the slots. I don't play any of the gaming devices. But I say this out of no disrespect. I know a shell game when I see it. And I would ask the city council to see the same shell game that I see. That's the same shell game that the Planning Commission saw. There was some conversation about, well, they wrestled with this whole issue. No, they didn't wrestle with the issue. They talked at length about the issue, and they saw the same shell game that I saw. We all know what goes on during the shell game. One guy on one side of the table wins it all, and the other people on the other side of the game very rarely win anything. We need your help. And if you want to know what the shell game is, it's the parcel map. And so, as I recall from the Planning Commission meeting, 2 of those 4 parcels of that shell game would be outside the parameters of your review. Hence, we lose in that shell game. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Baval. Denise Edwards? Denise, thank you. Followed by Leroy Annison?
Hi. Hi, my name's Denise Edwards. This is really emotional for me, so I'm not a good speaker. unless I'm with my girlfriends, but, so it is real hard for me to speak. Which I know you don't like to hear, but they are in my backyard, literally, in my backyard. And for the first 2 years that C4 moved in, I didn't bother them at all. I didn't cause them any hardship. I didn't, call any, want them to get in trouble for anything. I put up with their dust, their dirt, their noise. I'm the one that was caring for my elderly father for the last 4 years. And the last 2 years of his life, he's the man that choked to death over C4's dust. And no matter how many air filters I got in my house or what I tried to do, my dad died from their dust. And I talked to Troy Carson about it, and he told me, well, I was a bad daughter anyways, because I live next to electrical plants. But I never knew I was going to have to take care of my dad in my home, 24/7. It was my choice to do it. But I thought he was pretty cruel, and I just want to let him know that he really broke my heart, because I'm not fighting because I lost my dad, because they made him suffer. I'm fighting because I'm retired. I love my home. I love my neighbors. I have paid my taxes. I've paid everyone. I owe nobody nothing. We built our home with our own hands. And it's just, I don't want to see any of my neighbors suffer. We worked for what we have. That's our mountain, our hill. We pay our taxes. We pay for our homes. We're good people up there. And they have not been good neighbors. They cheat, they break the law, they cause pollution, and I never caused them any grief. But since he said that it was my fault that my dad died because I live next to electrical lines, I thought it was like we're dealing with someone that doesn't care about anybody and anybody's life. And I have 8 grandbabies that play in my backyard. They deserve to slide down my hill and breathe clean air and have a life with Grandma and Grandpa. There's 8 little ones that need to have a chance to, and
Thank
I
you,
know
Ms.
that's
Edwards.
not what's up, but there's babies involved. My grandbabies and her grandbabies, and there's just not us old folk, and...
Never call yourself old. You're as young as you feel. Ms.
but
Edwards,
it's
I think
like-
we've heard your message. I'm sorry your time has elapsed. Please take a
But
deep
they're not
breath.
But there's one other thing. Pegney, their attorney, is a fibber. And I know I'm not a good speaker, there's other words, but I got a love letter from him in the mail, and he says that I have no rights to speak because I'm not a homeowner. I spoke kind of loud. But right here, I show my deed. I show that I pay my taxes. My name's on there, my full legal name.
Thank
So
you.
he's telling fibs, and it's
Thank
on
you.
page 6, okay?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Leroy Annison. Leroy is passing. Thank you, sir. Lee McCord. Lee McCord on her way, followed by Gail Kim.
Hi, I'm Lee McCord. I can't begin to tell you how appalled I am to be here. This has been 8 months running. 8 months ago, those people, I sat right here and listened to everything that they wanted to do on that property. Rock crushing, a screening plant, which obviously they felt they had a done deal there because it was sitting there already. They want to allow up to, well, they're going to have of their own, starting 6 large trucks going to 15 trucks. They want to open it up to the public. What that is going to mean is continual vehicles bringing in sod, brush, and everything else. And if you've ever had a chance or an opportunity, if you want to call it that, to smell rotted sod, you'll know it's not something you want. We moved here 2 years ago, and of the 2 years, 2 years ago and 8 months of this time, I've been coming down here. Now, why can't this be taken care of? This is ludicrous. And Claudia, I want to tell you, I was going to buy you a pair of roller skates. So then when the minute this meeting is finished, you can roll right over to your buddies that much quicker.
Ms. McCord, you need to speak to us.
Why is it at most of these meetings, your city administrators are sitting with C4 equity people? Can you tell me that? Can anybody explain that one?
Ms. McCord,
in my opinion,
speak to us.
My opinion only, fire your city administrators because they are sure doing no good for the city of Reno. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you. Folks, please direct your comments to the council only. Gail Kim? Gail Kim? Don't see that person. Bill Mechez? Boy, help me with that one, please. I apologize.
It's Metcher. Everybody gets it wrong, so.
Thank you.
Anyway, some of this stuff's already been said, but I'm a homeowner up there, and I'm going to say it again for myself. As a resident of 999 University Ridge Drive, I would urge the City Council to reaffirm the Reno Planning Commission's decision to deny C4 Equity request to split up their property on Gaslight Lane. I feel that allowing C4 to subdivide the property will let them develop, let them skirt Reno's special use permitting process and eventually lead to commercial development that will be detrimental to the neighborhood due to noise, dust, heavy traffic, and other thus far undetermined sources of pollution. It will also rob you, the City Council, of any future control over permitting on the site, and I believe it will set precedent citywide for other businesses seeking a way around Reno's special use permitting process. Please deny C4 Equity's request. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Hassay Child? Hassay? Okay, come on up. Identify yourself for the record, please. Followed by Timothy Gary.
Hi, my name is Stephen Child. I'm also a homeowner up there, and I'm also a pastor, but fortunately for everybody, I'm a retired pastor, so you don't have to hear a sermon. But I do think that this is about what is good and what is bad, good governance and bad governance. And we're talking about who is running the city. We're the citizens. We elected you as our representatives, and we trust you. And I think you've been doing a good job, and I don't think you have an easy job. That is who we thought is running the city. But when you run the city, you're doing it for the sake of the citizens, for the safety and the livability of the neighborhoods. That's good. And you even sacrifice your time in many things for the sake of us, the people. That's good. But what's bad, without going into the sermon part, is when you sacrifice others for your sake. And we heard from Denise Edwards. She was the woman who lives 40 feet away from what they're doing with the grandbabies and the father. What's being done here is sacrificing them for their prosperity. That's not good. But the thing is that we have a city government, we elected you, And then a planning commission heard this, a city council heard this, and they both saw that the uses were no good, and they denied it. And then 24 hours after the planning commission denies it, this administrative interpretation comes out, which says that there's a conflict with state law. But Gail Kern, the attorney, just said there's not a conflict with state law. That's not at all clear. I agree with Mr. Pagney. It could be a lower bar. It could be reasonable to think that, but it's not. And it's something that has to be decided judicially. But they've already just gone ahead and just stopped enforcing code. And you can't do that. That's bad governance. Because what is happening is that the special use permit is now going forward. But who's running the city? It should be our elected representatives. Not an administrator and the city attorney, with all due respect. I respect attorneys, but we didn't elect you to run the city. Please stay within your profession, and Claudia has always been professional. She's always bent over backwards to try to help. She's professional, but she's not who we elected to run the city. We elected you, so we can only come to you to not let an administrative decision nullify your decision and the planning commission decision. Don't let that happen. We're all depending on you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Child.
Thank you.
Timothy Gary. All right. Oh, indeed you did. I'm sorry, it was in the yes stack. Thank you, sir. Dan Marshall, also marked no. Dan, have you changed your mind? All right. Beverly Deerfoot is passing. Thank you. Chris Lemaine. Thank you, Chris. Identify yourself when you arrive, please. Followed by Auguste Lemaire.
Thank you. I am Chris Lemaire, 3060 Socrates Drive. And I'm not an attorney, so a lot of this is confusing to me. But I grew up as a child, and my dad ended up being a developer. He developed land, mobile home parks, and RV parks. When you go before the city council, you need to know what you're doing with your property. I do not know why C4 can't come here with the parcel map and understand and not know what he's going to do with that property. I am in opposition to the administration decision. As Gail has pointed out, I don't feel there is a conflict. I feel they are trying to find the loophole and that shell game that another gentleman said. And I just find that you have to vote, that the administration, you have your rules. As the previous gentleman said, you have your rules, you are governing our body. How long did it take to come up with our existing city code? I bet you it took more than 12 hours because, as they said, within not even 24 hours, 12 hours, and that decision was turned over. You can't, in a vacuum, decide that city code is in conflict with state code. I don't believe that. And I'd like to make this point toward Troy. I looked up your website for your family, and it looks like your family has a lot of integrity, and they're proud business people up there. And I just feel that you're not following in the family footsteps. It says there's second generations. You're filled with respect, focus on the people. You care about people, you care about partnerships and relationships. And I feel what you're doing now is trying to find a loophole, and you're trying to put a square peg in a round hole. And I'm really sorry that you're impacting the whole city of Reno. I can't believe that a property, if I have property, I can just go parcel map it, and you can't say anything about it. I can do whatever I want to with my property. No, we have guidelines for everybody. And that was what Gail said. You are to protect all of our rights, not just theirs, but ours as well. And I agree, as a property owner, he has a right to do something with that property. That property's been dormant for 15, 20 years. Nothing has happened on that property. And there's a reason for it. It's not a good piece of property. He got it dirt cheap, and he's trying to do something with it. But what he's trying to do is not in harmony with the rest of us. Life is too short to argue over money.
Thank you. Auguste Lemaire, followed by Margie Kester.
I'm August Lemaire, and I'll try to stick to the point. And I'm not an attorney either, and so I find myself in difficult ground here because I'm trying to interpret law. I listened very carefully to Claudia Hansen's presentation about parceling, and I'm a business owner, and I know, and I've also been a landowner most of my life. Nobody subdivides and parcels up a property for no reason. There is specific and guided reasons why you would do that, and it's always in order to try to improve the property. And in fact, and I was listening to Claudia's presentation, there are some very specific rules that subdividers have to fall into in order to subdivide property, that it has to be for the welfare of other people, for health, and so on and so forth. I just didn't see that in what's going on here. The lines that we're seeing on this map, and it was so clearly shown on the overlay that Gail Kern put up there, these lines, those subdivisions, parcels 1 and 2, have absolutely no potential use in the future whatsoever, except to give them the opportunity to do whatever they want with the rest of the property. They threatened us with that in council in one of the very early meetings that we had here. You know, I don't envy your position here. You're in a situation where you're going to catch some grief either way. But I really do feel that you have the right to say something about subdivision and parceling. And I think that that's within the NRS laws 278. As I listened to Claudia's presentation, there's plenty of room there for you to be able to say yes to a decision or no to a decision. And I really feel like this is a very disingenuous and obvious attempt to subvert the power of this body and do something in the neighborhood that's not going to be beneficial for the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Margie? Thank you very much. David Gibbons? David, passing also. Marvin and Marcella Davis? Please come forward. Followed by Justin Williams. State your name for the record, please.
Good evening, Councilman. This can work. This is my property right here.
Please state your name.
My name is Mervyn Davis, 1111 University Ridge Drive. This is my property, marked in yellow. Denise Edwards, they're my neighbor. I've been kind of following along with this for years. I think it's been about 2 years. And it's pretty disturbing for me and my wife. And I know you have a hard decision tonight. If you could read what we wrote down, would that be okay with you?
Sure.
Would you please read it?
We are asking the City Council to reverse the decision of the hearing administrator. Your decision will speak volumes to the citizens of Reno.
That's all I have to say. And I want to tell you that I've got a bird's eye view of this place.
Thank you, sir. Justin Williams. And Justin, you're the last speaker unless anyone has reconsidered wanting to speak.
Good afternoon, good evening, council. I'm so tired I don't even know what time it is. The real challenge for me tonight, personally, will be reading my own handwriting, because I've heard a lot of what my neighbors have said, and they've said a lot of what I've wanted to say. And I feel like I've made the argument clearly that lines on a map actually do mean something. They're not just random things. If they were, we wouldn't be here spending all this time on this issue. If they were, border disputes would never occur, and disputes between neighbors over apples, trees, and fences would never happen. Lines on the map mean something. What I want to address specifically, and I want to thank you for being here and so carefully and diligently working to preserve and protect the integrity of this process. But I've come here tonight to ask you to work as diligently to maintain the integrity of the city administrative office. In doing so, I want you to closely examine how this thing that Mr. Pagney describes as fair and lawful, this process, is perceived by reasonable people who have bought homes on that hill, like myself and my wife. I'm going to read a little bit from my appeal to this body that in order to avoid the appearance of impropriety, city officials and staff, like any other elected or appointed public official, are generally obligated to act in a way that promotes confidence in the integrity and impartiality. The use of an administrative decision to overturn a vote of the Planning Commission less than 24 hours after that vote is not consistent with this standard. It is, to the contrary, reasonably suspicious and ethically challenged, and made even more so by the fact that those same officials had determined just prior to that the correct process to follow was the SUP process. Also, the use of an administrative decision to change a legal definition in the Reno Municipal Code was arbitrary and capricious. It violated a carefully crafted and codified text amendment procedure. Overnight, suddenly, the process changed. The rules changed for every citizen in this city. Overnight, you wake up one day and Ms. Hanson makes a decision and the rules change. Development can proceed and you have fewer appeal rights to that development. Mr. Pagney suggested that the mapping doesn't constitute a use. Of course it does. If you approve the appeal today, then as you saw presented to you before, there are dozens of uses allowed by right to this appellant. He wants it kept in a legal context, and I would just ask, what is legal and fair about changing the law and the rules under which we're governed without notice or participation of the citizens? You have a text amendment process. Let's use it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone who expressed that they did not wish to speak when we called your name, if you've changed your mind, let me know and come forward. All right. We'll close the public comment portion and return it to the table. Mr. Dortch, your ward. We probably could take a comfort break. How about 10 minutes? 10 minutes? Restrooms are upstairs on the second floor if anyone is looking for those. We'll reconvene. Thank you all. I hope that you were able to get comforted a little bit too. Mr. Dortch, your ward.
Thank you. And I have some questions. I'm assuming these questions are going to be for Jonathan. And just referring to some of the issues that Ms. Kern brought up, in that we really didn't take into account 278-315.
No, I think we took into account all of Chapter 278.
And our position is that we cannot require a special use permit for mapping.
Correct. Essentially what the argument is and what it's set forth in the administrative decision is that the state has really preempted us in our ability in what we can condition a parcel map on. And where the difference between Ms. Kern's opinion and the city attorney's office opinion is really turns on that notion of may. The city attorney's office looks at it as a limiting factor that, essentially that provision, the 326 provision says we may do the following, and by the may, it's enumerating sort of the universe of things that we can do. Ms. Kern's interpretation is may is just more enabling, and it should be viewed in addition to other general powers that we have under that chapter. The problem from a statutory construction standpoint that we run into is that it kind of begs the question, why do we even have that provision if it's redundant? And so, that's, and we believe, again, with Dillon's law, as was pointed out, we only have the powers, or the city only has the powers that are expressly given to us by the legislature, and that particular provision says, here's the list of things we can do, you can do no more, is how we are, and how the administrator interpreted that. Does that make sense?
No, not necessarily, but so where does it specifically say we cannot use an SUP for mapping?
And let me pull out the administrative decision. And
And while you're looking at that,
Yep.
why would they specifically state provisions where this doesn't apply in 278-462 and not include mapping in that?
Okay, so I'm sorry, one more time, say that again.
Well, let's address the first one. Where does it specifically say we cannot apply an SUP for mapping?
What it says is under the 326 provision, it says that we can pass ordinances that, covering things such as mapping, but they cannot be in conflict with other provisions of NRS. Now, the other provision of NRS is the 462 provision, and that's the one that says what, and it's titled requirements which may be imposed by governing body. Okay, and
But I thought 462, and I might have these wrong, so if I do, please let me know. Sure. But I thought 462 was also where it actually spelled out specifically where we can't use an SUP.
No, the way it's being interpreted, at least the legal opinion is, 462 says what you can do. And it limits you so that if it's not stated in 462, you can't do it. So,
but don't they in 462 have specific provisions where this doesn't apply? In 462?
462 says the governing body may require street grading, drainage provisions, and lot designs as are reasonably necessary. So those are things that we can do. And if it anticipates, so if it has a reason to do so, based upon duly adopted ordinance and plans, that the parcels will be used for, in this case, industrial purposes, or in any case, commercial industrial purposes, may require off-site access, so you can do that. You can do street alignment requirements. You can do surface and width and water quality, water supply and sewerage provisions, only as necessary and consistent with the existing use of any zoned land for similar use, which is within 660 feet of the proposed parcel. So it's clearly limiting language is the point of the administrative interpretation. It looks at that and it says, yeah, the may is, yeah, it appears to be enabling at first blush, but what really it's doing is it's setting forth kind of the list of things that you can do and you can do no more when you look at that relative to the rest of the chapter, rules of statutory construction in Dillon's law.
Ms. Kern, let me just ask you a question real quick. Because maybe I've got my notes a little wrong here. Your testimony was that 278-315 specifically applies to mapping and gives us the ability to issue an SUP based on that, correct?
For the record, Gail Kern, yes, that is, and that applies because of 278.326.
Okay. So now, how do I answer that, John?
You can reconcile that with, you have a general provision 315 and you have a specific provision 326 or 462. And so when you have under general statutory construction law, when you have a general provision and a specific provision, the specific provision covers more so than the general. So and then you have to ask yourself.
But I haven't heard where 462 specifically deals with mapping.
Oh, it's under that chapter, or it's under 461 through. I'm pulling it up.
I think she can help me real quick. Yes.
I do agree that 462 applies to mapping as well, But because of operation of 326, I wholeheartedly disagree that there is any general or specific issue that arises under this, because there is no specific provision of 462 that is limiting. And that is, Dillon's rule is actually just to the opposite. Does not provide that 462 are the only things you can do to mapping. If that were the case, then the provision of 278.326 has absolutely no meaning, and there is ample statutory construction that you never interpret a statute so that it has no meaning. And 326 specifically says that the provisions of 278.010 to 278.630 govern mapping. Within those statutes is 315, which is the special use permit statute. It specifically applies to mapping. 462, I wholeheartedly agree. If it said something that prohibited a special use permit for mapping, or specifically said, you can only do what's in 462, but you know that other statute that we talked about that said 010 to 630 applies to mapping? Ignore that one, you can't use those.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. In the 326 provision, yes, I would agree with Ms. Kern. It talks about, in addition to the provisions of NRS 278.010 to 278.630. But the other portion of that statute, that's a provision that's important to look at, is the last qualifier, which says, but shall not be in conflict with 278.010 to 278.630 inclusive. So we can have those ordinances, but they cannot be in conflict with state law. And 278.462 is covered, as Ms. Kern said, by both of those references. And 278.462 speaks specifically to our limitation or our inability to do more than what is set forth in 462. So that's where the interpretation comes. I understand where Ms. Kern is coming from. The may is enabling, but again, what that kind of begs the question, why even have 278.462 to begin with if that's already covered?
But can't you say the same thing about 278.315? Why have that?
About, in what sense?
I mean, if it specifically addresses mapping, why would that be there if we didn't have the power to have a special use permit for mapping?
No, you
Why
can
would that specifically
You can
be there?
potentially have, I can't think of what the example would be. You could have an SUP for mapping, but you would still be limited to the extent that you could not violate other provisions of NRS, specifically the 462 provision. So, you would still have to comply with the 462, and that's the issue.
So how are we in violation of 462?
And in 462, because when we required, or when it went to Planning Commission, like in the Gaslight case, what happened was there was a requirement for an SUP. And the SUP, as Ms. Hanson pointed out, had a number of findings that were specifically related to use. And those, because of the nature of what they were doing, a permit application, it's not a use type of analysis. It's a mapping analysis. And NRS really, I think, deals with uses in one part of the chapter, and mapping is dealt with as a separate thing. There is some overlap, but because the mapping is not the equivalent of a use, when we put that SUP requirement on it, we are saying you have to say what the use is, what you're doing, X, Y, and Z, and at the end of the day, because you're parcelizing, you're not creating a use. You're not proposing a use. You're essentially just cutting the property up into,
Well, you just said that we could potentially have an SUP for mapping.
Yeah, you could have a provision
So
under
ha-
the
so how-
RMC code that would have an SUP for mapping, but it still couldn't conflict with NRS 278.
And that's what I'm trying to get to, is how
Right.
are we in conflict with 462?
Because 462 sets forth kind of the limit of the conditions that you can place upon that mapping. And by requiring that special use permit and like the findings, for instance, that they're consistent with, vehicular traffic, that is, and you can't make that finding because.
But we always, our findings are always where appropriate. I mean, it's not, I mean, there are several times when we're making findings, and there are certain findings that don't apply to that application. And we just basically ignore those findings because they don't apply for one reason or another. The window height is not, and they have no windows.
Right.
You know, I mean, so there's times when the conditions, all the conditions don't, I mean, all of the findings don't necessarily apply to an application.
And that's
so
where
we apply the ones that do apply.
Yeah, and that's the one, you know, for instance, in the interpretation, it talked about the ones that the commission was having problems with.
But if they don't apply, they don't apply. You still go to the ones that do apply.
Right, but that was, if looking at those conditions kind of in total, none of them would apply. So then and that was
I don't think I necessarily agree with that. Can we put the conditions up on the, Claudia, do you have the special use permit conditions? Okay. And then another question that I think is a bigger question, well, not a bigger question, but a equally challenging question for me is something that Mr. Prani brought up, and that's that our review today, in our review, any evidence to support the administrator's decision. So if anything that's brought up leads us to that there is some support for her decision, then we have to go in that direction. We can't take all the evidence as a whole and make a decision. I mean, I thought this was a new hearing and we could take all evidence as a whole and come to a conclusion.
Yeah. I mean, it's my belief that it's a de novo review. You can take all the evidence and then you can come to a decision on the law, how you see fit.
Okay.
Okay, so these are summaries for a PowerPoint presentation. It's not the complete finding. But compatibility, sorry, Claudia Hansen for the record, compatibility with existing surrounding land uses would not be applicable because there's
Well,
no.
I don't, now that one I disagree with.
Okay.
Because I mean, you've got, and the way I look at it is, and I don't want to get into the discussion of the SUP right now, but I think you could make a determination that, yeah, you've got an industrial parcel adjacent to residential, and now you're going to have 4 industrial parcels adjacent to residential, and is that compatible with existing and surrounding land uses? I mean, I think you could make that argument, that finding is there. I think you can make the argument. So, you know, adequate services and infrastructure for 4 parcels. Do we have adequate services and infrastructure for 4 parcels?
I would say 3 is definitely one covered under 462. Because where 462 limits what we're allowed to look at.
So, I'm not sure I follow you. So you're saying that we can't consider 3?
No, 3 we can.
Okay.
Just the opposite.
Under both
So again,
scenarios.
I mean, so there are
Under both
findings that would
scenarios,
apply. There are findings that would apply then.
Definitely 3.
Intensity?
Potentially 4, not 5.
Intensity?
No, I wouldn't say so. Only based on site access, street alignment, water quality, water supply, and sewerage provisions. So if the utilities were available or in the area where they could become available for the division of land.
Okay. Okay.
Next slide.
No, and don't get me wrong, I mean, I don't see how those apply to parcel mapping. They apply to the special use permit for uses, but those don't apply. I would agree with you on that. But that's my point is, a lot of times, I mean, signage is in character with project architecture and is compatible with surrounding uses. Sometimes we're not even dealing with signage, so we ignore that finding. So again, I think there are findings that are impacted, that are associated with the application, and some findings aren't associated with the application. And that's the way we've always looked at it. But you're saying that that's not the case here.
No, well, what I'm saying is that the way we looked at it, a special use permit is really to address a use. A parcel map is not a use by definition. Can we do like you talked about, can we do a parcel map use permit? And under the 315, I think potentially yes. The caveat being it can't be in conflict with 462. And as what your analysis has just shown, where there is overlap, we can apply the SUP potentially. But we can't, where the Planning Commission was having its problems, and I wish I had that, it was on, I believe, 6.
I would agree.
So if you take the position, I guess if at the end of the day, if you take the position that it doesn't apply, and you can say that up front, it doesn't apply, which I understand that's the practice, but then potentially you could do an SUP. But it would, again, it would still, at least in my opinion to date, would have to be limited to the 462 provisions, because that's basically.
And I think that's where I'm going, is that's
Yeah.
what we are doing. By eliminating the ones that don't apply and only addressing the ones that do, are you within the 462 provisions?
And I would say, yes, you could do that, yes.
Okay. Mr. Prani, I want to give you a chance, because I asked Ms. Kernup, and I think you've heard my line of questioning here. I especially want you to address any evidence to support the administrator's decision issue that I just brought up, because I am concerned about that. But our attorneys are telling us that it is a new hearing, and we can hear all the evidence and come to our own conclusion.
As to the standard of review, this is an appeal. So in an administrative appeal, the standard is an abuse of discretion standard. Did the lower tribunal, in this case the administrator, abuse his discretion or her discretion in coming to the decision? Where your code speaks to review and de novo review, it says you shall review the decision of the hearing examiner de novo. Now, this is an important nuance. You have a two-step process. You have an administrative decision that's issued. That is appealed to a hearing examiner. The hearing examiner reviews the administrator's action for abuse of discretion. If people don't like that, they appeal to you. What de novo means is that you don't have to give any deference to what the hearing examiner did. You are looking now anew, de novo, at what the administrator did, and did the administrator abuse his or her discretion. So the standard, the abuse of discretion standard, still applies. The evidentiary question, de novo, since this is an appellate context, means you are stuck with the record that was looked at below, but you don't have to give any reference or any deference to how the hearing examiner construed that record below. In the reply we filed today on the motion to strike, I set forth points and authorities under the Nevada Supreme Court, which actually define what de novo is. And the Nevada Supreme Court said, an appeal de novo is, quote, generally as one in which the reviewing body uses a lower tribunal's record, but considers the evidence and law without deference to the lower tribunal's rulings. So that de novo review standard that's talked about in your code is just talking about, do you review the hearing examiner as an abuse of discretion? Are you giving deference to what the hearing examiner did? The answer is no. You're looking at this anew. You're looking at what the administrator did anew. You're stuck with the record, but your question is, did they abuse his discretion? And the question on the reasonable evidence, the Supreme Court has defined, what does that mean to abuse your discretion? It means you've acted arbitrarily or capriciously, which they define as a whim. And it means that the decision is not supported by substantial evidence, which is defined as that evidence which a reasonable person would accept as adequate to support the decision. This is the weighing point that I was making earlier. It's not a question of whether there's more evidence here versus here. It's not a comparative analysis. You're just looking to see, was there a reasonable basis to support what the administrator did? You may not agree with the basis, but so long as there's a reason, there's some evidence to support the conclusion that they came to, then it's not an abuse of discretion.
I'll get to her.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I'm going to let some other people ask some questions and come back to me. I don't want to.
Sure. All right. Ms. Breckus?
Ms. Hanson, generally, what is the difference between a parcel map and a subdivision?
A parcel map is up to 4 lots. over 4 would be a subdivision for a tentative map process.
A parcel map is more or less a subdivision mini. The legislature has said, when you're doing land divisions, there's these thing called subdivisions, which are more than 4 lots. You're breaking a parcel into more than 4 lots. If you don't want to go that intensive, you can do this thing called a parcel map, correct?
There's more, it gives us a little more, a broader brush that we're allowed to use on a tentative map. We can go more into detail on lot design, street design, utility layout, landscape layout. It allows us more, a broader brush on it.
Okay, so in the subdivision, perhaps greater requirements are put on, but certainly there's some goal in the legislation that whether you go through the parcel map or the subdivision, you're going to be looking out for certain things of infrastructure nature. Would you
Correct.
agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, so I guess, I think this discussion has gone into a lot of construction and reading, and I know we've got a lot of attorneys involved, but I want to go back to kind of the conceptual. What I see is what's the difference between a subdivision and a parcel map, and that's what I think the legislative intent of this 462 is, and I'd submit that to the body. This section is reading that it says, if you're going to use it for these purposes, you may require off-site access, street alignment, surfacing and width, water quality, water supply, and sewerage, which are infrastructure components. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
But only as necessary and consistent with the existing use of other lands. So they're kind of setting a threshold for, you can't take parcel mapping above and beyond other activities.
Correct.
And when I read that and my knowledge of subdivision law as it is practiced in multiple states, I understand that the legislation typically tries to put subdivisions and parcel maps on a kind of an equal footing, because someone can come through and parcel 4 here, then parcel 4 here, and parcel 4 there, and parcel 4 there, and sooner or later they've been parcel mapping.
No,
And
actually,
when they
there's
should have been doing a subdivision.
Sorry, there's actually a limit in state law that limits it. You can only do 4 at a time, and you have to wait a year to do the next 4.
Okay, so
it does limit it.
So you're furthering my concept there that the legislative intent is to allow this tool of parcel mapping, but not allow it to be abused when it should have gone through the subdivision process.
Correct.
And so in that context, that's what I'm reading on this 462 sub 2, is that when you go through the parcel map, you can put all these things in there as you would on a subdivision, but you can't take it up and beyond. And as others would, as other properties that may have been subdivided or may not have been subdivided. So I'm reading this much more narrowly than you all, and I think that's the truer reading. And I guess that's my point on that. And then I want to go into this broader concept of 278.010 through 278.630. We see 278.010 through 630. There's 620 subsections or numbers,
Right.
and that can add up to a lot of different specifics and maybe this much of statute.
It's all planning and zoning. There's group homes,
Yeah.
billboards, everything. And the section on special use permits and variances that was referred to earlier, 315,
Sure.
covers all special
Sure.
use permits. It's not just mapping.
Sure, and I want to call out one provision within that large number of grouping, and that's 278.480, which is related to the vacation or abandonment of easements or streets. Is it typical when you do a parcel map that someone has to abandon something because you're moving these lines around? You might have a line where you may need to relocate, and I'm thinking of something along the lines of maybe a public utility easement, or that might run around the perimeter of a lot. I mean, is it typical when a parcel map comes that there's also abandonment activity that goes on as parcel map, whether it's utility or street abandonment?
Not very often.
You've never seen abandonment, so.
There probably has been one, but that's not typical.
Okay, you don't have your engineering staff here tonight, do you?
No.
Okay, because in my experience, I've seen numerous parcel maps come through this city and others where there's abandonment activity going on or relocation of easements. And I've even seen that as a condition for a parcel map. And so I'm concerned that if we go with this reading that you have, that you would lose that authority when you're parcel mapping to tell someone that, we can't allow you to do this parcel map because you have this abandonment here and we can't require you to abandon. So do you see a problem with that?
I don't see your connection on those, no.
Well, I mean, this abandonment and vacations is within this large section of bodies, just like the special use permits. And I see that you routinely use this in your parcel mapping, abandonment is going on as a part of this. And I'm just wondering if you feel that if you go with this reading that, you can't apply the special use permit or the group homes or any of these other things, could you require an abandonment as a part of parcel map, or a vacating of an easement?
I think you would still be able to. I don't see any connection on those. The interpretation was that only a parcel map would not be considered development because of the conflict with 462.
Well, because one of the provisions within that 010 to one of that provisions between 278.010 and 278.630, which is the special use permit procedure, cannot apply. And I'm reading into another procedure that's included in there that I think is routinely used in parcel mapping as a condition of parcel mapping. And I'm wondering if you would apply the same thing, that we can't require or condition any parcel maps based upon abandoned easements being relocated.
That wasn't part of the interpretation. The interpretation is solely based on the requirement for the special use permit.
But do you think that...
for the definition of development.
But,
so let me finish that.
Well, but, then it's a reading in here of, within that reading, you're saying that the special use permit is provision in this broad section of 278 cannot be applied to parcel mapping. And so I'm looking to see what tools might you also lose if you are upheld with this decision.
I don't think we would lose anything on abandonments. I think it's been written very narrowly that it's just the definition of a division of lots into two or more parcels as it relates to the requirement for the SUP.
Okay, but what about if a parcel map comes through and you want to require an abandonment or extinguishment of an easement through that parcel map?
Then we would condition it on the parcel map.
What's the difference? They're both contained within that, and you can't be in conflict. You're making them go through one process, an abandonment.
It would have to, I would agree, the abandonment would have to have some relation to water quality, water supply, sewerage, or one of the other things that we've been given the authority to regulate.
It seems arbitrary to me that you could say the special use permit provision of 278, what was it, 415? I can't recall. 278, 315 cannot apply, but the abandonment and vacation of 278, 480 can apply. And so I'm having a problem with that.
I'm just not seeing the connection.
Okay, I think, okay, I'll just leave it at that then.
Ms. Jordan? Oh, I thought I saw you leaning forward there. Anyone else?
Actually, I did have a question. And maybe there's three answers. I heard from the appellant that the process for the neighbors, they would have ample opportunity to be heard, regardless of the outcome of this today. I'm sorry. I heard conflicting stuff. I heard from one side that said that the homeowners would have an opportunity, almost like today would be a reset button, and that we would be in a position where the neighbors would have an opportunity to be heard again, to have meetings, et cetera. And then I heard from another side that said absolutely not, that that's not the case, that those types of meetings would not occur again. Maybe our legal department can
if I could jump in first, it's kind of somewhere in the middle. I would say what Gail said earlier, that we wouldn't have any say on any of it, is untrue. The rock crushing would still need a special use permit. The grading would still need a special use permit. She put up an image of the grading plan. All of that triggers a special use permit. So all of that would still come back to Planning Commission with the ability to appeal to City Council. And we're talking about the Gaslight parcel specifically. This might be different on other parcels elsewhere. I'm trying to think, on parcel 2 of that proposal, they could do the uses that are allowed outright in the industrial zone. Anything but with a special use permit would still need a special use permit. Anything triggering, grading, hazardous materials, anything like that would still need a special use permit. All of that would still go back through the public hearing process. The parcel map can be appealed to Planning Commission and then City Council. So there is still opportunity to be involved in those. But is that parcel 2 that would allow industrial uses? It's 1 acre. They would have to be self-contained on that 1 acre, and they would have to meet all the standards of the industrial zoning district, and they could go to business license on that parcel, just that parcel.
Claudia, what currently is the property used for? Not the 4 proposed parcels. The property is the residents see it now. What's performed there, and on which portion of the land is the function performed? What's causing the dust that we heard from the citizens?
I would have the applicant respond to that. There's no business license currently issued on the parcel. I believe, I've heard that they work on their trucks on the parcel. I don't know if there's any grading or anything. I would have Mr. Apani answer that.
Struggling with how to answer this question because the issue before you has nothing to do with the use.
I'm
The
responding
application-
simply to questions and
answering the
comments that we
question.
heard from the residents.
The application that went forward originally through the special use process on this parcel map specifically provided it was not proposing a use. So if you're asking what's going on the property now, there is a building that has been there. This property has been zoned industrial for 40-plus years. It had that zoning entitlement and that use, that lawful use of industrial uses long before the residential subdivision ever existed. It was there first. There is a building. The owner has access rights to that building. He can drive to the building. He owns it. Is there a current business being operated there right now? No. But he has all lawful rights to access his property and drive on that property and access the existing building that is there.
And where is the existing building?
It's on the parcel. I don't have a map with me. Right now, it's 1 parcel. It will still be 1 parcel regardless of what you decide tonight.
Mm-hmm. Where it currently exists on the 3 parcels or 4 parcels that you're proposing, would it be 1, 2, 3, or 4?
We're not proposing any parcels tonight. We're talking about a process. On the parcel map that was submitted to the Planning Commission, it would be on parcel 2, I believe.
Thank you.
Madam, are we waiting for staff or? Okay, I have a follow-up question. I'll try this with Ms. Kern. Let me ask you something. Looking at this big body of NRS that we, staff has said we cannot require a special use permit between 278-010 and 278-630. I see another provision, and that's the one related to right after 415. Or 315, excuse me. In 315, staff says that we can't require a special use permit. Can't go through that process, conflicts with 462, sub 2. But 278-319 is related to minor deviations. It's an administrative process. It allows a process for deviations from standards and gives the administrator some power to make some minor adjustments, and we have a parallel provision in 278-210. So we've got this other process, and often applicants will come in and want a parcel map or subdivide, and the minimum lot size is 6,000, and we can deviate it up to 10% under ours without, the administrator has some discretion and some findings. Do you think that the way staff is presenting that under the parcel map, a parcel map could not come with this minor deviation procedure? Because it sounds to me like maybe there's some cherry picking going on procedures. You can't do the minor, the special use permit procedure through a parcel map, but would the same follow true then if we made that reading that you could do a minor deviation to reduce lot sizes? And I know this is very technical, but. and I can refer this to staff if you're having a hard time with it.
I'm Gail Kern for the record. If I understand the question correctly, I completely understand and agree with you that it is very arbitrary to decide that one particular statute between 010 and 630 doesn't apply, but we might apply anything else that we choose to do so. There was already an agreement that some of the special use permit findings apply even under their argument of 462. But I wholeheartedly agree with you that if you read 462 that way, then you don't get to cherry pick which statutes you still get to use and which you don't. If their reading is correct, then nothing else applies. And we know that's not the case. That's why I have such a hard time and why I was so incredibly concerned that they didn't specifically address or talk about 315. It was very deliberate. We didn't hear it from anybody but me. And I think that your line of questioning was exact. You said it in a much better way than I was able to. I completely followed what you were asking. And you are absolutely correct. If you read 462 as, even though it doesn't say that, but you read it as you can't do anything else but this, then you're right. You lose all of those statutes that 326 tells us applies to mapping.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if I answered your specific question, but I do follow identifying those other statutes that you routinely apply for the mapping process.
Yeah, I mean, you're speaking more to my previous point of, the difference between subdivision and parcel map and what the legislature's trying to get to make sure that, the minimum infrastructure provisions are in there. I guess I'll ask staff, tell me this. Say we had a parcel map, and I don't know what the industrial minimum lot sizes are, but does the industrial zone have a minimum lot size?
I believe it does, and I'll have to look that up.
Okay, let's, for illustrative purposes, say the minimum lot size is 1 acre, okay? And the minor deviation allows you to drop that down 10%. So 43,560, you're reducing it by 4,300, Would you, under your reading, is that procedure available to this applicant through the parcel map process? Asking for a minor deviation or administrator's deviation?
Yes.
Okay, but why not the special use permit then?
We found that the special use permit is in conflict. That portion of Title 18 is in conflict with 278.
Why not the minor deviation component of Title 18? What's the difference?
That would be an application for them. The 462 limits the city on what we can do, on what we are allowed to enforce. We are only allowed to enforce those only as necessary and consistent with the existing use of any land zone similar use.
Well, to me, it's requirements, and the requirements are speaking very specifically to infrastructure requirements. I don't think they're talking to procedure, and that's where I have a problem that I think the decision is flawed, and it's not relying on substantial evidence. And so I'm having a hard time with that when I look through this whole body of all these statutes, and one is cherry-picked out as a procedure we can't go through. So that's a problem for me.
Well, on this, we're saying we are following this. We are following 278, 462. You're pulling out other sections of 278. We are following all of 278. There's a portion of RMC 18, Reno Municipal Code, that I don't believe is in conformance with this, and which is what we are not, which is what we're not doing. We are falling back to 278, which gives us our authority.
I'm saying that the broader, you get to 462 by reading all of that 010 to 630. And if you, which has dozens of provisions, some are procedural, some are more specific on requirements or standards, if you will, or enabling. And by pulling out 462, I think you're focusing inaccurately on what the requirements are, and that then it conflicts with these other procedural elements. So I think that it is flawed, particularly if you say, oh, well, they can do an abandonment with a parcel map, they can do a minor deviation with a parcel map. If you're talking procedures you got to put them all on the same plane. And
Well,
so,
and I believe we are. They could do the abandonment or the minor deviation as long as they're in conformance with 462. They can't conflict with any other section within 278. We're not saying that the other sections of 278 are we can't follow. We always have to follow 278. I'm saying the section of 18 is what's in conflict with 278.
No, I would still disagree, because if you gave a minor deviation on a lot size, that is a zoning, hand-in-hand zoning issue as much as the special use permit, okay, because it's a zoning standard. The ones you're pointing to are more of the infrastructure requirements.
But
So
a
I-
minor deviation is something that they come in and request. 278-462 limits the city on what we have the ability to do. One is what we can do, the other one is what they have the ability to apply for.
I think you're then cherry picking among procedures, those that may be availing to the applicant and those that may put the applicant into a process of greater review, And so I don't know that I agree with that line of logic. So I'm still having a problem with the way you're reading this.
Anyone else? Mr. Dorch?
Yeah, thank you. I did want to give Ms. Kern a chance that she was chomping at the bit to respond to some of Mr. Pani's comments from earlier.
I think, Gail Kern for the record, I do appreciate that. I disagree that your standard, I believe that Mr. Shipman correctly stated that the de novo review allows you to take a look at what the record is. And remember that at the time the administrator made a decision, there was no record, nothing was happening, we didn't know anything about it. So a de novo review clearly gives you the ability to review what is happening, and as Mr. Shipman says, you can make a determination that that decision is wrong. You don't have to support it just because there might be some evidence, or you find that she's expressed a logic that she believes is appropriate. It doesn't mean that you have to support it even if you come to the conclusion based on the evidence that you've got that it was wrong. So I disagree with his statement that you have to find in her favor,
Right.
even if she's wrong, if there's some evidence that supports it.
Thank you. And then that's kind of where I want to go with you, Jonathan. I mean, is the standard abuse of discretion, is that the standard we have to meet tonight?
It's de novo. So it's, I mean, you have the record.
We get to.
But you get to determine the law and the application of the law.
Okay.
And to the evidence, correct.
Perfect. And Mr. Pani, I wanted to give you a chance to kind of cover some of the stuff that I was covering earlier. In that, is it your position that we cannot have a special use permit for mapping?
This came about because the argument of the HOA was that as a matter of law, a standalone parcel map could never meet the criteria required to issue a special use permit because there is no proposed use. Their position was you can never make any of those findings because there is no use. If that's true, then yeah, what you've done is denied a process.
What about my argument that those conditions just simply don't apply to a parcel map?
Well, I'd be curious which conditions those are. Now, if they're the conditions that are in 278-462, I still don't believe a special use permit, quite frankly, is the appropriate procedural mechanism for a map. Because it's,
I'm not saying whether it's appropriate or not. I'm saying, is it legal?
Same thing, in my mind. Same thing, when I said appropriate, that's what I meant. It's not a lawful mechanism for a map. Because mapping and uses are different concepts. Again, use is what you put the land to, map is what it looks like. You're trying to put a round peg in a square hole. When you're looking at a special use permit.
I've heard that comment I used earlier tonight, too.
When you're looking at a special use permit, you're trying to evaluate the uses, and you're imposing special conditions on the uses. What are the lights going to look like? What's the noise? What's the traffic? Because it's a use. You're looking at a project. It makes sense. You're looking at what they want to do, and you're putting special conditions on that particular activity on the land. That doesn't work with maps, because all we're doing is saying this is the size and shape of the lot. If I ever want to put it to a use, now all the use criteria apply. What I'm saying is you are applying a mechanism that has nothing to do with mapping on a map. And that's the inconsistency. If 278 has provisions in there about military installations, does that mean you have to follow those when you're looking at a map? It talks about alcoholic beverage service. Do you have to look at that when I come in on a parcel? No. You've got to look at these statutes as a whole. Statutory construction, you can't read them to have an absurd result. It is absurd to try to impose a use condition on something that has no use. So the position that we've taken is that legally, the process we have to go through is a parcel map. We have to meet all of these criteria to get a map because all we're doing is dividing the land. If we want to do more, if we're intensifying the uses, if we're combining this map with something else,
But
that's where your special
there's an
use
argument that
permit
can be
comes
made
into
that you
place.
are intensifying the uses.
Oh, no, we're not, because as a matter of law, the intensification comes from the use. If there's no use, there's nothing to intensify.
No, but you're intensifying the uses allowed by parceling it.
Nope, I may be doing less. Because right now, I might have one activity on an acre, and I might leave the other the rest of it open space.
But
So the actual activity
I said the
could be
use is
less.
allowed. I'm not saying actual activity. I'm saying the use is allowed. You're intensifying the uses allowed by parceling it.
No, I'm not, because the uses allowed remain the same. I have so many acres in which to conduct a use, whether that is in one parcel or 4 parcels, the same number of acreage, the same number of square footage is involved. I haven't made the place bigger. In fact, when you think about it, if I parcel map it, my intensification by definition must be less, because now I've got 4 setback requirements I got to follow. That reduces my square footage. By definition, I'm making it less intense if I parcel it.
I'm just saying that you're making it more intense because there's more uses that are allowed without any further review now on that total parcel, the original parcel. You've got uses now that are allowed there that were never allowed before. And I think that's the only reason for this special use permit requirement is because it's adjacent to residential. The only reason for the SUP requirement for this type of parceling is because of the residential adjacency. Any other industrial parcel in the city, you can parcel it and not have any issues with it all.
And would you agree that any industrial parcel in the city that is not adjacent to land, I can use any use that is set forth in code that's an allowed use in the industrial zone?
Yes.
So what you're saying to me tonight, and we're getting way ahead of our skis here, but it's a good discussion, what you're saying is that you want to spot zone this property and treat it differently. Because what you're saying is, if I parcel it, and now I have a property that is not adjacent, which by your own policy that you've established by city code imposes no impacts on a residential use, which requires no special use review, because it's not adjacent. That adjacency is the triggering requirement. As soon as that goes away for me, I'm treated differently than everybody else in town.
No, all it's
That
saying
is the problem with this road you're going down.
But I disagree. All it's saying is because you have the initial residential adjacency issue, that you have to have a special use permit to parcel it for the reasons that have been spelled out in that you are intensifying the uses of the parcels that no longer have that residential adjacency.
And what if this parcel were 640 acres? And I was parceling a little corner, 1.5 miles away from the residential use.
It would probably be a much simpler process.
But why?
Let's
Legally,
quit
there's no
speculating, please, Mr. Pani. Let's quit
Legally, there's no
speculating and bring
difference.
it back to what's really
the
in front of
requirement
us.
I'm responding to his questions, but you're correct. This is outside the parameters of what we're looking at today.
I don't think that it is it?
No, I don't think it
I mean,
is.
we're discussing the process of whether or not an SUP is required on an industrial parcel that's adjacent to residential. I think that's the discussion that we're having.
The other thing to keep in mind when you're looking at the statutes is with industrial parcels, the process for seeking a parcel map is even more simplified than for other uses.
And I am aware of that.
Because the statutes recognize with an industrial use, you need a simpler process for parcel maps. That's the other reason why imposing this SUP requirement, which you don't even impose on commercial, let alone residential, you're just sticking it on this one industrial parcel, is even more in conflict with state law. Again, the concern that you're talking about, when you get to the bottom of this, your city code with the adjacency issue, the city determined a long time ago that their policy consideration was you got to share a property line. If you don't share a property line, it doesn't matter whether you're 1,000 feet away, 500 feet away, or 5 feet away. You are entitled to the full and lawful use of your property as allowed by code. Doesn't matter how close. You guys set the bar, and the bar you set was adjacent. As long as it's not adjacent, there's no issue. So all we're saying, and when it comes to your point about which process applies, if through this process, a process that is required by NRS 278, we happen to go through a division of land so that now we are no longer adjacent, then the concerns you had as a city when you adopted the policy no longer exist because we're not adjacent. The parcel that remains adjacent, yes, it's stuck because it's still subject to those requirements. But we're not circumventing anything. This is the policy you established. We're entitled to enjoy that policy. We're entitled to the development of our property under that policy that you set. And by treating us differently than other properties, that's the legal issue you have, not just with this parcel map, but you're spot zoning us and telling us we cannot do what every other non-adjacent industrial parcel can do. And when you're talking about the findings that apply, that's the concern I have when you talk about compatibility. We are by definition compatible because you've already, as a city, zoned us industrial. If we weren't compatible, you wouldn't have done that. We're not changing our zoning. So when you look at those criteria, and this is what the administrator looked at, well, you run into a whole mess of problems trying to figure out how those apply. And that's where the conflict came in. And they looked at that and they said, this just doesn't work. And the reason it doesn't work is because these are use permits. We can't fit this on an industrial parcel map. This is the process we got to go through. And all of those other things will fall out because your code already addresses it, how big the lots have to be, what they got to look like, what are our access points. It's all addressed by code. Can we do things next to residential adjacency? No, that still applies. Can we do things that aren't adjacent? Yes, because your code already says we can.
Madam
That's
Chair.
what it comes down to.
Madam Chair, I have a question for Mr. Pogny. So are you taking exception to our definition that development includes the division of land into 2 or more parcels? Do you think that we don't have that policy ability?
I'm saying that when you put together that definition of development, you either weren't looking at how it applies in other provisions or codes to the special use permit, or you were tying it to development, special use, a parcel map with a project, that it has to be tied. If it's just standalone, it doesn't fit. So what I'm saying is, yes, your code may be written that way, but I agree with your administrator. It conflicts with state law, and you cannot enforce it that way. Your code says you have to have 201 rooms for a gaming use. Conflicts with state law. Can't apply it.
I don't know if I agree, because I think we can reserve the ability to define development how we want to, and then have that go on with certain procedures. And the procedure that we've decided it goes on to, when we have this circumstance of adjacency, is the special use permit. Now, your problem might be through the special use permit process. And when we talk about these findings, which we talk about general and about when they're applicable, it may be that through that lower record and activity, which has not come to us, there may have been an attempt to apply some that aren't applicable, but I certainly see one that is applicable with the combination parcel map, and that's the one on C. And it may very well be that down at that lower, at that special use permit, the discussion is, well, it's only C here, and when we look at the parcel map, C is met, and that's the services and infrastructure, and so it goes. Or maybe there was a determination down there that the services and infrastructure weren't there. The road wasn't there, and so the denial was based upon that. I think that I think we're fine linking the special use permit with the parcel map, and it may be that as a result of that, on an affirmation with a bunch of conditions, that's when 462 comes into play, that you've got requirements on you that are higher and in greater exceed what would be on other parcels around in zoning. That's how I would read 462 with this. So I still find flaws in this administrator decision, and so I don't agree. I'm still going to support. I don't agree with the administrator decision, and I think that's a very good argument against, your position and her position.
Mr. Dortch?
I don't think I've got any more questions. I think go to discussion, and I'd actually kind of like to hear what the other council members feel, and then I'll wrap it up.
All right. Oscar, comments?
I think I'm having a hard time as well as Councilwoman Breckus and Councilman Dortch here on the administrative opinion. I think all the questions they stated pretty specifically, and they answered a lot of my questions early on. I got this list of questions I wanted to ask, and I think they firmly did that.
I would share the same dissatisfaction. I think that there are too many legal discrepancies. I haven't found a connection between what we heard from our attorneys and the questions that were brought forward by Ms. Kern earlier this evening, significantly enough that I don't think it's too much of a departure. The points just didn't connect. I would either support a continuation so that we could hear back and hear those being resolved, or if that's not the flavor of the council, then I don't think that I could support the administrator's decision.
I have to agree with you, Vice Mayor. It's one of those things where you look at it and you can definitely see this is a decision that takes a lot of lawyering, and we're not lawyers up here, but we are, homeowners and things of this nature. So, we can understand so many different aspects. We're also business owners. So I agree with Councilwoman Breckus. I'm just not so sure at this point. There's still some issues that I really have where I'm not convinced.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I was hopeful coming into this hearing tonight that a lot of the questions were going to be answered, and I'm not sure that things just didn't become more confusing than at the outset. The fact that this is a de novo review and our own council has said that that's what this is, that is what swayed me on this. And so I agree. I have some concerns about the administrator's decision on this.
With all that said, I'd like to call for a 5-minute recess so that I may craft a motion. I think it'll take me a few minutes to.
This should actually be Mr. Dorch's motion. It's
Oh, I'm
his
sorry.
ward.
I'm sorry.
Mhm.
Yeah, trust me, I'm struggling with this. One of the challenges I've got is our attorneys are giving us their best advice on this issue. Our administrative hearing officer has heard this and agreed with our attorneys. But I think a lot of questions have been brought up tonight that I think are valid issues. And part of my challenge on this is the process and how it happened. I'll be honest. I think it makes the city look bad, the way this process went through. I think I don't think anybody acted wrong, and I want to make that clear. But I just think the appearance of how it happened was poor. I think and it was timing. I know, and Fred addressed that earlier. It was a timing issue, and that happened. But I also question why something like that wasn't brought to council. We get to that point where there's a question as to whether the code that's been on the books for 10 years comes into question, and then staff makes the decision administratively to not abide by that code anymore without bringing it to council, and without trying to make changes to it with us. So I think there are issues, and I guess my question for the council that spoke up tonight is, because I'm not sure what a continuance is going to do for us. I mean, what questions still need to be answered? And if there are they questions we can get on, or is it more that we have to process this? I know that one of the things that Jonathan did say earlier tonight was that we have to render a decision within 30 days of the hearing. So we do have the ability to continue this and have some more discussion. I would hope that we wouldn't have to have a complete new hearing like we do on land use issues when we continue them. I don't know if that's the case or not.
No, for the record, John Shipman, Deputy City Attorney, I think you've had your public hearing, so you're down on, you potentially, at this point, would just have to have your decision rendered in public at a date within the next 30 days.
So, are there questions that people have tonight that they still need answered, or is it you need to process all the information we've taken in tonight and need a couple weeks? I mean, I'm kind of curious as to where everyone's at on that. Sharon, I think you were saying that a continuance might be better.
Yeah,
or?
I think I would be more comfortable with a continuance, because for me, I didn't find a clear definition between the two interpretations that we heard from our attorneys and the questions that were brought forward. The interpretation of NRS versus our code, they didn't connect those dots.
I guess my question would be, who would give us clarity on that outside of a legal proceeding? That hasn't been presented here tonight.
Well, I'm not sure that they've agreed to disagree. I'm not even sure that they've agreed to disagree. I really don't think that I heard that tonight in their legal interpretation.
Oh, I think that's where I'm struggling, to be honest with you. I think they presented a fairly good case as to why we can have a special use permit for parcel maps. I mean, to be honest, that's my struggle tonight. I kind of agree with Naoma. I mean, at first glance on this, I was very concerned looking at this that ability of ours to have an SUP for a parcel map was going to go away. After hearing all the evidence tonight,
Agree?
I'm struggling with it. That's where my struggles are, you know. And like I said, I mean, our attorneys are there to protect us, and they're giving us advice on one hand, and I'm struggling with the fact that all these other issues came up tonight that, you know, are there. And I think it was a pretty good case. So, I mean, if a 2-week continuance to our next meeting on the 9th is preferred, I'm okay with that. I mean, but if you think that we can get some additional information, at the same token, I hate to keep bringing these people back out for this issue.
Absolutely.
I mean, constantly, time and time again, you know. But at the same token, I think, I want to make sure we're comfortable with the direction we're going.
Yeah, I want to be comfortable too. I guess I'm trying to draw the line to. I'm trying to draw the line to where we're going to get that clarity in the next 2 weeks. I mean, who's going to provide us that is the problem I'm having. I think there was valid argument on all sides tonight.
Madam Chair, thank you. Fred Turnier, Community Development Director. If I could get this up on the overhead. Just a clarification of where we are in the process, maybe just to hear. And I know we're not talking about Gaslight tonight, but in context, we do have some of the Gaslight items here. So currently, we are right here in this process. If the City Council determines to uphold the hearing officer, we will not be moving forward with the Planning Commission appeal to Council, and we will continue on this path of the parcel map. If the hearing officer's determination is overturned tonight, what will happen is that we will schedule the Planning Commission appeal for City Council, and also the parcel map is going through its process right now. So we would likely put a hold on the parcel map until we see the outcome of the special use permit. So from a process standpoint, we at least have 4 more opportunities, or the public has 4 more opportunities to address the specific project. But that's determined on which way the City Council goes tonight.
Do we know if we have a 6 o'clock hearing on our meeting on the 9th? Do we have it?
Doesn't look like it. Nothing identified on our calendar.
I am prepared to act tonight. I think that we've deliberated this enough. It's never easy. I think there's some very compelling arguments on both sides, particularly Mr. Pogny's at the very last end there, going into detail about our code. But I do feel comfortable on reaching the decision of overturning the hearing officer. It makes our job extra tough when we have to overturn staff because you know, they've built a record up, and now we have to build a record if we do that, and we have to provide conclusive findings of our own. But I think that we can get there tonight, and I am prepared to do that, and I would like to see that. I agree with Councilmember Jordan. I just don't know what more is going to come at another hearing. So that's my sense.
Well, I guess, based on that, and I think I'm hearing that from everyone but Sharon, am I right?
I totally expressed, if it wasn't a continuation, I am not comfortable with accepting the administrator's decision. I am absolutely not. So I could go with either motion.
Okay, well, then I will make a motion to overturn the administrator's decision. And again, I think there was substantial evidence presented tonight that an SUP can be required for a parcel map. And I think it comes down to our ability of what findings that we have to implement on that parcel map. And as our practice has been in the past, as we discussed tonight, when a finding doesn't apply to an application, we go to the findings that do apply to that application. And I think that's how we are within the boundaries of 462. So with that, that's my motion.
We have a motion.
Second.
And a second. Any further discussion?
I would like to maybe introduce a little more substantial evidence into the record related to the flaws in administrative interpretation 13.02. And I want to talk to Mr. Shipman and ask him, do you think some more specific detail on the flaws that we find in administrative interpretation 13.02 would be in order, good order?
For the record, John Shipman, Deputy City Attorney, if you have additional evidence that you'd like to put into the record, that would be helpful, yes?
Could
And
I?
everything
Okay.
that was presented tonight is part of the record.
It's part of the record in one way, in that it is captured in our minutes and it's on our tapes, but it's not necessarily the record of decision. Is that correct? I mean,
Maybe I don't quite understand.
well, when
the
it's
question.
included in the motion on specifics, almost like the findings we have in our code, do you think that is a preferable?
Yeah, you're talking about a situation where you have an SUP and you have a set of findings.
Yes.
What the code says, really, on appeals, for the city council actions regarding appeals, 4C says the city council shall affirm, modify, or reverse the appeal decision, period. And the city council must render a decision within 30 days of the public hearing. Everything that happened today, in terms of the testimony, in terms of the briefs that were submitted by all parties, in terms of all the discussions that you had, in terms of all the legal discussions that you had, that's all part of the record right now. You're not compelled to issue findings with that.
Okay.
I don't know if it's going to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then I'll conclude my comments.
Any further discussion? We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, folks. We'll move on to item N, public comment. We do have from Edward Raths. Edward? Edward, can you hear me? You're Edward? Yeah, please come forward. State your name for the record, please.
My name is Edward Rathje. Been a resident of Reno for almost 9 years. Don't worry, I'm not asking you to make a decision. No hard thing after that long session. I'm here to inform you about what some people might call a feature, others might call a loophole in city code. Imagine an office building with 100 offices, each tenant paying $5,000 a year in annual rent. And each one of those little businesses has to pay $60 minimum in annual business license fees. I wonder if you know what the landlord who's collecting $500,000 in annual rent has to pay for a business license? The answer, he doesn't need a business license. He pays a $25 registration fee. And the definition of that is in the definition of gross receipts in the city business license code. There are several problems with it. Number one, I think the city is losing lots of revenue. I don't know how that carve-out got done. It's at least 7 years old. Number two, I found out when I was a tenant in a building, a smaller building than that, that to get my business license, I had to get a fire inspection. The application for the business license triggered the need for the fire inspection. Guess what the landlord did? The landlord didn't have to get a fire inspection. And a year, when I had my fire inspection, my little office, no problems, but the building didn't get inspected. A year later, when I had a problem with the landlord, I brought the fire department in. They found 11 violations in the hallways of that building. And when today I spoke to, after I paid my business tax, I spoke to both Michael Champ in the business office and Captain Trey Palmer in the Division of Fire Prevention. It was big news to Mr. Palmer in the fire department that large buildings did not get a trigger to get a fire inspection. And when I asked Mr. Champ, is it?
Champ.
For the procedure for that $25 exemption process, I was told it was an internal document and I couldn't see it. So just to inform you, and I'm available in the future if one or more of you would like to discuss this situation, that I think the city is losing revenue, a big hole in the tax code, you're allowing fire dangers without having large buildings inspected, and number three, the process is not open to the public. Any questions?
Thank you for your comments. I will ask, we'll get if you would connect right here with our director.
Okay.
He'll be able to provide some information for you.
Super. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Seeing no other public comment forms, motion for adjournment. We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Good night.